Hello everybody and welcome back to the Pinnacle Winter Series. Good morning, good day. Hope you have a beautiful one because it's Friday. It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday. What? Yeah, exactly, right? We're heading to the final stages of the main Swiss, which means that there's only 2 teams that can still make it over to... 3 teams that can make it over to playoffs. My name is X-Warrior and I'm joined by BLUEJAYS.
X-Warrior,
Yes.
listen. Normally, I'm the first one that would encourage all this energy, but have you looked at the time?
It's...
Do you really want to blast our viewers' ears with it, with what you just did? All right, there's 2 sides to this coin, right?
Yeah.
It's either you wake them up and make them all energetic, or you ruin their day with how obnoxious you were being. But that comes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder or the ears of the listener or whatever, right? But there is another coin that we need to talk about. It is Tricked versus UNGENTIUM, if I'm not butchering that pronunciation. So X-Warrior, tell me a little bit about this.
I mean, as you know, this is the last stage of the main Swiss. This is the last day. So potentially all of these teams that have already competed have either been knocked out or have qualified. So these are the last remaining teams with a 2-2 scoreline that we're playing out today. That consists of Tricked, GamerLegion, ECLOT, Wisla, Krakow, Astralis Talent, as well as UNGENTIUM. So what we'll be looking at right now is Tricked versus UNGENTIUM, and they are both obviously have the same score, which means that this best of 3 that they have to play today, together with the rest of the teams that are competing today, means that a win is qualification to playoffs. A loss is disqualification from the entire tournament.
Yeah, and if we look at these teams individually, they've got something to back them up, right? On the side of Tricked, I think it's one of the most well-known organizations ever. Even if they don't really ever make it to the top, to be perfectly honest, it's always that team that manages to crack into Tier 2 and sustain a pretty decent roster at like the mid-tier level. But for this lineup particularly, I think things have been like pretty scary. Although they haven't actually beaten out any of the big dogs, they have some notable performances, which tells me that they have a lot of potential. So if you look at their recent victories, they've actually beaten out Skade in a best-of-1. They've picked up 2. They've beaten eSuba, which, by the way, looked like an incredible team recently. And they've picked up a map against Apeks and Astralis Talent as well. So you know what? Although these aren't immaculate performances by any regard, Trick definitely are in the position where their potential will eventually be capitalized on. They obviously have quite a few players that we already have a pretty decent idea of, I think. And it's all about putting all of those pieces together.
And I do like the storyline about putting the pieces together, because at the end of last year, you kind of saw Lars and Iceberg brought in. You saw the kind of reshuffling of roles, Iceberg taking on the IGL role. So they've also have had an adaptation period. And also, if you want to think about the fact that they're a Danish team that wants to prove their worth up against the other Danish teams, right? Because you're talking about legends. You're talking about legends when it comes to Denmark, right? Astralis, Heroic, Copenhagen Flames as of most recently. So they want to get up there. And so far, they haven't risen to that height. So they're in a completely different level to what UNGENTIUM are looking at, right? Because what UNGENTIUM are doing are trying to prove their worth from the get-go. Because they're coming in from a considerable lower tier of play and now have to compete. And for somehow are still surviving in the main Swiss. I'm still blown away that they're still surviving.
The thing about UNGENTIUM is that a lot of their play is about mobilizing Maddie, right? Because he's a rookie player. He's in his first year of professional Counter-Strike, and he's going to be the AWP player. Every single person on the squad, other than him, has gotten a chance to prove themselves on rosters before. You've seen Groovy and Sydney, I believe, on Luminar. I think Exus was on Izako Boars. So they have been on these tier 2.5 squads, but they haven't really made a break for themselves. Now with this new piece activated, I really want to see where this lineup goes, and they've got to do it already if they want to make it through to the playoffs. When we get a chance to look at the veto, Tricked picking up Vertigo, Mirage being picked up by UNGENTIUM, and Inferno ultimately will be the decider. And talking about the vetoes in particular, I think because we don't really have too much of a sample size of how UNGENTIUM has played, other than the few maps they have recently, it's going to be hard to judge their individual performances. But one thing's for sure, Tricked is a team that really likes playing Vertigo. There are a few maps that they're quite comfortable with, and they are grinding them. Some of them, of course, being Mirage, Vertigo, and Nuke. Luckily for UNGENTIUM, though, they have managed to bring Trick to a map, Inferno, on the decider, which is going to alleviate a lot of the pressure if it does go the entire distance. But for that to happen, they actually need to come out on top on their second map.
And UNGENTIUM have been together for a while, right? I mean, it's not like they've just started a couple of months ago, so therefore they have been able to scramble up some sort of a map pool, but I guess we'll see their performance straight out of the bat on Vertigo on their opponent's map pick as we head directly into the game, into the action for us. I hope this is a good day, man. It's a good Friday, so let's get things started well. Kia with the first shot heading directly onto the A site. So far stopped in their tracks as Grubby gets one, but they're not stopping this tempo. Moving directly in, Prism will be their gatekeeper. 2-on-3, Tricked Esports do want to hold on a little bit longer, but with lesser players, it's going to be a difficult endeavor. Bomb will be planted, Dualies will do the job though. Matty does what is necessary. UNGENTIUM 1-0.
That was a pretty cut and dry way to approach the round, and you know what? I really like how this particular game has started, and the reason I'm a big fan of it is because Matty starts it off with a monstrous performance on the dualies, and if there's anything about this team, I talked about it a little bit in the pregame, and for some reason we're back in the pregame. It's actually just because we were sorting some issues out with the HUD. It's not going to take too long, you know, technical difficulties and all. But I really like this because it's kind of symbolical of what to expect from this team. I think because everybody has already got a chance to prove themselves, it's going to be the squad revolving around Matty just being an exceptional AWP player. But that's the one thing that we don't really have a sample size on, right? Do we know that he can be that star AWP player that will allow the rest of the roster to be mobilized? We're not sure of that yet, and the fact that they've made it into the day of eliminations, they've made it to Doomsday, tells me that he hasn't really performed above and beyond just yet.
The thing is, against him, this is not the only time they've gone into Doomsday. They actually played out in the regional Swiss. But they didn't quite make it out, right? They managed to get to the Friday again. They got some very surprising wins against, well, I wouldn't say very surprising, but they managed to get some comfortable wins against Kova and Entropiq Prague. So for that reason, I guess they were able to play it out. But they did end up dropping to One Shot. Now, One Shot couldn't make it to the main Swiss stage, therefore they had to replace them. So they've had another chance, and since then they gotten a chance to also prove themselves against teams like aTTaX, GamerLegion, and they ended up getting wins against them, which blows my mind. So they got a second chance, and it looks like they're making the most of it. Now, Tricked Esport is their last sort of frontier before trying to make it into those playoffs. And man, they've already shown a progression curve. I just want to see how far they can take it.
There it is. This shouldn't be too difficult to figure out for them at all. It's pretty nice and easy eco. It's all about racking up that money. But I like how UNGENTIUM straight off the bat, they've bought a couple M4s because they don't want to go into deep investments later on. Oh, that's going to hurt. Prime, nice little P250 kill. Also, it should be mostly. Okay, you can't fake with the bomb. You're like, okay, here's the objective, guys. Here's the objective. Just take it.
We've seen a fake with pressing G on flashes instead of throwing them. We've seen people throw pistols. I didn't expect we'll see people faking with a bomb.
Just listen, we had an update that allowed us to drop nades. Now we need an update that doesn't let us drop the bomb. If you started with the bomb, you're stuck with it, or you have to die to pass it over.
Oh, brutal. What, is it stuck on you like duct tape?
Yeah.
Are we looking at kamikaze endeavors right now?
Yeah, at that point, sometimes you just have to go for the team kill. It's tactical.
I wonder if we ever see you being able to kind of like enable the bomb, enable a C4, but it's also stuck on your person.
You just like, instead of planting a bomb,
you
plant
around
yourself onto the site.
Yep.
This is getting a bit too grim, honestly.
Yeah, not exactly the Counter-Strike we know and love, right? It changed the things, it changed everything very quickly. Look at this, though.
Yeah, Nexus is going to be pointed out here, and he gives away his position.
Tricked Esport, fairly default approach so far. All directions, but UNGENTIUM, on the other hand, big stack towards the B site. sort of confident that would be the alleyway of approach here from Tricked. Or, of course, will prohibit their entry just a little longer.
Tricked are trying to play the long game where they're trying to condition their opponents into thinking that it could potentially be a B hit, but in the meantime, they've managed to sneak all the way into CT spawn. Iceberg already getting Sydney. Groovy has to really go big here because he doesn't have information, and because Prism's managed to get a kill on the other side of the map, now things get a little bit trickier. Groovy, or rather Larson, will be responding. Trick, now they've only got 25 seconds to work with, so they've at least got to get onto a site.
And I think Trick will be able to do so easily onto the B side. They've cleared them over, and I think they try to elude them towards the A side, and on rotation, they got the better of them. Like, Larson somehow survived through that trade. I thought Sydney would have been able to close them out, but that wasn't the case. And now the two rifles that remain into the arsenal of UNGENTIUM will have to be saved in this instance. Tricked Esport, that's a good way to get them back in, especially if they manage to hold on to all of these weapons.
I'm a little surprised that UNGENTIUM isn't able to capitalize on that round, because if you look at the way it started, Tricked Esport actually took quite a while even getting that first opener. And because they took so long to show any presence on the B site and they were polarized, there were two instances where UNGENTIUM could have very easily be isolated in those duels, but I think part of that entire take collapsing for the CT side comes down to how they themselves were polarizing themselves on the bomb side. They weren't actually taking information on mid, and all of Trick's plan just came to, just revolved around making sure that there wouldn't be any over-rotations and that mid would be left unchecked. That win condition gets checked, and they end up winning the round. And UNGENTIUM now on the deficit.
This is the next big important round, really. Could define the momentum built up for the next few rounds. I mean, know how momentum heavy Vertigo can be, especially when you talk about Tricked.
I actually think that Tricked is one of the teams that won't succumb to momentum being built up. Oh, I'm going to have to hold that thought because Larson is about to get...
Dear Larson, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, back to what I was saying. I don't think that UNGENTIUM is going to be able to build up too much momentum against Tricked, because Tricked has quite a bit of depth when it comes to their playbook, right? They're not the kind who continually rush ramp, continually go with these one-dimensional plays on the B site, and it's really refreshing to see at the tier 2, 2.5 level, because oftentimes you don't see teams having that strategic depth.
Quick opening on either end, though. The trades will follow through. Tricked Esport slowly making their way up towards ramp. So far, only one player to greet them. Matty, big shoes to fill. X is slowly closing in as well to assist, but this is the next contact, and I'm afraid Matthew's all by himself. Spots out an elbow and rips off a head, and X's holds it down from the other side of the smoke as well. Tricked Esport don't even see their opponents. Like phantoms, they start falling. Prime on top, spotted their head, and now it's down to Quez. A 1-on-3 with a bomb in no man's land. Crossfire set up for days for UNGENTIUM. No way, Quez, how do you even do this? Isolating them will just be too difficult at this point, but he finds the bomb. Prism on top. Yeah, there comes a swing by two players. Nothing really you can do about that.
Yeah, absolutely not. That was a pretty cut and dry round for UNGENTIUM. Although Tricked really played it well in the early round, where they were able to hold on to their horses, play that slow default, and manage to convert it into a couple of kills, it doesn't really end up going their way when they make their way onto the bomb. So, but in the meantime, guys, make sure you go ahead and check out our partners over at Skin Baron. The codes you're going to see popping up throughout the series every single day of this tournament. You can type that in, quickly claim them before anybody else does, and you get a nice little bonus on your first purchase.
Walking into the matchup though again, very big round there from UNGENTIUM. Matty putting us a show that we kind of expect from him. The Tricked Esports yet to find some space.
I think this is a theme that we will consistently see for Tricked Esports, the inability to get initial control, because they're not the type of team that will contest ramp early on. A lot of the meta on Vertigo's revolves around being able to contest ramp early, or maybe going around mid aggression, because you ultimately want to split the bomb sites or call in for over rotation from the enemy team. But Tricked aren't likely to go for that. Instead, what they're trying to capitalize on is UNGENTIUM's aggression. Playing that slow default, but now realizing that UNGENTIUM didn't want to make a move. They've already made their way up ramp. One already tucked into sandbag, and it's going to come down to the aim duels when they do eventually hop into the bomb site. Utility being chucked around, that should be enough of an audio cue for UNGENTIUM to start repositioning their pieces on the chessboard. How do they respond?
That nade could be juicy. It could be oh so juicy. Prism does wait a little bit, chops it, lobs it in. Ooh! That would have hurt his back, but at the end of the day, Iceberg survives. 1 point of health. Tricked Esports have gotten the bomb in and have left the site. Now it's all down to the post-plant positions. And UNGENTIUM still have plenty of utility to work with. You can see Matty lining up a smoke there. That will crucially hold off the push from that ramp position. Molly onto sandbags. That gets them out into the open, but still, no kills up being found. Spray down through the metal walls. Touch onto the bomb. Prism with the first. Larson swings by, but so do UNGENTIUM. This is a back and forth as they try to get the better of these trades, but it's UNGENTIUM to do it. The CTs prevail.
I'm a little surprised that UNGENTIUM end up winning that duel, because it seemed like the odds weren't in their favor at all, right? Tricked Esport, they had the bomb down, they had it in a position where they could easily wallbang them up as they tried to go for the sneaky defuse. They had 3 players lined up watching the same angle. They had an AWP thrown in there in the mix as well. So it just comes down to UNGENTIUM having excellent duels. And the reason I'm super excited about this particular game is that going into it, I thought that UNGENTIUM's shallow map pool and just the lack of experience they have on the roster right now would come to bite them. And against a team like Tricked Esport that has been exhibiting some signs of life recently against some of the better teams, I would expect them to get a steamroll, to be perfectly honest. We get a chance to watch a bonus, though. Tricked Esport, they've got a few pieces of armor, pistols thrown in there for good measure as well. Iceberg, the solitary smoke being firmly held in his palm, but it will be taken down. And Pavlos.
Yes.
I wanted to talk to you about the dynamic that's going on right now. Okay, like, sure, it's very early in the game right now. Okay, we see it.
What a way to go down.
Yeah, it's still very early in the game, but you can already see the sort of theme that Tricked is approaching this game with. It's the Super's passive style of play where they're waiting for defaults, and stylistically, I think UNGENTIUM are working really well against it because they themselves like to play passively, even if they do play unorthodox off of boost and stuff. So, what's the change we want Tricked to make here? Because, sorry. What's the kind of change we want Tricked to make here?
I don't think there needs to be too much of a change, right? I think what Larson just did, taking that early space, was exactly what was needed. Get themselves that early pick, and they're actually following up on that, right? Moving aggressive onto ramp, trying to claim it early, but dropping back into safety as soon as utility is thrown at them.
I'm a really big fan of how they approached this particular round, and the reason for that is, sure, even if you're going for a passive style of play, even if you're going for a slower default, it really helps to have initial control over either of the bomb sites, because that'll mean that UNGENTIUM lose out on a lot of crucial information. But look at how Tricked have absolutely dominated the Beast site. Groovy has to back out because he knows he's too far out of the action.
Yeah, they've tricked them. That they have, right? There weren't enough players to hold this down, so it's going to end up being a post-plant scenario. They've gotten the bomb down, and now they've got weapons. They can't fall victims like they did 2 rounds ago. This needs to be a strong one. This is their way back in. And it seems that UNGENTIUM aren't too comfortable taking this fight. They're backing away from it. They say, okay, hands up. We give this one to you. We giveth. Tricked Esport, they'll be getting a second one to the round, but it doesn't mean anything to the economy of UNGENTIUM.
Yeah, so the reason that round ends up working out for Tricked Esport is because they just threw one spanner in the works, right? They start off the round playing it a little bit more aggressively than they're used to, and because UNGENTIUM are playing it from a relatively passive style of play, they only have one player that's actually there to go for the initial kill. There's no refrag available, there's no pressure, there's no utility initially, and Trick start to actually capitalize on the one weakness that a stylistically passive UNGENTIUM will expose, right? And I think part of solving this piece of the puzzle from the perspective of the T side entirely comes around exploiting this.
Maybe to amp up the pressure here, Trick eSport actually moving in quite quickly. Prism runs out of bullets. You don't want to be out of bullets when the swing comes by, and that is why you do not want to be reloading when Prime swings out of a smoke. Beautifully done here. Trick eSport take over space. They want to move onto the site, and there's only Matty here to stop them. But they don't quite move forward. They've making the gap. They've realized that they've hindered the performance of the CTs and may look into a different avenue of approach.
The question is whether or not they trust their rookie enough to rotate him over immediately. He's got an AWP, and as soon as they realize that the B site is theirs to take, Ruby will have to make the call. Do they actually try to stick for it? First skill's coming through. He misses quite a few shots, and he's allowed them to walk onto the site. Now it's got to be the safe call.
It's got to be. Axis, Matty, those AKs and AWPs will be what needs to be saved at this point. Trick eSports don't even lose a singular play. Iceberg barely surviving through that fight. Beautifully done though, right? I mean, that early push, getting that early kill, reading UNGENTIUM spray down and getting that gap in, together with the assistance of a flash, right? Both of those players were blinded, so those were as simple as they could have come. And then to later follow it up onto the B site like they did that round ago. Oldest trick in the book, but it worked out perfectly.
The reason that that trick in particular is working is because UNGENTIUM have a severe lack of information. They're not actually proactively taking middle, which doesn't allow them to have audio cues, nor does it allow them to pick them off, nor does it allow them to feel safe navigating around middle. Trick eSport, on the other hand, I think they've read this like a book. It took them a little while, but they're starting to get up to speed simply because they're able to exploit the absolute hell out of UNGENTIUM not taking any space. I think that round really came down to the micro player there, the flashbang initially allowing Prime to get a double kill. And that wasn't UNGENTIUM's fault. It's not like they weren't going for aggression. I think it was a little mistimed, and I do think there could have been better use of utility. But ultimately, that just came down to Trick also drawing some power from their individual talents and making it work on the server.
It seems UNGENTIUM may be losing track of this game. They've handed over 2 consecutive rounds and need to find their way back in. Very important timeout. Get their headspace back in the game. A very important round to dictate the following pacing, as it's a big buy round up ahead.
Larson going for the bread and butter play and tries to get the initial kill on, but UNGENTIUM, they have different plans here. Send Maddie down scaffolding. Prime's the only one that will, well, along with Larson, the only 2 members that will be holding ramp. Once again, switching up their pace a little bit. This time around, Trick haven't actually gone for any space at all, except Iceberg creeping all the way, and Grubby is willing to spot it.
Oh, Grubby's able to find one before he ends up falling, and he gets the second one. Iceberg churning out a molly, a smoke, a flash, whatever it was. It wasn't what was needed at that moment. Grubby, you would have thought he would have been isolated in that corner up against 2, but he holds it down, holds the fort. And Matty's the next one in contention. Trick eSport don't want to hold back at this point, don't want to allow their opponents to regather their forces, but it will not be. And Matty stops it. It's only a one-on-one trade, and when you're already down in numbers, that is not what you want.
You can see that they have Kier available to be a menace.
Oh,
no. I'm a little sad about that. I started to build this little storyline up for him. Maybe Kier gets a double kill there, and it turns into a salvageable situation. But no, Larson's left all alone, never to be seen again. And you know what, Pavlos? I think we've talked enough about the game. We need to settle our differences here.
Okay.
You and I know it. The audience knows it. How do you correctly pronounce UNGENTIUM?
UNGENTIUM.
Like, you and I have been avoiding this conversation, okay?
Yeah, we have.
Like
honestly,
you've been saying it your way, I've been saying it my way. But let me tell you my philosophy going into it, right? Have you watched? No. Have you watched the have you watched the anime My Hero Academia?
I've watched a few episodes. Yeah.
Yeah. So in the first few episodes, even there's a hero called Ingenium.
Yeah.
Who's the older sibling of
I see.
of that one hero with engines on his calves. So I'm like thinking of it from the same perspective as Ingenium.
Right.
Has a nice little ring to it when you think of it that way, right?
Ingentium. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just, you're trying very desperately to bring out the weeb in me to go with you, so yeah, gotta hand it to you. I may say Ingentium from time to time. Here we go, Grubby. Waiting with his crosshair. What a juicy nade! That definitely softens them up for the later on onslaught. Quez, the swing though, marvelous. Grubby's head no longer. It's a 4-on-4, but it still tricked esports to hold down that line. Most of their players onto that B angle. Oh, how does Larson not hit that? That was Exis just peeking through like a whack-a-mole, but not quite whacked down to his hole. And he actually moves up even more aggressively. If he peeks it, he'll gain a lot of info, a lot of space. And
he doesn't even have to peek
telegraph movement will be cleared. Like Prime onto the other side. That's perfect. Matty had no idea. And now that the rest of Trick Esports have already made their way onto the ramp, the bomb will go down and they've got an advantage for the post plant.
That audio cue was good enough for them to know that the attention's going over towards the other side. Trick Esport, they have very little HP on two of these players, so Exis could be in a prime position to make this incredibly difficult for them. No. Ingentium, they want to hold on to their weaponry. They want to take control of their economy. And I think part of that comes down to them not knowing that Trick Esport have two low players. But it is a little unfortunate that Ingentium weren't able to win the duel, especially after after they initially had such a juicy nade that Groovy was capitalizing on.
You know what, for us, I think we've seen Ungentium more often than not try to save those weapons rather than actually going for those retakes. And often when they had the same amount of players that Trick have on those post plants. So overall, I think it also comes with a sense of not being too comfortable, right? Because when we saw them actually going for that equal-sided retake, it actually worked out. It wasn't too bad. And I'm specifically talking about the one towards the A site where all players of Trick were on towards ramp. Like, those trades were very clean, and the discipline to kind of juggle tempo, but also attention towards the respective players of Ungentium was pretty top par. So at this point, I'm not quite sure why they don't really have that much confidence, because a lot of the time Trick Esports gain control over a site, and that's the end of the round.
Yeah, Ingentium might be playing it a little too safe, but Iceberg and Prime. Ice Prime, yes. Nice little duo to start things off on the A site, 5 versus 3. And the question is whether or not Ingentium still have one foot in the door, because Exis still wants to challenge this. This nade should be able to finish off one as long as they can get the right positions. Maddie is softening up the squad, and Trick, they're still in a position where they can get retaked upon.
Well, they know if they damage up Quez with that nade. To what an extent, that is the question. Oh, the smoke depletes just in time to get spotted. Exis and Grubby low. Matty, that's the peak you need. They need to go for this one. But how do you anticipate Iceberg is onto your right corner? The other two have already dropped back. The call has been made. We're not going for this. And for yet another time, Trick gain a site control, and that is where the round ends.
I'm not even sure why Ingentium is going for these super conservative plays here. At least they can manage to keep control of their economy. One thing that does really end up working out for them is that they continually have a chance in the game. They have at least one foot in the game because their economy has never really been threatened. And I don't think we've seen a single round from Ingentium yet where they were completely down to pistols. They've had at least a pistol thrown in there. Sorry, at least a rifle thrown in there.
Are you? Can you see what is going on right now?
All right. Oh, okay, we're good.
Yeah, you good? Right.
Yeah.
Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes Maddie.
That was just too good. That timing was just too good for you.
That timing was great. That was amazing. Thank you for that. Larson, you legend.
Trick T-Sport moving up to the B site. They don't really have too much waiting on the other end, and Kier getting the opener means that B site is all theirs for the taking. Do they stick around this time around? And Gentium, they've got many opportunities before to try and go for a retake, but Prism, with this initial kill being extracted, now I think they do have their eyebrows starting to scrunch up.
Oh, for us. But look at this, no flashes, only just a couple of smokes and an HE grenade. That will not really help out their endeavor with the push against Tricked. The crossfire setup is just 2 times strong, and Agentium know this again. Over and over again. History repeats itself. And Tricked, even though they drop low to a lot of early utility, a lot of early flames, it's just not enough to hold it down. And Iceberg wants a piece of this pie. Ooh, it's tasty. Ooh, he can smell it. He wants more. He doesn't just want Sydney. He wants a very juicy slice of Sydney. He takes down Prism as well, puts him down to his grave, and it's Tricked eSport to equalize the score.
Oh, that cannot feel good because they stepped out of that battle just because they wanted to save their weaponry. And this is the first round where UNGENTIUM have legitimately been down for the count. They've always had a couple rifles thrown in there, even when they didn't have too much money, but this time around, they only have one AK-47. And because of the players' unwillingness to be super aggressive or take a lot of initiative with getting openers, even on the CT side, I'm not too sure if that can work out. But one thing that's really been missing on my radar is that I would have really liked to see Matty with some initiative, right? He is the AWP player, and although he hasn't really gotten too much of a chance to exhibit his skills just yet, I think a change of pace from Matty being a little bit more dynamic could catch Tricked eSport off guard. Shot.
That's a good pick by Exus, the only AK of the team. Looking to pull that weight. Kier, though, may look to eliminate it. Exus, good side swing, and keeps his team alive. But this A site? Barren. No soul to inhibit this area. The utility flow from Tricked is just allowing them to move in.
Yeah, do they even want to go for this retake? Because this time around, it might actually be a reasonable idea to save your weaponry just because you want to have more buys in the last messages of the game. But they want to go for it. Groovy, first man to go in with an Eagle.
I mean, there's no reason why not to go for it. Ooh, Larson baited out to the open with the molly to his feet, but the spray down doesn't seem to be favorable. AK's found for most members of UNGENTIUM, and now Prime needs to hold on. Does he turn around in time? That is Quest to save his back, and he may even want to regress further. The bomb has been touched. It may not be defused just yet, as it's Prism to take down the remaining Trick players. It's an eco round to finally put UNGENTIUM again on the board.
Hey man, I think UNGENTIUM were way too focused on actually saving those weapons. The one time they don't, the one time they have nothing to work off of, that's when they break the streak. And now they've put themselves in a prime position to be up at halftime, as long as they can chain one more round together. Tricked eSport didn't really have a really good performance in the early stages of the half. They were going 5-1, but that's still a really nice little recovery. 7-6, as close a scoreline as it can be. Especially on the T side, I think Tricked are super comfortable with this. They're just playing for bonus rounds at this point. Look at how Prism wants to take control of ramp.
Ooh, okay. Prime peeks out, and that's the end of him. Larson somehow was able to scramble up a kill against Matty, and Iceberg moves slightly forward to be at the front of the no-man zone. Get himself another. So at this point, UNGENTIUM heavily damaged up. Gaps in the defense, and Tricked eSports may want to find their way in. Oh, onto the stairs as their first approach, but Grubby is there to greet them. Exus! Oh my word, the recovery! Kier somehow misses the mark, and now it's a 2-on-3. UNGENTIUM have recovered. They now have the numbers from a 4-against-3 to a 3-against-2.
Molotov allows Larson to be the first man to move in. X is still playing in very close contention, and Groovy, he's playing that off angle. They don't expect it, and Quez is all down to his lone. So 1 versus 3. First shot connected, and he's got to find 2 more. 35 seconds. Bomb reclaimed, but Groovy will claim his life too.
That first shot, by dropping down the ledge there, that was impressive, right? That is difficult to hit when you drop down on that verticality. Yeah, expecting the follow-up. Now that is grim. 8-6 so far. Now, UNGENTIUM guaranteeing they're ahead at halftime. And looking at the Pinnacle odds, Trick still seem favored for this series, but it's a very close mark. If you fancy those odds, you might want to head over to tab.tv/winter and also use the code winter22 for a bonus on sign-up. But overall, man, this is a closer game than I think we anticipated.
I think part of me went into this game thinking that Trick would have a much easier time. I don't know. I have to scratch that thought. Exus flashed out of his position. They want to be in hot pursuit. Exus fights back. Iceberg is good for the trade, but Quez on the other side will pincer them in. Groovy will fall. And this allows UNGENTIUM to be kicked out of the bomb site. Sydney wants to find a different avenue to approach from Larson missing the shot. UNGENTIUM, they have to go for this 3 versus 4 now. No backing out. No questions asked.
Oh, Tricked. Oh, Iceberg, look to your left, man. And he does. Oh, that was uncomfortable. Matty and Prism don't have time to recover. Even though Tricked Esport just woke up this round and chose speed. UNGENTIUM have been able to set up a blockade. Prime. Oh, he spotted out the movement. That is one, not the second. Matty, that was marvelous. No scope onto him. 2 to his name and 1 more to be found to the sideline. Molly will guarantee it. Quez with a swing, headshot onto Matty. Tricked, keep it close at halftime. 8-7.
Matty showed some really good signs of brilliance there. I think that was a round that could have very easily been picked up by Matty had some things aligned for him. And when you're a team that has an opera like that, when you've enabled him and he actually ends up capitalizing, even when he may not be in the position to, that feels really good. But heading over to the T side, the outlook is a little grim. The reason I say that is because now the AWP won't be available, and even if it is, enabling it on the T side is much more difficult than it is on the CT. Sorry, I've been clearing my throat like crazy. I don't know. I just feel under the weather. Just woke up.
Early morning. Although it's later than the day in Pakistan, isn't it? So
yeah, it's in the afternoon, but I just have a messed up sleep schedule.
Ah, for us. It's okay. Ooh, okay. There you go, Larson. Good shot onto Sydney. Pistol round, initiated. Kit wants a piece of this pie. Grubby, though, says no to that. Snatch it away from him. 3 on 4. The B site taken over. Good start for UNGENTIUM.
One thing that really scares me is Tricked potentially just snowballing UNGENTIUM if they get the pistol round. If they get the CT side opener, it's going to be very difficult for them to take this. Groovy, though, perfect flashbang for him to start things off. 2 kills being taken by him, last man standing. Quez good for 2, though, and he still wants those dualies to work. Only 1 man remaining, 4 points of health, tagged up. They both know where each other is, and it's all down to the 1 bullet, and Exus will connect.
Well, there you go. UNGENTIUM start. Well, it was Tricked to start things off well at the initial vestige of that round, but it's UNGENTIUM to find themselves the closer, guaranteeing them plenty full of weapons this particular round. 9-7, starting things off well on this half. That's what you want. Start that momentum very, very early. Tricked. I don't think they expected such a competition this early into the day, but this is the competition they're getting.
One of the win conditions that I would have outlined for UNGENTIUM from the get-go is that they had to win the piss around. And they have now. Oh, that is dangerous. Prism and Sydney, you can't do them like that.
No. That is criminal. I can see body parts all across ramp.
I love the awareness there. They realize that with that smoke, there's probably a lot waiting on the other side on ramp. And they're like, you know what? That's a $600 investment to secure the round. Why the hell not?
And the odds are closer than ever, right? 185 to 190, even getting closer right now. Scary stuff for Tricked. They may still be favored for the best of 3, but UNGENTIUM have a lead here. The first buy round of this half. Let's see how this one goes.
I want to see how differently Tricked Esport play their CT side compared to UNGENTIUM, because there's really not too much variation you can have on Vertigo, unfortunately. Prime playing it up close. waiting for them to pop out through the smoke, and as that smoke fades, Sydney will have the peeker's advantage. It seems like ENGENTIUM don't want to rush this at all. Iceberg wants to use his teammate to leverage a push onto ramp. ENGENTIUM already thwarted.
Finds a gap through the smoke and walks through it. Exus wants that next action to follow through to him, but Iceberg finds himself the corner. No, looks to look away from the flash, but at the end of the day, he's too busy to look away from his own opponent. Now Exus trying to bring things back against Kier, and ENGENTIUM have found equilibrium. 3-on-3 and stabilization perhaps to keep them in. Where's the gap though? That's what they're looking for next. Prime looking to spot the rest, but bomb first needs to be collected step by step. B seemingly to be fairly clear.
The problem for me personally is that Exus has very little HP, and he's sort of supposed to be the leverage that they have to be able to get onto the bomb site. When he does decide to pincer, it's very easy to turn around and kill him if he doesn't get the timing absolutely right. Now, ENGENTIUM, they're wasting quite a bit of time actually getting onto the site because they go for that boost. It allows for Quest to quickly reposition, and
oh, look at this Exus.
They don't have the time.
Oh, and Larson sees it. The missed timing, and as he said, they've run out of it. No time left. 7 seconds. Grubby, all you could do is run away at this point. ENGENTIUM just missed the mark.
What really surprises me is that they know they only have 20 seconds remaining and they still go for that boost. I think part of that comes down to them wanting to be a little cheeky and guarantee that duel, but it's such a big gamble to take. Instead of walking into his crosshairs, you risk just losing out to the timer. And that's probably a trade-off I wouldn't want to make.
Definitely didn't allow them for a plan B there.
Yeah, one thing that really worked out for ENGENTIUM on the CT side is that they continually had their hands on weaponry, but when you're playing the T side, that's the kind of privilege that won't be afforded. Tricked Esport, on the other hand, when they have that advantage and they have their AWP into play as well, I think the dynamic will heavily shift.
ENGENTIUM. Let's have a look how you approach this. Tricked Esports had a fairly difficult task to defeat you on the CT. But now, the ones looking to be proactive. Damage softened up. Iceberg gets first blood. Bomb revealed as well. Into the open. Molly to be dropped. Delaying. Oh, that corner is just deadly. And Iceberg doubles up. Exus may better find an opening on another side, but I think Larson will not fall victim to this. Well wary of what could come through from here. It's just the patience game. Kier also. No sound, given over. Anticipating the same angle, Larson's going to swing, and he finds a pre-fire against him, dropping one by one here. Tricked Esports trying to flick them off this map. Flick them off the building as well. It's quite a long way to fall.
Yeah, that can't feel good.
No, it can't.
It's funny how I started this round by saying that ENGENTIUM wouldn't have the chance to save weapons, and here we are. Apparently they want to play the T side the exact same way as they did the CT.
The thing is, right, I mean, they didn't really go for some over-aggressions, right? I think they tried to go for some early picks on different areas, and they didn't really have a double buddy system lined up for them, therefore there were no trades, and also it was kind of jiggle picking from Trick to get those kills. So I understand where you come from, really, but I guess the game plan from ENGENTIUM was, like you said, play quite passively, and it's very reminiscent of how they played the CT.
I think one thing that's immediately obvious is that ENGENTIUM don't really have a very deep strategic base when it comes to Vertigo. A lot of their approach has just been trying to play a little bit around ramp, having some attention on ramp, having some attention on B, trying to go for some mid-round calls based off of the kills they have, and it's very apparent that they don't have any set strategies that they can default to. Just a very slow style of gameplay, and that's partially also why you see ENGENTIUM constantly be in the position where they don't have much time left, because they can't quickly shift from strat to strat quick enough, because they're relying on mid-round calls. When you have that, time is of the essence, and you start missing out on seconds.
Softened up by an aid, but Prism may not only soften up Kit, he'll crack up his skull. That trade will come to a close though as Quez drops a smoke to reposition, spray down across and gets damaged up. UNGENTIUM holding on to this position, Bomb also approaching, Grubby. Maybe to find an angle, maybe to find a feet. It's a pre-fire, but Quez thought, am I visible here? Can they see me? A little bit paranoid.
I think he has a very good idea of how he wants to play around the smoke. That's a smoke that he himself has deployed, so he knows exactly how he can exploit it. Ruby and Sydney finding themselves a bit counted out here. They don't have any information. They're waiting for Quez to make a mistake, and that's a mistake that will hardly ever be found.
Boosterino.
Quez peeks out. Oh no, that body makes it so difficult. That cannot feel fair. The body blocked blocked the vision of Quez, and that's why he's able to react immediately. Groovy though takes advantage of the fact that Quez is softened up, but Larsson's got to find one more duel.
Yeah, Iceberg, he's got the line up there. He'll hold them back. Double digits on both ends. It's Trick Esports to find themselves at an equal position with UNGENTIUM. That was uncomfortable to bear witness to. UNGENTIUM had a good chance with use of that body, but it seems like now that Trick Esports have found some comfort, the odds are starting to move back into their favor.
If you're in UNGENTIUM right now, you definitely feel a little pressured, right? A lot of your game plan was coming around being able to save on the CT side. Pavlos, did you just drop your interface on the ground?
Did it sound like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, yeah.
Sorry, that just completely destroyed my train of thought.
Okay, drop my morning coffee. Everything's fine. Yeah.
You're just trying to contain yourself because there's boiling liquid in your lap right now.
Actually, it's not too bad. It didn't get spilled over. We're fine.
I think Ruby tried to go for a cheeky little boost or something of that sort, but he's lucky that he hit the wall instead of just falling out. Yeah, but UNGENTIUM has just been relying quite a lot on being able to save on the CT side and playing those defensive positions. But when it comes down to playing a map that you're not familiar with, oftentimes the CT side can feel comfortable just by virtue of knowing you have to hold down the angles. But you have to take initiative yourself. Timing becomes a lot more sensitive on the T side, and that's where you see them start to falter. They come down to the last few seconds time and time again. They're allowing Trick Esports to run amok, and honestly, we haven't really seen anything too special from UNGENTIUM.
It's about time we do. Last round, okay. You can say Deagle's all right, trying to do something weird, but this time around, mostly filled up with utility. How did they set Matty up? For a ramp push. But that's the wrong angle anticipated there. Ooh, did that connect? Was that a nade? Oh, that's juicy. Softened up marginally. Walking in towards ramp here, and Prime may be spotted with the incendiary himself, but they will not be checking it so far. It's a simple mow down. Bring in the grass mowers. Because Prime, he's the gardener.
The most unfortunate thing for UNGENTIUM there is that it's Groovy and Sydney that end up peeking out first, and they've been softened up already for that A1S to work. Now, Maddie wants to try to respond, but there's Larsson waiting on the other end. Exes and Prism, they've got to make a big play here. Exes has already creeped into middle, so he might have some leverage, but Kier, expecting it, does not allow him to transgress. Prism now, 1-on-3. He just wants to back off, and he's even disallowed from that particular privilege. I think ever since we started seeing Tricked on the CT side, things have been really one-sided. Yes, you have UNGENTIUM with the pistol round, they have the round after that, but anything they've managed to get has been off of the advantage. Tricked, when they themselves are in the captain's chairs, you bet your butt that they're going to be popping out some ab work.
Yeah, it's a long way to go here for UNGENTIUM, and we talked about it being a buy round, and we talked about how far Trick Esports could take this by winning it. Now, Considering UNGENTIUM had a sizable lead at the start of this half with those 2 rounds, but I think they're handing it all over right now. I mean, we'll be looking at a potential, well, nearly certain 13-10, 3 rounds. That's the first time we're kind of seeing Trick esport at that differential. Also, signs of rejuvenation. This is a lot more comfortable side of Trick. I feel it's not only UNGENTIUM not being as comfortable on the T side. I think it's Trick also being quite happy to hold down these angles, knowing setting themselves to their defaults. It's places they've been before, and they're happy to take them again.
I'm not really sure what I want to see from UNGENTIUM, to be perfectly honest. Maybe a bit of a faster style of play would end up working out for them, but any of their attention in that regard has been around ramp, and when they do that, Trick are really good at preemptively blocking it out because they use a lot of nades, a lot of utility to block out ramp, and I think one of the things that could be exploited from Trick Esport could be that mid control, because a lot of their attention has simply been, ooh, groovy, get out aim and opera like that.
Can I hear vroom vroom in the distance?
Absolutely.
Grabby's revving his engine. Trick Esport might want to fear right now, might want to shake in their boots. I think they'll do the exact opposite. You show us a Ferrari, will show a Lamborghini. Because Trick Esports have won this war.
Yeah, Groovy just turns up with his Ferrari, but he has to hand it over in a pink slip. He's like, nah, I'm good. Nothing you can do when you've got tractors on the other end to run you over.
Yeah. When you've got a tank. Yeah.
The only reason I say tractors is because you mentioned Lamborghini and it started off as a tractor company.
I actually didn't know that. That's actually really interesting. Yeah, you learn things every day. Every time these nades. Every time these nades, man. Good shot by Grubby. That's what you need. Entering like a beast. But can it be followed up this time?
I'm really liking how UNGENTIUM play this because they've sold the idea to Trick Esport that they're already down middle. With mid control being entirely given up, Trick Esport will be playing it super passively. And although I would have still liked to have like to have seen at least one player from UNGENTIUM waiting around middle to intercept rotations, this still makes it really difficult for Trick Esport to gather any information. And as long as UNGENTIUM can play quick enough, I do think they should be able to capitalize on this. Really needs to hit his shots here.
Okay, that caught me off guard. Oh, damn.
Were you sipping on water, Pavlos? Now's not the time for hydration because Trick Esport is out.
Oh, I was just taking a breath of air at that moment. Oh, Prism didn't let me do that. What a swing. What a recovery. I thought he wasn't going to be ready for that, but he connects. At the end of the day, though, the numbers are equal. UNGENTIUM need to find their way onto his site, but so far, they're going to face difficulty. They may be making the wrong decision here. Look at this. Oh, isolated though. Larssen holds on. What's the second? Somehow survives it, but he gets the no scope. Larssen, you absolute ninja.
You started choking on a glass of water and he ends up drowning the server? You can't do that, Larssen.
That is crazy, man. What a monster. And look at all the blue at the top of your screens, right? Trick haven't dropped a round since they've got the follow-up to the pistol.
Yeah, the only thing that really went wrong for them on the CT side was not winning the pistol. So if you're UNGENTIUM, you've really exhausted your strat book. It's really been more of the same time and time again. It's been a push-up ramp, it's been a little bit of aggression towards B, and there's only been one round where they've successfully taken mid. And I think a lot of that comes down to not being able to have a refrag policy. They don't have players playing the buddy system, especially if you look around middle. Xs has consistently been trying to take it all by his lonesome, and it simply doesn't end up working out.
Ooh, quick trade towards mid though. Iceberg gets it out down onto Exus, and now Trick Esport have more numbers to work with. They're pretty comfortable in this endeavor. They don't really need to take any more trades, albeit Iceberg and Larsen are fairly low. Against him, know the damage they've inflicted. That's the big question, and how do they follow through on it? Slowly creeping up towards ramp. Trick Esport could close it right now, right here. But can Agentium hold on? Prime, he hasn't been spotted, he hasn't been checked. No molly available for them to clear it. Prime can just hold on. Peekaboo, but Grubby is quicker. Down to 3-on-3, 40 seconds. Agentium easing closer. Quez as well learned crossfire setup. They're waiting for the backstab to come in. Here you go, Iceberg. He's just found the Titanic and is showing who's boss. Grubby, all that remains. The nade has done its job onto one. Bomb onto the site. 2 kills to his names. He wants the quadra. 15 seconds, no time. You can't go for this. Trick Esport. They're just going to hide away, and there's one on your back line. And he's wary of it. He needs to go for this trade. He needs to go for the quick kill. He's gotten it, but is there time to plant? I believe not. On to the 3rd second. He won't be getting it. And Trick Esport take down the map 16-10. It got dirty at the start, but they managed to close it out. Ladies and gents, we'll be seeing you back after a short break on Ingentium's map pick.
Welcome back, everybody, to Pinnacle Winter Series, the game where we have a team inspired by Weeaboo Origins. Tricked Esports versus UNGENTIUM, a team that should have honestly been called UNGENTIUM, but here we go, straight into the action.
Onto the side they go, of course. Tricked Esports having two-man stand-up right now, but quickly shaken down. Grubby putting them to their grave one after the other. It's a complete onslaught. You might as well make it a graveyard at this point. Prism also want to take charge in this endeavor, but it's Quest all by himself. That was quick for us. What can he do here?
I've got recommendations. There's a button right next to the 1 key. You press that, and then you type disconnect.
Yeah. Well,
and if you don't, they're gonna type kill for you.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. And UNGENTIUM, though, seem to be getting a lot of these pistols like they did on Vertigo. I believe they even got both of them, if I'm not mistaken. So they managed to follow it up with a third. Now, will that change their fate, though? This is their own map pick, after all. So they got to make this work, otherwise they're out.
Yeah, one thing that will really come to hurt them, though, is the fact that Tricks start on the CT side now. If Vertigo is anything to go off of, you know that Tricks have their protocols in order. And knowing that they dropped not a single round after the test round, there's a good reason why Tricked are going for the full eco. They want to have their hands on weaponry, and once they do, it's going to be a very different team to watch.
And after this...
Pretty clean throwaway round, though.
Yeah, I was about to say.
That is the only one that falls.
So it's the round where players get to stack up their stats, you know. It's always fun, you know. It's like a mini game. Who gets to have the better score?
Just a game of whack-a-mole, or whack the raccoon if we're talking about Trick, because it's their beautiful logo. It's a raccoon, right? Or is that a red panda? I can't tell.
Honestly, I have no clue. We should ask them.
Like if it looks like a raccoon.
It's probably a raccoon.
If it's as resilient as a raccoon,
it's a red raccoon.
It's probably
red
a raccoon.
ninja raccoon, some sort. Probably friends with Kung Fu Panda. Here's Prime onto the sideline, though. Very off distance. Grubby, he's so good with his entries. But it's Iceberg to end up shutting down X's. Sydney holding down mid. They line up for him. Ooh. How do you even do that? And now Iceberg ever so low in mid, looking to recover. Up shot connects onto Matty, but it's not enough as it's through the wall. Tricked Esports in a very difficult position. Bomb set onto the site. The call has been made. Back away. Forfeit this because UNGENTIUM, they're finding the follow-up to the second. They're getting a third round in, and there's nothing much Tricked can do about it.
Oh, I really like how Sydney played it. Sure, you get those 2 initial kills off the basis of just a lineup, and good aim, of course, but the fact that he sticks around on the top of middle without peeking at all leaves this looming thought in the heads of his opponents, which disallow them from going for the retake at all. They didn't go for it because they didn't have anything on Sydney. If they got that kill, they would have been able to isolate the players on A and perhaps even go for a 2-for-2 duel. But UNGENTIUM, really good start to the round. I'm a little surprised they end up winning that. Obviously, that does come down to Sydney's double kill. But other than that, I think Tricked had the setup down under lock and key. They managed to kill the players in Palace. All they had to do was take away the pincer setup over towards middle, and everything would have been over for UNGENTIUM. But really good start. Tricked Esports still have a little bit to work with.
2-player drop towards mid, damaged up. That's Larson with an AWP. Here an AWP, and it's quickly out of the equation. Matty doing some very quick maths here. So does Grubby. It's process of elimination, right? One by one they go. And Nexus to the side. He's waiting for it. Oh, it's intelligent, but not quite quick on the reaction timing. Trick actually make it expensive. Can a rifle be recovered by Quez, though? That's a big question. Iceberg is isolated. And the bomb may be collected. Good spray down. They wait for it. They wait for the reload as well. And that's where they make their move. Slowly making their way towards the B site as well. Matty has found its opening. Quez, though, there's that Sydney has to rotate around. He's heard the commotion. He's realized that the approach will come from under. But can you expect that swing? I don't think so. Matty takes care of it. But Iceberg has just found the bomb. Okay, this is turned around.
All right, Rookie, it's your time to shine. Matty, what are you going to do about it? No, Iceberg has the perfect timing and Tricked Esports. That's not a round they should have won. Nope. Iceberg is just an absolute madman.
4 kills this round, and they started this off with basically everybody having deagles, an AWP, and an AK somewhere. And that AWP dropped straight away.
Yeah, that AWP wasn't really put to use, and I'm a bit surprised that UNGENTIUM are going for a timeout this quick. I'm not really sure why. They haven't really lost too much of their lead just yet, but you know what? Preemptively taking that timeout, make sure the air is clear before you go for anything. Not a bad idea ever, but this time around, Maddie's going to have an AWP. Larson on the op as well. And one thing I do have to mention is that Maddie has been really good on the squad. Vertigo, it looked a little bit shaky, but that was mostly a problem for the entire squad, so I don't think I can single out Maddie and say that that was an individual problem at all. I think the entire team was just struggling to the point where the AWP couldn't be enabled. But now that they're on Mirage, I think a more puggy map, a map that all players are familiar with, that AWP should be shining. And if he's already gotten 7 kills on the on the T side, that's already way too much impact.
Nice ring will be gathered by Matty there. Seems like Larson is eager for something. Drops in a shot, falls back. Is that a head? Is that a head? I see. I can hear Matty's thought process right now. It's like, ooh, give it. Give it to me. No such trade will take place. UNGENTIUM lining their forces towards the A site. First smoke, thrown towards connector. Prime easing up towards triple box. Strict have got this heavily infiltrated, right? A lot of defensive lines here. UNGENTIUM only one piece of smoke remaining as well. It's not like they can really go for this default push. Has to be fairly dry, and that's the damaging part. That's the difficult part. Larson, can you get this shot? Preemptive in his trigger pushing. And now Prime holding through. They actually don't quite commit. That Molotov on both ends delay it substantially. Trick to just happen to hold it down.
They're throwing the good old fake.
The fake
they're
of the
stay
fake.
Away from, yes, they're going to stay far away from the bomb site just enough to make Trick Esports think that this could be a B play. And the rotation that started to come in, Prime, now he's going to do a lot of defending before his teammates can start to help him out.
Still has a smoke to hide away from. That's the important part. With UNGENTIUM starting to move in. 25 seconds and depleting. Prime gets shots, and it's the molly to end his life. Burnt to a crisp. Now Sydney, what can you do here? Even third-degree burns can stop that. Larson, good shot there. And now it's 4-on-4, 10 seconds. Bomb still to go down. Not enough space for it, but I think they've just created it. Taking down 2 players on quick succession. And it's 2 towards CT. Quez with the first. But how do they move in without any ute? And I think they've answered their own question. They can't, unless they find a pick here. Matty with the lineup. What do you do? Quez has to walk into it. This is more than tough for Tricked.
Yeah, this is not this is not a round that they're going for at all. The only reason Quez is here is because he wants to preemptively cast them if they try to rotate into CT to save their weaponry. But overall, it was such a good round from UNGENTIUM because you can see that they threw a very convincing push onto the A site. They actually committed a couple players to peek out just to be able to sell that idea even more. And once that happens, they don't even need any actual attention on the B site. They can just wait it out, allow Tricked Esports to play with their own heads, and ultimately, they get onto the site without too much of a hitch. In fact, if anything, those rotations from the CT side, they worked out flawlessly for the Ts.
To be fair, I underestimated the power of mollies there. They took out a lot of space towards the site. If you had someone hiding in it, that's one quick way to get rid of them. And yeah, okay, they didn't have many smokes for the post plant, but I guess they didn't need them. UNGENTIUM slowly into underpass right now. An approach we haven't really seen by them so far, and it seems that Trick may be wary of it. Larson in position. Is he scoped in time? The answer is no. Matty extinguishes him quickly. Iceberg wants to follow up. Short goes his way. Oh, this is a difficult position to hold. But he's patient and wants to throw in a nade for good measure. Quez actually pushes up himself from apartments, and May wants to go for more. Matty, up close. No way he finds it. That's the off angle, and that's the head. That's another, and he wants more. He wants to go in, but that is Prism. You don't know there's 2 players there? Well, you're going to have to pay for it. A 3-on-3 equilibrium across the board.
This has already been super chaotic, and now they've got the bomb. They've got to get the bomb back. and make a play happen. They already have one player onto A. Sydney playing on a position that he's super comfortable with. Mid is his domain. Iceberg falls, and now it's down to Kieran Prime to try to reclaim their space off of a 2 versus 3. Rotating into CT spawn, the audio cue's been given up, which will allow Exus to reposition himself and perhaps get the drop on one of these players here. He's not going to have an easy time getting into jungle. One player dropped off. Prime in a 1 versus 3, and they've got to come towards him because there's only 18 seconds remaining. Showing himself to the bomb carrier, Prism will be taken out by his name counterpart.
Oh, well, that was uncomfortable. That was really uncomfortable to watch, but what is really important about this is that UNGENTIUM have just taken down a big buy round from Trick. Economical recession once again, so we're looking at a potential 6th round here where Trick have only found their way in once. So we're going to be seeing some desperate attempt to find some damage here, some stack up from Trick, but overall, man, UNGENTIUM has started to come alive on the server, and they know that if they're going to win a map in this series, this is going to be it. And if they want to see a 3rd one, they want to see a decider to keep them alive and their hopes, they need to find their way in early from the T side. Here come the pistol shots. Nothing really will happen for them. Matty with 2, Prism as well. They're just going to hold them back. There's nothing Quest can do.
Other than take bullets to the face, apparently.
And the chest.
Yes. Now, I'm really happy about this for UNGENTIUM, to be honest. When we saw Vertigo, things looked super bleak. When they got on the T side, it looked incredibly dead as far as the strategy book is concerned, but Mirage is looking a lot better, and that's obviously something we did expect a little bit when it came to this matchup, because UNGENTIUM, of course, playing their own map pick, they would have a much better understanding of the T side, but honestly, I expected there to be a little bit more from Trick. Iceberg, he has to back off because there's nades chasing him around the map. UNGENTIUM, they go for a little nade stack towards the window, but then they start to go back, throwing out smokes. And if I'm in Trick Esports shoes right now, I have to be second-guessing because I have no idea where these players could go. Top connector smoke, though, has been inhibited by the fact that Iceberg's already pushed up with a smoke of his own to peek into underpass. UNGENTIUM, the general tendency of where they want to go is heading towards B. Left one entrance policy around Palace, maybe reel them in if rotations start to come in. Other than that, pretty slow style of play as the bomb starts to make its way towards B.
Whereas I don't think he spotted them there, and that's the difficult part, because he's actually approached very quickly. Smoke thrown. 40 seconds on the clock. And the decision shortly to be made here by UNGENTIUM. Trick the Esports. Perfect command and players in this close proximity. That's what you need on this B site. Slowly approach. Contact play, and this is where they walk in. Quez mollied up, but it's Kier to first show his ground. Quez drops in below. He's been heard, but what can UNGENTIUM do about this? They've left this too late. Their final solution is to walk in and take these fights, but take them they shall not, because Trick Esports snatched them off their feet. Sydney, all that remains on a wrong corner. Larson will read it, and Trick Esports find their way back in.
Oh, that's a little unfortunate for UNGENTIUM, but that was a bit of a haphazard play, to be perfectly honest. I mean, they tried to get into the bomb site last minute. They didn't have utility to clear any of the angles. Quez, especially with that Molotov audio cue, he should have been picked off early on. They didn't have any supportive utility to take him out either. Those weren't really hard duels for Trick at all. It seemed like UNGENTIUM were being funneled onto the site. And I think part of that could have been mitigated by having Sydney push up earlier, but it's simply something that wouldn't have been afforded. And Sydney, he wants to reclaim what he's lost in the previous round. Gets the first kill on towards middle, and Tricked, they're going to have their numbers isolated, polarized towards each bomb site.
They can work around mid here, right? No one's controlling it anymore. Very dangerous position to hold, even if they walk into Nest, but it seems they're taking this fight. Kit, he's been spotted, Exus knows, and that's the spray down against him. That's their entry. This is how they can move in now. Smoke away to conceal ticket booth, but it's very methodical. Larson, is he patient enough? Ooh. Grubby gets shot, but still through the wall. Somehow still stands on his 2 feet. Prime, the only defender of the site, pins it in as well as Spawn is also under control of the T's. Tricked Esports, they've been tricked. And my word, UNGENTIUM, they drop one round, but the next one is very decisive by them.
One thing that really scares me is that heading into the T side, Tricked Esport, if they're looking this shaky on the CT side, they're not going to have an easy time at all navigating around in the shoes of the terrorists. Tricked Esport, really good time for them to take a timeout. In fact, if it had come earlier, I would have totally understood then as well. But in the meantime, guys, make sure you're going ahead and checking out our partner over at tb.gg/skinbaron for all the details. The codes that you've been seeing popping up throughout the game, you can type that in onto Skinbaron and get a €2 discount off of your first purchase. I believe some of the codes we've seen on the stream have also been for €5, so that's about the equivalent of an aTTaX, which is a very cool skin, by the way.
What is your AWP skin, Braz?
It's called the Green Goblin.
I love that. I love that. A lot of utility thrown out here. Are we seeing some sort of a fake? Or are we leaving one player here to throw a bunch of utility and kind of keep Tricked occupied?
They've done this before, haven't they, UNGENTIUM? Lots of flashbangs and Molotovs going out, but this time around, they're not actually faking it. They have 2 players already exiting ramp. Prime will be the first defender. A Molotov keeps him at bay, and it's the kind of Molotov setup that has worked before. Iceberg gets a few shots through the smoke. Prime gets the first kill, and UNGENTIUM, they seem to have been stopped initially.
They have, even though they left a lot of smokes for Grubby to throw out for his team. Hasn't seemed to work out for them, dropping the first 2, and now they walk in. Another flash available for them, but they quickly run out of funds, quickly run out of solutions to give this round to themselves. Oh, good shot onto Prime. Somehow survives it. But no space. They feel very uncomfortable. Tricked Esports can just inhibit this discomfort by just holding their angles. Bomb will get planted. Smoke away, giving them space. Walk out, Prime jumps on top. That is damage. Iceberg as well. Little by little, they shut them down. One by one, they have to fall. Maddie will try and hold on, but not for too long, because Tricked Esports take over another round.
That timeout might just be paying dividends, Pavlos. That third round being secured, and UNGENTIUM looked incredibly weak in taking the A site. The communication from Tricked Esport was on point. This time around, Prime was not ready to get cooked up. He runs away from the Molotovs, allows Iceberg to take the brunt of the action, and that allows Tricked Esport just enough time to be able to call in reinforcements. And UNGENTIUM, they're playing with fire here because now they're down to that mark where they have about $1,000 in the pocket. $1,900 loss bonus doesn't allow them to buy up comfortably in the next round if they lose this one. And look at this little, this extra piece of the puzzle that Tricked Esport have introduced to the map. Is this extra AWP in the hands of Prime?
Gotta love a double AWP setup. And there's one ready to retrieve Prime. Jiggle peek. Did Prime spot him?
Ooh, I think Larson may have seen a shoulder. There it is. Ah, not wide enough. And he's going to be caught out. A Molotov.
He's got a
Just knocked him out of position. Prism wants to peek. Oh, no, that is too good.
That is
gets one with an AK and cooks up the other one. And Quez gets desperate. He wants to recover.
Oh, I mean, that flash from Grubby as well was the most beautiful thing about that, right? Because neither of the Tricked Esport players could have reacted and shot back. At least not accurately. And now UNGENTIUM have a clear advantage. Want to fight it towards mid. Kid desperately trying to find his way back in, but I'm afraid he's stopped in his tracks. Quez, so far, gatekeeper of the B site. But what UNGENTIUM are going for is the infiltration of the A site.
Sydney, time and time again, he's able to loom around middle and act as such a potent threat. Prime spots him, and yeah, that's it. Hang up your keyboards. Nothing you can do about this round. I think one piece of the puzzle that we haven't really talked about too much is Sydney. Yes, he doesn't have the most impact in terms of kills or whatever, but the amount of control he's granted UNGENTIUM on rounds that should have been unwinnable is incredible. He plays around middle, never lets them rotate. Time and time again, they try to sniff him out. But the amount of commitment the CT side has to offer just to be able to deal with Sydney is basically putting them out of the game.
This is quite a switch of pace from Vertigo, right? I mean, considering how difficult UNGENTIUM found it to kind of gain pace on the T side. Obviously, we're talking about two very different maps, but we're looking at a completely different team. And the Pinnacle odds still to pick Trick as a favorite. Winning that first map doesn't seem to change change the opinion of this outcome. But UNGENTIUM are definitely challenging them right now. Every time you kind of see Trick gaining a lead or trying to find their way back in, they're stopped in their tracks by a play just as marvelous as this.
UNGENTIUM, surprisingly enough, even though their plan has been working previously, they want to switch up their pace. Molotov out, they want to use utility to head on to the B site. No? Backing off? Not really being super committed here. I think part of that comes down to knowing that they've fallen here before.
Look
at
this.
Just, yeah, way too much space. Iceberg and Prime, there's no way they falter to this.
Oh, but they're waiting for
this duel.
Oh, they turned their attention towards it, and now Iceberg only trades it once with a lot of damage to follow suit from the other side. Prime can't quite follow up quick enough, although that has already hindered their performance, right? Where do you move into now, right? Because you know you've been blockaded towards apartments, you've given away that space, you don't have anyone that's pushed towards that direction. The only thing you know that you can kind of move into is mid.
Losing a player towards B, losing a player on the flank from Trick to eSport. Really good stuff from them individually. Now, UNGENTIUM have to make do with only 35 seconds. Maddie has no information. They've got to clear out 3 angles if they want to make it onto the B site. This is nearly a checkmate.
First need to check them though, and this is Kier denying it, evading it. And in Sydney, all of a sudden, is all that remains because Prism was also let down, put down. Kier? How do you evade fire like that, man? Okay, no way you survive a double-sided peak, and that means that Trick find their way once more. The past few rounds have been a back and forth.
I'm sorry, I'm still marveling at the fact that he avoided a nade on red HB, and I mean, the nade was right next to him.
He just stepped to the side and was like, nope.
Do guns on the ground inhibit nade damage at all? Because there was a gun flying after that.
That's a good question. I don't know.
I'm going to have to look into it. Because I think, I remember back in the old days, Inferno's banana nades were really bugged because some of the steps, oh, that's the thought. Larson, you've got to take that first duel. Iceberg's playing so close and he gets one.
Just like that, Sydney falls off. Prime continues with that aggression and the bomb falls to his feet. Damaged up, Grubby. That will definitely hinder his confidence. A 4-on-3 with UNGENTIUM's game plan kind of telegraphed right now. Prime calling for reinforcements. Let's hold down ramp together. Smoke dropped by also. And he also aggresses further. Ooh, Exus. Now that's a good peek if I've ever seen one. And takes down an AWP on that long range. Incendiary definitely on both sides. Will stop them further.
The biggest problem here is simply just the fact that Groovy and Prism don't have HB. And they've got to recover the bomb. How does Exus even allow them to do that? He's rotated all the way over. He wants to be the first one to take a duel on ramp because he knows he's the only one healthy enough to be able to fight that and still survive.
Taking the fight in Palace. Prime walking past his opponent.
Oh no, this could actually be super problematic because it allows Prism to go past. Prism's gone past and they have no idea. But Prime, he could be in an excellent position to intercept them because he's got the audio. He hears them throwing the flashbangs and the teams are going to be so mad that their teammate let one slip past.
But the same could be said about the other side, right? How do you expect Palace to be taken over? They just called it. It was clear. And it's taken a while for Prime to push through, and this could give an opportunity for UNGENTIUM to kind of get onto the site, and that they have. Smoke handed over. Someone in Palace, and they think that is still clear, remind you. Prime taking down Grubby, goes for another spray down. Exodus finds it though, it's a 2-on-2. How do you approach this? Exodus now onto the sideline, takes down Kier, it's all down to Quez. AWP at hand. Smoke to close out one area. But there's a few more to clear out. UNGENTIUM somehow find control in this round, which seemingly at first seemed lost, but no, they recover it. And Prism takes down the final kill. UNGENTIUM at 9, Tricked at 4.
I'm not even sure how Exodus is able to take control of that once again, because I thought that round was a done deal after they got Sydney, because when Sydney's down, you've got mid control. With mid control, you've got information, you have the numbers advantage. Just that one player pushing through Palace with absolutely zero information, I think that comes back to bite them. Because other than that, they had a pretty linear approach. They could have had a pretty linear approach to defending the bomb. Just have all of your players dedicated there. Groovy and Prism, super low. You have to hit them with one bullet apiece, and it's all over. But instead, in UNGENTIUM, they have the stars aligned for them. Or the players in this case. Ends up working out. And if you're in Trick's shoes, you've got to be feeling very pressured, very confused. You're not sure what's going on. You're on the CT side of one of the most probably the most played map in the game. I think they definitely came into this game thinking of themselves as the favorites to win, and that's probably true for the general audience as well. And UNGENTIUM showing such promise is really keeping the game on its toes.
CZ doing its work, but punished right after.
I like how Prime jumped there at the end, and it was his corpse that jumped out of the fire.
He was dead while he was just floating in the air. It was already too late. Just like a ragdoll. Sydney, though, that's a really sneaky position to hold. That nade can also do a lot of damage. Iceberg putting that deagle to the test, and now Sydney has to fall. Matty now with the AWP, but it seems like some damage can be inflicted. Prism will hold down Mouse 1. Move that mouse a little bit lower as well to account for the spray, and everybody from Tricked has just died.
Pavlos.
Yeah, I know my stuff, man. Coaching right there, you know. Spray control. Do you guys know where that is?
I would never. Wait,
you just want that.
I've just been shooting in their general direction.
Really?
Wait, you guys have 30 bullets? All right, down the middle they go with UNGENTIUM. Got a little bit of control, and Trick don't really want to play it up close. The one man that dares has been taken off the server. Here, no longer to be found, and Groovy's in such a good position. The verticality, if it makes it such a difficult duel. Iceberg now. He's got to defend the A site from these approaching connector players.
Oh, really difficult position all across, though. Iceberg needs to hold out one of these angles, and it seems like he's taking this push to himself. Oh, he's here at the movement. Exodus turns around, and he's ready for it. 3-on-3, recovered by Iceberg. That double kill was exactly what he wanted. Now, can he hold it down from connector? The answer is no. Sydney shuts him down, and now they can move on towards the A site. Prism having full control over mid, but short control is down to Quez. Still, trading out equally means that it's a 2-on-2 for this post punt. UNGENTIUM will get it down, but Tricked Esports have a little bit more left in them. How do they take this fight? Similar position on both ends. Connector. Sydney firebox as well as Matty on ramp. Nade only takes off a slither of Sydney, already quite low down to 30. Matty, very strong position. That up can do a lot, but both miss the mark. Sydney spotted, Matty getting it once. How can Quest deliver against two? Jump on top doing damage, and that's the kill. Can just touch the bomb, but Matty finds a coup de grace. UNGENTIUM 11-4, a very strong half performance by them.
I don't think anybody watching the game would have come into this game expecting UNGENTIUM to be up 11-4 against Tricked. The crowd favorite struggling at the moment, and after the Vertigo CT side, The fact that he's the rookie on the squad and he's just balling out like a madman, and he was on the T side, so his op wasn't even enabled, that is crazy stuff. And just knowing that Matty had such a good performance on the T side, I already know that this game has to go to 3 maps. There's no way you get away with you drop an 11-4 lead when your AWP is activated, and he's just got the chance to start on the CT side.
Quick A start here from Tricked. Can they take control of the tempo, bring them back in, because UNGENTIUM have shown what they're made of, at least on the T side. Can they just perform similarly on the CT? The answer so far has been yes. We've seen dualies come out, but they haven't seen a kill by them yet, and that's what I'm waiting to see. Can Exus do it? So far, find their way back in the numbers, and they've overwhelmed the site. Larson peeks out, but it needs reinforcements in quickly. Very fast. Exus shuts down Larson. Quez comes in as well. Iceberg looking for the shots, but there's one man defusing.
Oh.
Iceberg takes the lot. How do you shut them down if you're a mere Iceberg? Well, you just pop out on multiple occasions and take everybody down, sink those ships. Grubby, all that remains, but there's nothing you can do. Trick, take the pistol.
One thing that would have guaranteed UNGENTIUM's win would have been that pistol. They get those first couple of rounds, they have an AWP in the hands of Matty. It's all a matter of getting 2 to 3 decent gun rounds, and you've got a win in the bag. You're on your way to the final map of the best of 3. But Tricked Esports, they already want to have a conversation about this. One thing I do have to mention, though, is that Tricked Esports is often the type of team that has a lot of strategic depth when it comes to the terrorist side as well. So they're still not a team that can be counted out. Yo, shooting gallery coming their way. Lots of raccoons to hunt down.
Seems like they've hunted themselves also.
Yeah, it's actually the raccoons this time around that are... Oh, I have such a good joke to make here, man.
Go for it.
You know, the trademark of raccoons is digging through the trash. Like, you know where I'm going with this, but I'm trying to be super nice to the teams.
Yeah, I think you need to continue being nice to the teams, because I think they took the other side of what makes a raccoon, right? You know, a raccoon is kind of cheeky, steals things, they're tricked, you know, being menaces. I think that's the whole idea, the whole premise behind Tricked Esports. But Exus single-handedly takes them down. That is ugly, but Prime takes care of it. How does Larson fall? That's a nade that just kills him. That's incredible. Sydney as well.
Sorry,
very anticlimactic round. What on earth was that?
That was a gun round? Question mark.
That was something.
Yeah, unfortunately, the raccoons over at Trick, they're just gonna have to dig through scraps when it comes to picking up rounds. They only got an eco there, and honestly, I don't really blame them too much for this round, because it comes down to Exus getting an incredible triple lineup. He gets 2 and he gets damage on the third one as well. It's just not really something you can account for if you're a squad. Tricked. Allowing their resources to be spread thin all across the map, allowing for individuals to go for duels that they're comfortable. Oh, nice shot from Iceberg. Really good flick to allow him to open up the bomb site, but there's still 2 players waiting on the other end of the A site.
Iceberg's back is starting to ache, I think. A lot of carrying is involved. But yeah, you need to work back into this, because UNGENTIUM have found quite a spree. Standard flash over the wall. Get them going, Grubby. He sees them. He's called for rotations. Quickly, Exus has to fall. No time to get cover. Grubby can't win the trade against Larson, and that's how you hold down the rotations. Prime showing a play out of UNGENTIUM's playbook. The site is theirs. No casualties either. That's what Trick needed.
Have every single member alive and break down the economy of UNGENTIUM. It's not really the full recipe just yet, but they're starting to figure out some of the ingredients. I think some of the impact that UNGENTIUM had over towards the T side came off of Sydney just being an absolute madman. And obviously Matty as well, just being an excellent fragger. And if those 2 pieces can't activate now, there's still a very reasonable shot for Trick to have an avenue back into this game. I think another thing we didn't really put too much light on was the fact that Prism was balling out of control when it came to finding individual kills. There were a couple rounds towards the CT side for Tricked where they had a double AWP setup. They tried to navigate around underpass, but just really good flashbangs from the UNGENTIUM squad, and solid aim from Prism meant that there's nothing that Tricked could do. 5-round deficit. Tricked. I don't think this is as uphill of a battle as it might have looked like at the end of the first half.
We've been doing pretty good with pauses so far, and I think it's the first tech pause of the day. It's got to happen at some point, right? Got to happen at some point. Quite an interesting game regarding the fact that Tricked Esport have quite a way to go. But definitely now that they shut down the economy, this is feasible. This is very feasible.
I'm trying to carve out a roadmap of how I see this comeback, and I think the roadmap would have looked a lot cleaner if UNGENTIUM didn't have Maddie and Sydney on around $3,000, because that would have effectively taken out the AWP for yet another round. But because that's not the case, Tricked Esport are immediately going to have to fight against an AWP to be able to secure that 9th round.
Huh.
It shouldn't be too difficult of a round to get past. I mean, there's only Desert Eagles and a P250 and a 5.7, right?
Right. Apparently the reason for the tech pause was Krobby spilling water on his desk. Mm-hmm. So hopefully that's all cleaned up now. It doesn't matter. It doesn't seem to pay a difference in this round because we're looking at a rifle versus pistol idea. Goliath versus Evid. So
honestly, don't understand how so many players spill something on their keyboard or mouse mat, because
I mean, haven't you?
I'm super anxious about these things, and I've only done it the first or the second time. So I would guess that by now, if you have thousands of hours of pro play, you've done it enough to know not to have liquids on your desk when you're in a pro match. I'm also super paranoid because I have like a lot of.
Don't you want to stay hydrated though?
No.
No.
I'm willing to cast like a dried out sponge.
That does not sound healthy.
You know that one still of SpongeBob where he looks completely dried out?
Yes.
Everybody knows what I'm talking about. Every single person has seen that one frame. Yeah, that's me when I'm casting. You've got a nice little visual to go with the voice now.
Oh no. Oh no. And put some like curly brown hair on top of SpongeBob as well. Well, here we go. Buy round coming in. Tricked Esports have made quick work of the previous, but this is where the essence of this game is decided. Prism haven't quite shown his position. It may be good. The flash comes in time, though. Somehow saves the second player, but not for too long. Against him getting the most of that, but Lawson trying to bring things back. A 1-on-3, but not for too long. Matty puts him down. And my word, that was quick. UNGENTIUM shut them in their tracks.
I'm not even sure how UNGENTIUM don't lose Prism there, because he missed his initial shots. He was flashed out of his minds. Nobody was precarious enough to check underpass. They didn't have a Molotov available either. I'm not sure what went wrong for Tricked there. It just seems like a good old case of miscommunication. And even if they weren't focusing on Prism, I would expect them to have double focus on Maddie in that case, and they weren't able to take him out. So just a lot of things going wrong for Tricked at once. Maddie ended the first half with 17 kills. This is where he's gotten an AWP in his hands. And he's already added 2. I don't think Maddie will particularly get much of a chance to rack up the kills, because if he does have a good performance, the game will just end quicker. And that's the one thing we're looking forward to. For Maddie to prove himself.
Yeah, a lot of teams at this caliber as well have an issue with closing out games, right? When pressure hits the fan, it's often where we see a lot of overtimes come in also, because they have difficulties in kind of shutting things out. And I think UNGENTIUM kind of know of this, so this is one of the reasons why this timeout comes in. Have a clear game plan about how you want to approach it, maybe calm down those nerves. get that pep talk in, because it's really important at this point if you want to see Inferno. If you want to see playoffs.
3 rounds away from the finish line and 5 rounds away from giving up the lead with the economy advantage and the CT side advantage as well. Might not seem like something to take a timeout for, but they're being extra careful. Matty, really good movement to get himself up to short, much faster than usual. In the meantime, though, we've got Grubby pushing up into B apartments. Is that something they spot out? Trick Esport playing it super slow. They have no idea that a player's been pushed up close. Because of their positionings, they're not going to have to worry about it just yet. Nade, only chipping a bit of damage off of Iceberg. Sydney walking... Oh, for a second there, my brain registered him as a terrorist.
I knew that happened. I was so certain you were thinking that he was walking into connector like that.
Yeah, because I thought Iceberg had already made his way up from underpass, but
does Sydney expect another player though? That's the big question. Sprays towards mid, completely flashed over, needs assistance, and that is Larson and Quest taking them down. Instantly, mid is under the control of Tricked. Only a player towards short to hold it down, and the long angle from Prism into the A site. It's up to Trick to kind of regroup their efforts. And Connector seems to be a simple way to do that. There you go, Matty on rotation, caught off guard. And now little by little, Trick gained a lot of space. Grubby though, surely he's been hurt, right? Larson, he knows of this. Yeah, pulls MOUZ 1, Prism. Onto the site, nade, maybe to find some damage. Nothing. 15 seconds. If you interrupt the plant here, there's still potential, but there's someone holding down the line, and he won't be too inaccurate. At least, well, it looks like he is. Twice in a row, not quite connecting. But yeah, there's nothing Prism can do. He realizes this. Prime, wary of that angle. Prism shuts him out, but no, it's still Trick to get the round, and that's the important part for them.
I'm still not keen on all the damage that's been delivered to Trig because they want to save their money as well. They never want to be in the position as the terrorist side where they're playing the last few rounds of the second half with no money in the bank. But the one thing that does work for Trig right now is that UNGENTIUM don't have too much money available for themselves. The only thing they do have is this AWP on Prism that will inevitably be passed on over to Matty. This does give them a pretty significant win condition. You can pair that up with an M4. You can pair that up with a few pistols, and it's actually a very reasonable shot at interrupting Trick's stream of rounds. I want to see where this goes. How do they position themselves? 3-2 setup. 3 players already situated towards the A site. This time around, they're not going for early connector control, and that obviously comes down to the fact that they don't have a weapon available that can actually proactively take that control. Instead, they're gambling on Matty, sneaking up apartments, and if he can get that initial kill, it could isolate the duels nicely enough that they get the early numbers advantage.
Matty, good hold. Oh no, tries to juggle his attention, but Larson expects it. And there you go, Trick find entry. 1 out of the 2 rifles gone. Sydney with a mere P250. What can you do?
He only needs to find 1 bullet though on Kier if he does want to get that frag. And because he's playing inside the smoke, he should be able to get the drop on Kier.
Yeah, he does. That's him out of the equation. Prime, headshot found onto him. Now this is damaging. All of a sudden, Trick could be damaged further. Larson, though, won't miss that shot. Damaged extensively, and now will pull the pistol to finish off what he started. That he will do. Sydney somehow still alive. I have no idea how he can stand for so long up against so many rifles, but he ends up dying. Trick eSports get himself double digits. They've closed down that difference.
It's not even like he was tucked away somewhere. He was in the middle of the bomb site taking the fight head on. Just built different, if anything. And now you see UNGENTIUM in a position where they've got weapons, they've got everything they'd need, but they're missing that one little ingredient that would have excelled their performance beyond anything. It's that AWP. Instead, you've got Prism on an MP9. And that lackluster weaponry could actually come back to bite them. Because UNGENTIUM, they went for a haphazard buy in the previous round. It disallowed them from building up a significant economy that translates over into this round. Trick eSport, if they play their cards right, they can very easily exhaust any utility that UNGENTIUM have available. And it seems like the current style of play they have is going to do exactly that. This minimalist approach to getting attention on sites, that's drawing out utility.
Sydney, oh, they've already crossed forwards though. Can you find cover in time? Well, you don't need to when you've got assistance of Exus in top mid. And he may even want to go for another. And that he does. And Gentium seizing control back. And now this is becoming troubling for Trick. Sydney catching off guard. Oh. Kid Lightning, quick reaction timing. Prism though, has to use the smokes to keep himself alive. Run away from those flames. Gentium looking to take back control of this A site. Really not allow Trick to get in, but man, the whole game plan with Trick was telegraphed this time around because wherever they went, they were greeted by bullets. It's exactly what happens with Larson. And Kit, 22 points of health and a dream. A simple dream for a simple man. Just to save that AK, really.
Yeah, it's like one of those dreams where you get a nightmare about your teeth falling out because you don't feel like you're in control of your life, because he is definitely not in control of this round.
That was oddly specific for us, and I'll
haunts me in my dreams.
Yeah, okay. I'll talk to you later, man. Let's see. I'll try and give you a hug. It's okay. Everything will be fine.
Mm-hmm. I just need to check up with the producer on whether or not therapy is covered here.
14-10 against him. Ever so close to just closing this out. Trick Esport into that quicker than later. Ooh, Sydney finds the gap there. Nade as well, Iceberg. Close by, so is Prime. Trick, they want this kill. Prime finds it. That's the head. Exus wants to trade it back, though, and he's successful in doing so. Matty on the sidelines. Exus wants to regress. Trick need this kill. Kier will try to hold his ground, but he will not. Prime on top, though. Hold supreme of the heavens. The bomb is left to the other side, though. And this means that Trick need to make a decision. Do they commit to the A side, which has just been cleared, and Agentium is quickly turning their attention to, or do they wrap around? The answer seems to lie with the former.
It really comes down to how Prime plays with this position, right? He's got full information on jungle, and Groovy hasn't been spotted yet, so if Quez goes for a simple plan, why would he do that? That is very negligent of the fact that Prime had such a good position to clear out CT. Now, having the audio cue, he peeks out.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm not even sure why he would go for that. Why not just go for something safer? Have your teammate help you out in that instance. But still Prime available. 1 versus 2. Sees the head, and the head will shoot back. And when you see something like that, it's there's just a lot of question marks all around the server, right? There's no way there's no miscommunication going on, because Tricked would not let that fly any other day.
That is really unfortunate. Just more mistakes like that will cost you the entire map. It's gonna have to be Tech 9s, otherwise against him, this is the game. We'll be seeing Inferno.
You have to keep in mind that all that, yeah, it's just Maddie's firing range.
Very fast paced here with Tech 9s. What can they do? Can they hold down the line? Can they try and stay in this game? I'm afraid the answer is very negative. Quez will fall victim to the onslaught of Agentium. Lined up one after the other, they have to leave the server because it's Inferno they're heading into next. And Agentium have taken a bounty back. See you right after this. Welcome back to the third map of this series. We're 1-1, Trick eSport versus UNGENTIUM. The comeback could be real, and it's Inferno where everything will be decided. One of these two teams will either qualify to the playoffs, and the other will be knocked out from the entire tournament. They've come a long way, two very different stories, the Danes versus the Poles. My name is Exploria, and I'm joined by Walderi for this action, as the two teams stand in line until the first team reacts first. Who's going to do it? For us, who's going to do it?
Who's gonna be the one to blow the horn? Oh,
Grabby's moving. Oh, baited.
Oh, yeah.
They're not falling for it. Oh, who's
gonna bait each other out, looking into each other's eyes. Oh, there's now more movement. The ants start to move.
Oh,
and there it is.
Who's gonna get it though? Okay. All right. Okay. Trick eSports get to decide which side they will start upon. I believe they'll go for CT. Seems more logical. The way they've been playing. Yeah, no, for us, this is the final map of this series and the one to decide it all. And how would you feel about it after we've seen the first two?
UNGENTIUM looked a lot better than I expected them to. I was talking about this a little bit in the pregame where I talked about how I really wanted to see Maddie's storyline progress, knowing that it's his rookie year. But they've delivered beyond what I expected. To beat out Tricked on a map like Mirage, there's definitely a lot of potential in the squad, and I think their mettle is really going to be tested now because they're starting on a disadvantageous side. Tricked have opted to pick the CT side up because they ended up winning the pistol round. And it's anybody's game based on what we've seen.
Pistol round to get us started. Trick eSport do, after all, choose CT side. Nexus, first to lead this charge. First lineup. Crossfire setup all across Trick. This is a stack towards the A side and might be the best decision they've made. Smoke on the first end and they start to push through. Larson out, caught off guard, and that is aTTaX doing the wonder work. Exus taking two down out of the bat and Prime into the open will be shut down himself. A site taken over as the two rotation players have already come in. Quez, Iceberg close by have made some commotion, have made some noise. But how far can they take it, really? A 2v4 will be difficult endeavor. First things first, they have to face up against Sydney. No way he is. It's distracting them for a long time and allows the rest to come in. Still, Iceberg shuts Sydney down. It's still a 2-on-3. Doable. A really tough endeavor. One by one, knowing exactly where they're coming from. Flash will be perfect. Quez tries to bounce back to his name, but there's a backstabber in play. Smoke onto the sides. Will he go for the defuse? No, he wants to go for the kill. That got close. But it's UNGENTIUM to run away with a win nonetheless.
I'm super surprised that Tricked even made it that far after UNGENTIUM had full control of the bomb site. Especially with how long it took them to take care of Sydney, playing around middle, even delaying them with a flashbang there. Just keeping them on their tippy toes. Tricked, however, I'm not sure if there's a single... Have Tricked won a single pistol round yet? Yeah, they won the second pistol round of the second map.
Yeah, Mirage.
Yeah, but other than that, it's just been all UNGENTIUM. So 4 out of 5 pistol rounds have been won by UNGENTIUM. They seem to have something about themselves that makes them really good on those hand cannons. Meantime, Trick eSport, buy up a scout rifle on Larson. A couple deagles here and there. Kevlar to boot as well. Super attentive towards the A side initially, but now they're going to send a rotation over because they haven't heard too much big commotion. One smoke signifies that it could be a fake, but it's going to keep them guessing because UNGENTIUM do want to double down on this.
There's waiting for that swing, spotting out the movement, and there you go. Quick numbers falling to their place. Trick eSport, some sort of a stack up. One onto the pallet, one right beneath it. Not budging, waiting. I mean, Iceberg is here. He knows if someone will approach towards Banana, he'll call it, and the rotations will come in. Extra shows his ground, which will allow Trick eSports to second guess themselves. But the fact that they remain still could be a good call. Matty slowly moving in. Swing could come through. They hear the commotion. Spray down across, but it seems they win the first one. Do they stay strong? No. They actually swing past. Can they find the trade? The spray down holds true for Sydney. The A site is under control of Ingentium.
That's for the price of 2, however. Exus and Maddie, they've dropped their weapons. Those are unnecessary rebuys in the next round. Especially knowing that Tricked Esport, they themselves don't have any money. This next round could have worked really well for them. 2 shots on the way out, but no AKs will be recovered. Tricked Esport, they fall in Ingentium. They less than gracefully qualify to the 3rd round.
Ingentium seem favored right now from the Pinnacle odds. And if you guys fancy those odds, if you still think that Tricked has a chance and want to get a good gain on that, you should head over to tb.gg/winter, and you could also insert the code winter22, which you gain a nice little bonus upon sign up, and yeah, it can get into this action quicker. But yeah, the tides have changed. I don't think any of us really expected Ingentium to come in with such promise.
That's 3 nades being deployed with 0 damage. Make that 4. Okay, Iceberg has an extra nade. Yeah, that finally does damage. Ingentium, of course, they do expect to win this round nice and easy, but I really want to see where the trajectory of this game ends up going, because now we know that Ingentium can play on the CT side, right? We've seen their Vertigo, we've seen their Mirage. Sure, they had some trouble closing it out on Vertigo when they were on the T side, simply because they didn't really have too deep of a strategic book. With how they've shown us individual promise so far, I do expect them to take this a distance, even if they don't win it out.
Passing onto the side here. There's Iceberg. Good shots coming through from him. Ingentium will hold strong. Shouldn't be too difficult, right? It's just they're collecting them as if they were chasing chickens on Inferno, so not too tough of a task.
Speaking of chickens,
yes.
Pavlos, did you know that based on the color of the chicken, it makes a slightly different sound?
I haven't noticed that, actually. Could be right.
Ah, I understand the confusion. You don't have an Extrafy headset, do you?
Oh, that would make sense.
Exactly. To hear those tiny little frequencies, to hear the tiny little differences in between the chickens, you gotta go get yourself an Extrafy headset. Winter10 is the code to use for a discount across all the products over at Extrafy, so go ahead and check them out.
Should probably go and get one.
Joke. This is a joke. I promise you cannot hear the differences between chickens. Please do not sue Extrafy if you do happen to find no difference.
Oh, good one. But yeah, for real. Good stuff over there. Good peripherals, overall high quality. What's also high quality is Ingentium's lead already, right? 3-0. Obviously, this is where the buy round will come in and where the pace can be dictated. But overall, it seems like Tricked Esports have got their wind out of their lungs blown out of them.
Ooh, that was a grim sight to visualize.
Oh, those nades!
Oh, that can't be normal. Ingentium already down to limping, and they still have a nade in the form of Larson carrying it. But Ingentium want to take this B side by storm. They know they don't really have too much HP, so constantly changing your route of aggression will be a difficult prospect. But based on the position of their bomb, they do want to end up going to the B site. 2 players waiting on the other end for them. Prime should be the first piece of contact. Iceberg also has the opportunity to peek out if he does choose to do so. But it's mostly just going to be Prime's responsibility to have a smoke available to make this a much more difficult push. In the meantime, the rest of the players on Tricked Esports, they are counting on this being some kind of fake, even if it does come through. So they will not be budging.
First flash thrown in towards the A site, and now the response from Tricked is to stick to their positions. He even nestles himself deeper towards the A site, meaning that the rotation towards the B site will be a lot slower. Smokes thrown in, mollies as well. But still, the 2 defenders of the site haven't yet been damaged. Iceberg has to move out into the open. It's only a trade. Ingentium, they're solo, 15 seconds. They have to cross through. The nade will follow out. Oh, every single one of these players can barely survive through this. Tricked have to go for this one, right? Larson can't do much with the AWP. Do they really hold back? Do they know how low they've damaged them up? They don't, right?
I have no idea.
Because most of the damage has come through from nades, right? So you don't really have an indicative sort of know-how that you've damaged someone out by shooting at them. So they back away from this, and the opportunity is lost. UNGENTIUM will be running away with a fourth.
The worst thing about that entire ordeal is that they end up giving the bomb to Gruby, who has the most HP. He's the only player that can actually survive the nade. He takes full damage. He takes nearly 60 damage from the nade, but he doesn't end up dying. UNGENTIUM, they continue to power through. There are a couple tendencies I've noticed in UNGENTIUM's gameplay, and it's that stylistically, they play a very traditional way of approaching the T side. I don't think I've seen many teams that still have a very dedicated lurking spot. Although you may have some set strategies where you have a lurker available, it seems like all across the board, UNGENTIUM always dedicates Sydney to playing that lurk spot. So we've seen that happen on Vertigo, we've seen that happen doubly so on Mirage when he consistently played middle, and now we're seeing it happen yet again on the T side, where Sydney's trying to carve out duels towards the opposite side.
That's a very aggressive push here from Larssen. Oh, barely walks out. That could have been a chance for him to run away with a kill, but actually goes the passive route and more up to end up in a different direction. Exus takes some damage. Not quite sure if that was through a nade or a spraying of one of the players in Banana, but other than that, it's important damage to be done. Prism also down to 2. So bizarre. If they don't get punished this time around, I swear that they've got some sort of Achilles heel that is covered, impenetrable, with titanium steel and Kevlar. You can shoot wherever you want on their body, but you just cannot kill them if you don't hit that spot. Okay, Prism finally dies. But what do they make of this split push on either end? Larssen will be holding them off because, quite simply, they don't commit to that push. Bomb collected, slowly moving their efforts towards this A site.
.43 seconds on the clock. They've got to make a move now, and when they do decide to end up stepping onto A, you're going to have to deal with 3 different players and 3 angles waiting for them. Kier has a flashbang primed. Larssen looking to get proactive with this AWP.
Still holding this angle though. Flash is perfect. Larssen has to move away from it and can't recover in time. 4 on 4. And Kier, you can see him troubled. Where does he hold? Who will he have to fend off against first? The answer is Sydney, but he can't quite deal with him. The site instantly is theirs. Quickly taken over the 2 players holding down that A site. That was clean.
How do they manage to enter the site at the very last minute and get all 3 kills? Tricked Esport, especially with one of their players being super passive in pit, I thought that was a done deal. I didn't expect that to be an opportunity for UNGENTIUM at all, but Tricked, once again, they're sitting on nil. How does this continue to fall in the hands of UNGENTIUM? Previously, we saw that there was so much nade damage, and UNGENTIUM still made it to the B site, which is categorically one of the most difficult bullet spaces to get through. Now, they've done it again on A.
Over and over again. UNGENTIUM start to be favored. It's crazy how comfortable they are in this. A playstyle very reminiscent to what we've seen at the top levels of CIS, right? And Trick don't really have an answer to it.
I want to see if Trick make an adjustment at all. And partially one thing that's been missing from their gameplay is banana aggression, and this time around they are going to do it. But even then, it's not like they've dedicated 3 players to make that happen. Lots of mollies, lots of nades, and they want to push on forward. Prime, that's exactly what they were hoping for, and Extus will fall. Switching over to the AK, Prime wants to back off. They've applied ample pressure, and now it's on UNGENTIUM to make the first move. Molotov to clear out Larssen from his position. 3 players getting ready to checkmate short, but they've left arches open. Larssen now rotating over. He's flashed out. It's a great flashbang to start things off, and now Arch is taken over.
Equal numbers all across the board, but they have taken over Arch, as you said. Grubby will take care of Prime into Library, and all of a sudden, they've cleared out the entire middle of this map. Isolated players, and it seems they want to go for the player that is isolated by himself. Iceberg goes for the swing, finds the head, but he gets a case of the M4ism. Can't quite close it out with a simple headshot. It needs a little bit more than that. And the B side now to be taken over. Quace close by. Sydney shot down. And now it's down to 3-on-2. The bomb can safely be put into place, but Trick Esports quickly on pursuit of this. Can they get this down? They need it desperately.
You've got to make the decision, right? Do you go for this? You can still have another gun round going if you save up, but no, they're done with this. They want to take this 3 versus 2 and make it happen.
Quez first in. Kier finds it, assists him. He's got his teammates back, and that's the important part. Matter yet to be spotted, though, and he's the next player in command. Simply would have been done, but no! Quiz and Kier win their individual duels and finally put Trick Esports on the map.
You can tell that Trick got super desperate there. They wanted to go for that retake regardless of what the outcome would be because they're just tired of saving. They're tired of having to play down for the count over and over again. But man, there's something that's been looming this whole time. It's the fact that UNGENTIUM have continually built up their economy. None of these rounds have been very convincing for Trick, even when they've applied the pressure. Even when UNGENTIUM is on low HP, the kills don't actually finalize, which allows the weapons to be carried over to the next round, which means that now they have money to buy up. Ruby and X is still sitting on $7,000, and by the time Trick Esports actually break it down, the loss bonus will be 3,400, so the Ts are actually never going to be in a position where their economy is significantly threatened. A lot of the bread and butter from UNGENTIUM comes around playing off of that short Molotov. They always really like to pressure Larson by backing him off with a Molotov and a flashbang combo. It's surprising that he hasn't really changed up his positioning because it's something he's fallen for over and over.
Okay, here, let's see this. Larson's fall victims to flashes in this position. Thankfully for him, he has backup behind him. Ooh, that's uncomfortable. And characteristic from Matty also. Prime will punish it. And against him, yeah, it looks like they've lost that tempo of this round.
You say that they've lost their tempo, but they've always been playing a bit off pace, right? And that seems to be working out for them because time and time again, they catch Trick Esports with their pants down. Going towards Banana. Bomb in hand, third player being rotated over, Prism being left over towards Arches to create as much of a distraction as possible. This smoke makes it a bit difficult for him to navigate, but by now, he is able to make himself into library.
Ooh, that's for freebie. He'll take that. A gift for Christmas. It's come late, maybe early. Depends how you look at it. Glass half full, glass half empty. Prime is good. Got no time to think about that. Spray down across. Exus is low, but it's still a 2-on-2 and no time to plant. Trick Esports, all they need to do is hide. And they get another one. And UNGENTIUM leave it too late.
UNGENTIUM have consistently played it very close to the timer. And the only reason it's worked out because they're so good at winning out their individual duels. But Trick Esports, they seem to be bringing it back slowly. Couple rounds already secured. Reasonable shot here for Trick Esports. Honestly, their CT side just looked very lackluster initially. They had very little banana pressure. The only piece of aggression we actually saw from Trick Esports was sending out Larson to peek around middle, and even then he didn't really have too much support. He had a couple flashbangs to clear middle. But maybe some extra support from second middle or having another player to watch middle and maybe rush down it so he has nothing to worry about could have ended up in a much more commanding position.
Can they hold it up? Early aggression, switching up the tempo, completely flashed with the elbow in front of his eyes. Not the most optimal start of the round, but eSuba wants to follow it up. Could even find a lineup there. If he stuck mouse one and stuck to his position, maybe he could have run away with another because every single player against him there was flashed.
Into Banana they go. UNGENTIUM, they've got a big task ahead of themselves. They have to get past Larson, who will not be missing a shot. Down to 3 players now, and they've got to make a move. Bomb available. They don't want to back off this time around. They want to apply the pressure as soon as they can.
Starting to move in, but very, very slow on approach. polarizing positionings, super sight. And they end up walking back, get some more utility in their pockets. Suit themselves. That smoke just holds out Larssen from that fight. Can't really prohibit them from entering, and also needs to turn his attention towards the other side. Grubby takes the fight against Iceberg. He had no assistance in that endeavor. We're looking at a 3v3 post-plant.
Two players moving in from Banana, one from Coffin. Still have the comfort of the smoke, but here it goes. Care first man in.
Two players on that angle. So difficult to hold off from. Surprising trick with their positioning. Quite unorthodox, but it works out. Doubling up like that. Larssen will look for some further damage from Hollywood. That was quick. Can he find any more? The answer to that question is going to be no. Bomb exploded. Well, not quite, but still. Round in the bag of Ingentium.
Something that's really not been working out for Trick Esport is the fact that Larssen hasn't been able to effectively mobilize that AWP. We've only seen him actually contest middle or play from short. And the fact that Ingentium can simply predict that and always make him back off with just a Molotov and a flash as a combo is a really scary prospect. Maybe seeing that attention down middle or second middle could yield different results, and unfortunately for them, they're not even in a position to try that out this round. They're going to have to wait a couple more before they can get their hands on an AWP. If you're tricked, you've got to be thinking about new strategies to approach this, because this is definitely not going to work out.
Oh, it's problematic, really.
Mm-hmm. This round seems to be a pretty comfortable sail for Ingentium. They've only got to deal with a couple pistols here and there. As long as they don't go down banana, they should be okay.
What characterizes my playstyle on Inferno is swag 7 galore, either on apartments or on banana. I love it.
The problem is that you actually have to get kills with the Mag 7 to upgrade it to the swag 7.
Correct. That's why I called it a swag 7, because it often works out for me. And so far, somehow, this eco is working out for Tricked. How are they finding these trades? And the Mag 7 hasn't even been leveled up yet. Maybe now. Maybe this is the time. Nexus will definitely look at this. Oh, yep, he's got the corner right. The B side opened up, moving towards Arch. Crossing for Iceberg, doing what is necessary. Bullet to the head of Sydney. And now it's 2 against 3. Rifles also recovered. Exes has to hold down the ground. Smoke over, bomb planted. But Kears right into this fight. Does get shut down by Exit, but Iceberg gets the job done. All down to Exodus. 2 kills to his name, and 2 more remain. 1 to be found, but it's just too much. Iceberg, my word, takes them all down, and Trick Esports make that eco work.
Yeah, sorry, I was just quickly coughing my lungs out. I don't know, man, Pavlos. I've just been, like, super under the weather today for some reason.
It happens, my boy.
Mm-hmm. I've got a glass of water and a glass of juice just ready right next to me, but it's just not working.
Aww.
Mm-hmm. Weather's kind of dry as well. Probably that's why.
Doesn't help.
Speaking of dry, that's not the case for Trick Esports rounds anymore. They've got 3. They can still make it a pretty palatable half. X, though, is not going to allow it. Yeah, I'm not even sure why Prime is going for a play like that. He spots 2 players and he's like, all right, ideal play here, push into them. That can't be it.
No, that isn't it.
I think that's something he was banking on, right? He didn't expect them to capitalize. To capitalize on such an unorthodox push. But they did. X has just watched it. He watched it like a hawk, and now the AWP has been switched over to Maddie. And the world is their oyster, with Tricked playing both of their players in arches. 1 smoke could effectively neutralize this entire setup. Rotating over to Motto. The smoke will delay their push for quite a while before they can actually make use of it. With Esports, they're trying to maximize the utility of their numbers. So far, they're not in a position where they'll ever be able to equalize the numbers off of purely aggression or something of that sort. This is perfect for UNGENTIUM because they've effectively avoided the only place that Trick T-Sport could have watched.
UNGENTIUM slowly move in. Oh, Larson, trigger discipline, and it works out. Very nicely done. Good patience by him. There's even Quez there to assist. They find their way into the site, but they're still quite healthy. They still have flashes. Not the case for UNGENTIUM. No utility to kind of cover their positions, but they're in post-plant angles right now. This crossfire can be hard to take on. And Tricked? Yeah, okay, they're not going for it. That's quite anticlimactic. Trick don't want to give us any action.
Now, of course, we're not surprised at all that Trick don't want to go for this because 4 versus 4, Inferno, regardless of bomb site, that's never going to be an easy affair to deal with. But man, UNGENTIUM already on 7 rounds, that is on the T side. I honestly can't wait to see what happens when Maddie finally gets to use that AWP on the CT side, and I know it's something I've been harping on about, but that really comes down to me really wanting to see the young talent succeed. I think joining a team like UNGENTIUM where they have older players from Illuminar and Ago and all that, this puts him in a spot where he can cultivate his talents and really excel at bringing himself to the spotlight, because it's a conversation you and I have had on broadcast quite a few times about how Tier 2 can just be like this breeding ground for AWP players. And I do think Maddie is one of those candidates.
A lot of potential. 100%. And this may be the start of brilliance, you know? Making it to playoffs already? I'd call this a big win under UNGENTIUM's books right now. Still not crossing that line though, but this kill definitely assists them in their way. Prime unassisted there, goes for a swing, doesn't work out, has to run away, well, can't even run away because he's dead. But still, UNGENTIUM don't linger. We see a lurk of Prism heading towards the A site. Is that going to obfuscate their movement enough?
2 players on the other end, smoke to block off any vision from CT. And they go, but before they do, they've got to get past the smoke. And I don't think they're willing to have that conversation just yet. Exus wants to be the first man in charge, but because of the smoke, they want to reroute their efforts. 40 seconds on the clock.
That's so
they
smart.
already have that AWP station into short, but they've given off the audio cue, and they want to go back towards B. Now, I'm still not sure where they want that eventual push to happen, because they're allowing their players to have 1 foot through the door for both areas, but they end up going to the site with more players. How does this 2-man stack work?
They're gonna push from both sides, and that's not gonna be enough. They're gonna win on both ends, and that is a site there. So brilliant.
Exus gets both of those kills there. He got both angles. How does he do that?
I mean, they were looking at the wrong angle there, right? So as soon as it peeked past, they had a distraction at both ends. That was great. UNGENTIUM are playing at a level I don't think we expected them to. I mean, of course, that's a microplay. But if you look at the macro as well, this entire map, they've been playing it expertly, right? I mean, Trick Esports, they're the ones being tricked. They're the ones that are falling under the illusions that UNGENTIUM present them with. So I simply am amazed and lost for words at this point.
One of the biggest signs of a team that will have a lot of potential, that can go the distance, is going to be communication. And sometimes, in very rare cases, you can just see that unfold in front of your very eyes. You can see that communication being perfect. And I think that last round was so symbolical to the kind of plays that UNGENTIUM can make. That perfect little timing to have the double peek, it was just a masterclass in having microplay based on communication. A 2-man stack like that, normally it would just decimate anybody want to try to push in, but not if you're prepared in the same way that UNGENTIUM was. And now you can see exactly why Trick take a timeout. They want to have a breather. They're not sure what's going on. They know that if they don't get 7 rounds here, it's going to be super problematic because you don't want to head into the T side with a disadvantage on the CT.
Tricked are in trouble. They made a pistol round work before. So you can't really exclude it out of the equation. Prime 2 nades will take him down to half points of health. Iceberg. Awaiting this onslaught. Can you upgrade it to a swag 7? Oh, yes you can! Jump over. Give yourself some wings, man. Tries to jump over again to make the impossible possible, but I'm afraid that will not be. A trade is how we stand as we approach that 1 minute mark.
He's slowing down a little bit. GenTeam don't want to make any mistakes. Allowing their players to regroup into Banana, and one of their characteristics, my brain doesn't work.
You can do it, man!
Stylistic plays has been to have Sydney in apartments, and they've done that again.
No,
and by the time I get those words out, Sydney's been taken away. Prime with a Mag 7 available. Does he do anything? No, he doesn't. Maddie will be able to respond, and he's just got that AWP locked and loaded. Nothing you can do about this. Quez just wants to maximize his reach. What just happened, Pavlos? Larson, you've made it doable. Maddie, now you've got to get through a 1 versus 2. Larson, does he push through the smoke? No, the bomb's down. Yes, he eventually pushes forward.
Oh, he wants this.
Tries to get him through the fountain.
He so wants this. Flash out. Maddie, oh, the pressure is hit. Oh my word, finds an AWP to work with as well. Quadra for Larson. And again, it's an eco round to go to Trick's side.
We have the solution. This just has to be Tricked throwing away their weapons, getting on that pistol vibe. Whew. We're gonna need a breather after that one. I cannot believe Larson just gets 2 deagles like it's nothing. Characteristically.
This is mad.
I just needed to comfort myself.
Yeah, you do. What is crazy enough, though, that their buy rounds aren't having the same success. Like, what is giving them this? Is it the fake sort of confidence that UNGENTIUM gets due to the fact of them faced up against lesser weapons and kind of make mistakes in that way? Or is it Tricked having a different mentality and feeling more comfortable with less to lose kind of thing? It's really weird to witness. And here we go. That's Matty. Simply enough, finding a free kill, and he's even made room for Prism to move into.
And GenTeam, they still have such a massive surplus of rounds. All they're doing is playing for the bonus rounds at this point. Larson playing his bread and butter position, but does he actually make the paycheck off of this? Maddie, first man in, library has been cleared.
Oh, okay.
There's one more story to tell. Larson, all right, all you needed was a foot.
Oh, can you find the heart? Yes, he does. Bullet directly through it. Sydney's blood no longer circulating through his body. He's ice cold. I'm talking about ice. There's an iceberg. I'm ready to throw you down. 2 on 3. Tricked Esports have found confidence. Bombed by their feet. UNGENTIUM, it seems like they switched positions with CTs as well. Who is T's? Who is CTs? That is the question. When is the swing going to come by? The answer is as soon as a flash comes through as well. Grubby lines up 2, and we're down to a duel. 30 seconds, goes directly into Kid's crosshair and has to pay for it with his life. Tricked find 5 and have good leeway to start to close this gap even further.
Man, Tricked have their eyes locked onto to the idea of just making it to 8 to 7. They're not thinking about the long game right now. They want to take it one step at a time. They know what's been working out for them is focusing on these individual duels, getting those pistol rounds going. They've been working out for them, allowing these players to feel comfortable playing these playing individual spots, because honestly, a lot of Trick's gameplay is only working out for them because of their individual shining. And I think some free space is probably the prescription for whatever this problem is. Back to passivity they go. Tricked want to play the super conservative. They have 1 player in mini pit, 1 off of graveyard, 1 playing lane. And in UNGENTIUM, they've got pistols to go.
Larson on the side here. Grubby, quick Ferrari pick. Not like this, surely not. Orb at hand. Swing out, Grubby's feeling it, he's confident. Oh dear, Matty puts that up to good use. They know where he is, they can overwhelm him with Tech 9s, jump over him to the side, everywhere.
Not with pistols.
Not with pistols, surely not. Iceberg looking to recover from the impossible, but doesn't check his corner, and will have to die. My word, this has gone to chaos. The bottom
Iceberg is on
though.
roller skates. And Prime, he's going to have to replicate some of his teammate shenanigans if he wants to get it done. 2 angles, 2 players. Who are you going to find first? Motto Smoke, that's something he's avoided. Finds the headshot, but no, he can't find the turn. Tricked UNGENTIUM. They deny Tricked Esport from climbing further.
This game has leveled up. And by leveled up, I mean it's entertainment just skyrocketing up. If you can have a graph with entertainment and time,
it's just a straight line
up.
And they take a timeout as well to pace themselves. They know that there's a final gun round coming. The prospect of making it to double digits is one that they'll salivate over. But you know what scares me more than gun rounds from Tricked, right? It's got to be those mixed buys where they have 1 weapon and 4 deagles. If they want to maximize their chances, maybe even ask here to toss his M4, get on that deagle vibe as well. The more guns you add to the side of Tricked, the worse their chances of winning a round get. Line around, however. This time around, UNGENTIUM have their eyes dead locked onto second middle. Robbie and Prism, they want to clear out apartments. They've got 1 with Quez and Kier with their backs turned. Kier doesn't turn away in time, and Quez allows his teammate to fall. That cannot feel good.
They want those double digits, and they want them bad. Larson, the only player to kind of inhibit it.
He heard them.
Oh, he heard them. They've moved past him, and he's all by himself. He exits to the sideline, denying the rotations. Larson, you need to put on the carry pads right now. That's the bomb. Smoke away, turns his attention behind in case Matty looks to move in. Is he patient enough? The answer is no, and Matty will swing out. Okay, they lose their advantage. And Prime has only got a mid-eagle to work with, spotted out into the open. Flash away, UNGENTIUM! Double digits at halftime. It was a back and forth towards the end, but their early dominance was enough to seal themselves with a very good half.
I think the odds have just been all over the place for this game. Starting off as the favorites, Tricked had really convinced the squad, well, the audience, that they'd have a landslide victory over UNGENTIUM. Second map goes by, we still have a lot of faith for Tricked to come out on top, but now UNGENTIUM's just looking like a completely different beast. If they get this fifth round, I'm willing to call it right now. Tricked desperately need this. Onto the A side they go. Double smokes deployed towards brackets and Motto. They have only the pit and apartments to deal with.
Oh, Prime first out into the fight, and Matty and Grubby to the sidelines, trying to make this crossfire work, but it doesn't seem to be working out in their favors. Kears just walks in front of them, says hello, puts a bullet to the head, and then shouts goodbye. 3 and 5 right now against him. They've lost an opportunity here to kind of steamroll their way into a victory by getting a pistol win. But it seems that the rest want to save the remaining Kevlar, defuse kit, and utility, because they don't want to take these odds.
If UNGENTIUM had won that piss round, I would be down to say that Tricked Esport are out. They are eliminated. But no, they keep showing signs of life. There is still some circulation within them. There is obviously something to be said about Tricked potentially just having more depth to their gameplay now that they're on the B side. Maybe they can get up to their shenanigans, because historically that's just what a lot of iterations of Tricked have done. But that's still something we need to compare to just the absolute advantage that you get on the CT side. Keep in mind, Matty only has 11 kills right now. When he gets set up, when he's on the CT side, when he starts feeling himself, he's going to have a much better time. Larson, on the other hand, there were quite a few rounds where Larson himself had the AWP, but he simply didn't mobilize it well enough. Most of his playstyle was centered around taking middle, taking brackets, playing off of short, but when you're doing that consistently, you know, if the enemy team is going to predict that, you see Molotovs coming his way, you see double peaks, flashes, and all that, and at some point you've got to consider, is this the way to go? Why do I keep taking the same duel over and over, especially when the odds to win it go down every single time?
How does a cookie crumble next? How does a cookie crumble?
How does a cookie crumble?
And
And more philosophical questions with ex-warrior and WildAys.
I literally was quoted the other day by Tio saying, when I quoted something, do penguins eat chicken?
Well, I would think they do, because I feed my duck chicken, all right? Okay, controversial, don't get at me. It's all leftovers, all right? And the penguins have, like, much sharper teeth than ducks. And I would assume that they would if you fed them chicken.
For us, thank you for entertaining my question, because I was ridiculed. I was ridiculed. They were laughing
It's not
with
a bad. It's not a bad question, and
thank you.
I'm pretty sure that penguins are omnivorous, so they would eat any type of meat as long as it's like, as long as it's not something too tough for them to actually digest. It's not like they're gonna start eating bear meat.
Yeah. A little bit too tough. If your main appetizers
like
are fish.
Yeah, like things like chicken,
oh, look at this.
well done beef, and fish are just homogenous, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wasn't going to pay attention to that, man. It's a Mac 10 versus pistols. I'm already done.
Are you sure you want to pay attention to that? Oh, talk about entertainment value. Is this a CSGO match or a Hollywood movie?
Don't worry, my little Pavlos. I'll be there to answer all questions.
This is why I cast with you.
Mm-hmm. So it's about the bond outside the broadcast that manifests.
You can do it.
Manifests itself within the game.
Did I hear you slap yourself?
Maybe you did.
Okay.
The thing is, it's not normal for me to stutter at all during broadcast, right? It just doesn't happen to me.
Yeah. Okay.
But today's a different day. It's a different breed of stutters. There are too many syllables for my brain today.
Only so many syllables a brain can candle. Okay. It's contagious. It's contagious out here.
It really is.
Sprayed out. Here we go. Quick trade out. 4 and 4. Okay. Quite a slow push towards Banana. Will keep him busy, but it seems that UNGENTIUM aren't really falling victims to this, really. Most of their attention spans to where actually Trick's efforts will approach from. Arch, Library, all smoked. Room to move into. Prism. Hiding away, and we'll peek out. Here we go. Walks in front of it, but no. It's only just mere damage. Maddie on top, lets them walk in, and reveals himself at the final moment. Here we go. Prime is low and will get dealt with quickly. And UNGENTIUM take command.
This is very scary for Trix. As soon as UNGENTIUM start picking up the momentum, you know that they're not going to let go of it. Down to pistols, so much damage has been... no, it's just Kieran Quest that are not going to have too much money. I believe they should be able to pick up pistols, but... other than that, this is not a terrible buy at all. The Desert Eagles have worked out before for Tricked. But this next round is going to be very threatening. If UNGENTIUM can get past this, they're already making their way to 13, maybe 14 rounds just off of the economic deficit. So this is probably one of the more important rounds that Tricked have had to play, even if this may not look like it. UNGENTIUM, they're not the type of team to immediately have the rotation go back to move B. They're still committing 3 players to the B site, which is a bit surprising considering that Trick already have most of their resources dedicated to arches. Now, UNGENTIUM only have 2 players ready for this, and they do not expect it. No, not like this, not like the this. Bomb in arches!
That's isolated completely. Smoke on both ends, and there's a gap in the middle. That does absolutely nothing. Oh, they can just play around it.
Dud.
Now, there's 2 players left isolated towards the site, right? So Trick is supposed to have a decision to make. Do we kind of deal with them first? Because if you move in, we'll kind of get pincered, and we don't want that.
Problem is that they don't actually have information on the second player.
Oh, dear. They attempt the initial plan I mentioned, but it's not working out for them. Grubby here to do the cleanup duty. He's taking on the janitorial purposes and he's holding true to his name. Here we go, Larson. Maybe to find an opening here, but up against 3. The time dwindling.
It was a really good approach to try to take control of the bomb, right? Isolate the players in sight, get those duels, and then eventually have a much better chance at taking the duels because you have the numbers. But it's a bit of a long shot with time restricted as well. 12-7, Ingentium keep pushing forward, and now you're looking at a weakened Trick that is down to pistols.
It's a toughie, to say the least. Mind you, Trick got both pistols this round. This map, right? Which is something we didn't really see on the previous maps, right? It was usually Ingentium that was able to get that early tempo, early economy flowing in their bag, which really helped them escalate their performance. But even though Trick did get these rounds this time, quickly shut down by Ingentium. Ingentium? Name change. That incendiary will do a hell of a lot. Pulls him back a bit. Again. Should be clean, shouldn't it, for us? Oh, look at the red at the bottom left.
Oh, there's another one coming. There's another one being served up. But before that even happens, yeah, there's just bullets all across the server.
Execution.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, Pavlos, I don't see Trick D4 taking this anymore because the advantage I would have expected them to capitalize on based off of the pistol round simply hasn't been taken. 3 rounds in a row for Ingentium. Because they feel the sense of urgency to close out this game, apparently. And I don't see the space slowing down anytime soon.
I'm happily surprised by Ingentium's performance. Tricked. No team to be looked away from. Obviously not in their prime right now. Obviously have trying to scale up back into their glory days of, I guess, summer of 2021. It's been a while since then. That's a long time in CS, right? I mean, talk about how teams have waves of good performances, and right, consistency is not something that's guaranteed, right? It comes with waves depending on your scrim patterns, your official matches, the tournaments that you're actually looking forward to, and as well as different substitutional changes, whether that is in your roster or in your coach staff. Difficult stuff to kind of keep on going for. So Trick want to make sure they can find a spot into their playoffs here. And so far, not having the best of time against Ingentium. What an upset would this be? 4 against 4 right now as they approach towards this A site from multiple directions. Prism here onto the sideline, shut down by Larson. Trick want to take control. Sydney though, does he read that cross towards Arch? Grubby holds on and the bomb has been dropped. Can they telegraph it? Smoke between it. Not quite sure if it's been illustrated on their radar. Which means right now Sydney holds a lot of gravity where he stands.
He's gonna have to do a task and a half. As soon as the bomb gets recovered.
There you go.
Down to Sydney to get the right timing. There it is. Oh. Groovy and Sydney, they're not going to be missing a single shot, and that's just Groovy styling on the opposition.
It was a good start by Trick, though, right? I mean, they had themselves the entries, they started to move through, but as soon as they lost the bomb carrier, it all fell flat.
Man, if you look at the stats on the side of Ingentium right now, Groovy is going 23-10. He's winning out 2.5 duels, basically, for every death. That kind of juggernaut is super difficult to deal with, and we don't have a single player on a positive KDR on Tricked.
That's rough.
There's just nobody stepping up right now, and although Larson was stepping up quite a bit on the CT side, we saw Iceberg getting a couple important kills as well. There really hasn't been a standout performance like maybe you would have seen Maddie in the second map, or like we saw, we're seeing Groovy right now. I think even Prism had just an awesome performance on Mirage. And of course, Sydney with the impact. So you can see that Ingentium's entire gameplay is a collection of every single player coming together and having a lot of impact, even if it doesn't represent itself on the scoreboard.
Trick going for something similar. A-slide approach. It's going to be something very fast-paced considering the weaponry they've taken. Tech 9s, CZs. Seems like everyone has gone for their pistol of their choice. Here we go, HGs to the side. Let's go. Matty damaged up heavily. Molly trying to do its work, and it seems like it's doing it. They wanted to go in fast, but that will be costly. 2 kills found somewhere, but Exus has come in to assist. And UNGENTIUM, not only are they on map points and series points, but they are 1 round away from qualifying to the playoffs for the first time in this team's history.
This has got to feel good, right? You're making your way to playoffs, especially after you've already dropped it once, right? That recovery has to feel good, but you still need to close out that final round. It's still tricked. This is not a slouch of a team that you can just get past. But in UNGENTIUM, they've set every piece in place. It's just a matter of sliding the final piece into the puzzle. And Maddie uses the run boost to get forward, penetrates their defenses, gets taken out by Larson, but definitely wins out on the style points.
He definitely gets himself a plus 10 on the style points right there. 10 out of 10, but how does this affect the round in particular, Larson? Oh, a millisecond quicker, and that would have been Exus out and gone. Holding out, though, they may want to switch things up. Smoke, of course, keeping them at bay, but taking maybe the left side corner, and that's what Exus perhaps is looking for, the cross. Calling for reinforcement, Sydney. Also approaching. Trick, though. You can see the movement starting to fall back. They're waiting to see, do they still have that mid control? UNGENTIUM not really taking that step. Very polarized positions right now. What Inferno really is known for when you're down a player per side. HG Larson softened up. Oh, on that AWP swing. Twice in a row, Larson has switched up a position. And so close to getting it. Larson, it's grubby this time to get damaged. The rotation, though. The bait and switch. Sydney lingers, holds back here, looks to push through. That's the flash. They've got a crossfire setup, but it's a long distance one. Exus, one from the boosted position, gets one, but has to back away. Tricked. This is your chance, or else you have no other. Exus gets shut down. Bomb will get planted, but to what a cause. 3 versus 3 for the post plant.
Good nade, it follows him home. Prime at least has enough HP to shoulder that nade. Prism gets up on the boost spot, gets the first kill on. Prime finally responds, but it's a 2 versus 2.
Oh, here we go. Prime, does he move away from that position? So far holds strong, but Sydney closing up that gap from Coffins. Oh, the shot not quite connecting. That's not what you want, but Sydney wants it. He's thirsty for it. He knows how close they are to getting this victory, and they will qualify to the playoffs. Ladies and gents, the Poles take the W over the Danes, and what a style to do it. 16-7 on the final map, and UNGENTIUM qualify to the playoffs.
I think that's an outcome barely anybody of us would have been expecting. Just a masterclass in communication by UNGENTIUM. So many different situations where we thought Trick could have played a very orthodox style of Counter-Strike and still come out on top. But UNGENTIUM, a lot of the time, they just played it super conservatively, played it super static, and they're able to win it out. And stylistically, it's not like they did anything too special, right? They had a pretty solid formula. On the T side, they just had Sydney on the lurk, and they had set strategies. Maybe they had a split in there, a couple more fakes. So it's not like they went too out of the box. They just had a set they had a set game plan, and they stuck to it. That's how they win it. Tricked, on the other hand, their gameplay looked a little shallow, didn't it?
And that, of course, means that, of course they did look shallow, but that also means that they're no longer in this tournament, right? They made a good run, but when it comes to the main Swiss, that's where they get eliminated, right? Look at the scoreline. UNGENTIUM have made it, man. They got eliminated in regional Swiss, but they actually made it out in the main Swiss. That is mad to me. That is crazy. And they've steadily improved throughout this tournament. But of course, there are more matches to be played out today. GamerLegion versus ECLOT up next. Wisla, Krakow, Astralis, Talent right after that. We're in for a world of treats when it comes to Counter-Strike being played out today. Faraz, any closing remarks before we close it out for a break, before the next teams get onto the server and get starting to play?
I think UNGENTIUM have definitely made a few fans today. They've climbed their way back into the realms of the playoff games, and we should be able to see a lot more potential from them in the future. So Pavlovs, I think it's time we close it out, don't we?
I think it is, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. There's a small break following before... Well, following? Doesn't make much sense. But there's a small break before GamerLegion and ECLOT play out, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello back, folks, to the Pinnacle Winter Series 3. We are ready to take on game number 2 of the final day of the main Swiss stage. As you just saw, well, the first matchup was a really interesting one. I'm really curious. I'm gonna ask my colleague what he thinks about it. Of course, I'm your caster, Ted. Joining me is my dear friend Freddy, and we're gonna take you through game number 2. But before we start speaking about this, what's your opinion on that tricked one? I think we didn't expect it, right?
I have no idea. I did not think UNGENTIUM would be able to topple Tricked in the sense they did. And wasn't it Tricked? They won like 2 eco rounds? What was that? So we will see. I think, if I'm not mistaken, UNGENTIUM is the first team that wasn't invited to the main stage that's made it through to playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah,
so that's like, I was looking at this morning, I was like, wow, I mean, like, it's annoying, but the only teams that made it through are invited teams. And all of a sudden, bam, this Polish roster with players who are trying to get some redemption. You've got like Grubby, who used to play for AGO. Bam, straight in it. They're in the playoffs of Pinnacle Winter Series 3.
Yeah, and there is a chance that we see a second team qualify for the playoffs as well. Of course, starting from the regional series after this best of 3 is going to see GamerLegion taking on ECLOT. And there's a chance for a last one, by the way. There is a chance for these teams to be 3. If Astralis Talon managed to qualify as well, of course, in our final matchup of the day. But for now, we're going to be focusing on this one. GamerLegion taking on ECLOT. Now, we spoke about UNGENTIUM and the surprise factor that they bring into the table. Actually, GamerLegion is another invited team that did lose to UNGENTIUM in the main Swiss. But, well, truth be told, they looked really solid yesterday.
Oh, they look so good, and because we were literally commentating that, they did so well against EC Bruges. And I was thinking, I was trying to think of a player that stepped up, but they all kind of did. Even Rusty, the IGL, was throwing some faces around. If anything, it was actually Ira on the AWP, the player who normally you would look to pick up those big figures, was probably the one player who just didn't do much because there wasn't much to do, really. And Emma, he was playing out of his mind, so super impressed from them. If they can continue their form today, I think it's going to look really dangerous for ECLOT. But while we're mentioning ECLOT, this is a team that is so interesting. I don't think we've really seen them at all this year. If I'm not mistaken, let me see the exact date. They replaced their player 18 days ago. They have just brought in Daitor, who has no other HLTV experience. It's his first team on HLTV. And I was taking a look at ESCA to think, like, oh, has he played at all on ESCA? And to be honest, not really. He's like the only time he's played like 1 season of a mixed advance with Royals. Big up Royals, my team. But like, apart from that, he is a complete youngster who hasn't really done too much. But then we're seeing him play really, really well. 19 years of age, and he's putting up some pretty good figures so far with a 1.20 HLTV rating, topping this team. And that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, with some big shoes to fill as well. I mean, he is the guy that has to replace Zed, and that has replaced Zed, which, by the way, means that Kapita is the only member left from the original ECLOT lineup a couple months ago, which makes it really, really interesting. And when we speak about a lot of roster changes, when we speak about teams that go through a lot of just switching players left, right, and center, well, we're always going to get back to GamerLegion and speak about how they've been a solidified roster for forever, what it seems like. Especially because, yeah, now we're going out of this online era, but last year in 2021 it was really interesting, the amount of time that they managed to stick with the same 5. And I think that finally with Isaac and Emma, they're feeling really comfortable. Obviously Rusty, Era, and Zero have been around for quite a while. GamerLegion had a bit of a tough start of the year, but now they're starting to pierce things back together. They made it to the semifinals of the last Pinnacle Winter Series. They qualified for the RMR, and now looking to make it playoffs again. And of course, even though they are one of the favorites, they're in a really tough spot. But we're going to take a quick look at the video beforehand and take a look at what to expect, as I'm waiting for those Mirage and Inferno, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to say, completely expected there. The Mirage and Inferno, so Mirage is 2 of the better maps for both these teams, and ECLOT have been picking up Inferno. I think in their past 4 or 5 games, they've picked Inferno, and I think they've only dropped one of them. Like, they've taken down into the Breach yesterday, which is a really impressive a really impressive result, may I add, and it will be the Ancient decider. This was the exact same of yesterday when we saw GamerLegion versus EC Bruges. However, we never got there. So today, if I have any faith in the Inferno of ECLOT, I think we could see maybe an Ancient being played out, Ted. And honestly, I think it would be in truest fashion the last day of the main stage. Every single one of these games go to the absolute extremes, and every single game see maybe a bit of an upset, because as much as I would like to see GamerLegion progress, as we've known from yesterday, I do love a good Cinderella story.
Yeah, we do love a good Cinderella story, especially when it's a bit of a David versus Goliath one. But I think in that scenario, it's really going to require the maximum out of ECLOT, just simply because GamerLegion are feeling so comfortable with that veto. Obviously, Dust to a Nuke, we were never going to see nothing interesting there. I believe that Overpass makes a lot of sense as well to get removed for GamerLegion, simply because of how confident the Czech side has been on that map as well. And when you look at Mirage and Inferno, even the map pick of ECLOT is a really good one for GamerLegion. And if they start well on Mirage, if they manage to transfer the momentum into map number 2, this could be a really quick one for them. But we're yet to see, because we're ready to jump into map number 1. We spoke about the ifs, buts, and maybes. Well, all of them required a good start from GamerLegion, but ECLOT, they're going to be kicking things off on the CT side, obviously. We can see the Pinnacle walls right here, heavily in favor of the GamerLegion side. Well, maybe not as
from yesterday.
Not as heavily as yesterday. Yeah, that was what I was about to say.
Yeah, I think that is actually one thing to say. Like the odds yesterday were like 1 to 4. Now they're only just 1 to 2, if that. So it will be ECLOT starting on the C side of Mirage, and it will be the first contact being taken out. Valencio, he's going to have to run away because he knows they're going to try and hunt him down. But Dusty, wait, that was directly through a stroke. Daito, the new player, has just been knocked down, and it's going to be GamerLegion just taking the fight to this CT side. And oh, hold on a second, the kill's going back and forth. Ira, he's going to have to step up strong all by himself pretty much, but he's got support from his teammate just about. It's MBQ now. He's taking this fight in CT. Oh, he gets a double kill. That's absolutely unbelievable. Rusty is going to have to initiate a fight onto one of these players to take the 1v1, but he is just hiding by this bomb. The time is ticking down, but there is a kit in play, Ted. This is very winnable for both sides. Smoke on the bomb, and Rusty, what a shot! Now it's the 1v1 against Caspen. Orphan by nature, can he do it with the pistol? And he will. The kit will be retrieved, and I think he...
Not enough.
Has he not got...
Nope.
Oh, that is so close. Literally by a second or two. GamerLegion pick up the first round, and Caspen is unable to do it. That was an absolute unbelievable shot from Rusty onto MBQ. Oh my god, what starts this series?
He played this one really well, and I like the fact that, as you pointed out, he had to isolate 2 1v1s. I like the fact that he doesn't go too quick with it. He just waits. He knows that he can try and just get himself into a really unorthodox angle, because you can see you're not going to be anticipating the player to be crouched on the right side of Ninja, not even tucked in the corner. He's just waiting for someone to give up his position to get an awkward 1v1 with advantage, and then after he gets the kill, he's just playing around the smoke. Even though Capson finds the kill, there's just not enough time, even with the kit for him. And GamerLegion, they managed to convert that pistol round, even though ECLOT did expertly, making this one as close as it was, especially after losing the initial couple fights.
Yeah, that was very, very good from ECLOT to just kind of pull it back a little bit. I think Rusty got that first kill just through the smoke, so that's not something you can really rely on in the longevity, but just really unlucky for this ECLOT side. And it will be Kifida, the IGL of this side, positioning himself towards B momentarily, trying to stop them. But I think GamerLegion, they're just turning their attentions and re-coordinating a little bit, taking some mid control, and it'll be interesting to see where they end up here, because they have so much. They can literally go anywhere right now, and especially with Rusty being boosted into window, this just gives them so much space. But hold my beer for a second, because Kufida has just taken the head off Imma. That is a huge skill to take early on, and it makes this round just a little bit more winnable for the underdogs right now.
Yeah, realistic shot there, but still they need to deal with the window player, which Ditter, he's done it. This is a really nice shot through the wall, through the smoke as well, not giving him a chance at all. And now they're gonna go back. Pika all alone, their rotations need to arrive. He's got an MP9 though, he's got the best chance, but Era from
so
short
unlucky.
is gonna strike him down. And even though they managed to fight back once again, the GamerLegion, they make it onto the bomb side. Bomb gonna go down, the rifle's gonna be really tough to deal with, and with the 2 smokes and flashes, ECLOT are gonna have a tough time retaking that one, even though they have a defuse kit.
Yeah, the problem is, it's good that ECLOT have players all around the map, but they're all taking 1v1s. You see Daitor is shifting in, or we might just call it timing. Izak has diverted his attention, will come back, and he will actually lose the kill. That's a huge first frag going towards this Czech Republic side. Molotov going down at the feet of Era. It will force him out, but he will get the kill. And now left into 1v2. Make it a 1v1. He spots out where the scout is, and he's going to neutralize the threat. Picking up that 1v3, 4 kills to his name, and that is spectacular, Ted.
Yeah, that is a really good round from Aero. Once again, the clutch needed for GamerLegion. Finally, they're going to be able to catch a breather, which I suppose it's gonna come through because of the eco coming in from ECLOT, but two really close rounds, you know, the Czech side making GamerLegion work for their money. It's kind of a positive thing, like a bit of a silver lining in all those scenarios, because obviously if you're GamerLegion, you don't want to be losing that many players in those rounds. But the positive thing is that Era is having a good game so far. He's on to a lovely start, 6-1, and he is a guy that normally, if he plays well, the team is going to be performing. He's been having some mixed results so far in the main Swiss, same as GamerLegion overall. But the thing is, if he is having a good game, if Emma is having a good game, GamerLegion are always going to deliver. But so far, the damage has been looking great. I mean, you take a look at what 3-0 score for GamerLegion, and the money is not going to be looking that phenomenal. Great work by ECLOT.
Yes, it's not bad, but I guess while we have a second here, I just want to bring up this ancient last, like the last pick. It was a really difficult choice for ECLOT because it was either Vertigo or Ancient. Both of these maps they've played 4 times in the last 3 months and only won one of them. So I remember looking at that and just being like, that last map was really well played. The veto was perfectly done by GamerLegion. So even if we get to Ancient, it's still going to be such a tall order for ECLOT. However, we are on Mirage, so we will just divert our attention back here. And it'll be the mid-aggression coming out for this Swedish side, taken very vicariously. But look who's on the other side. Hold on a second. Capson is pushing in towards Apps with this orb. He's going to be meeting a lot of resistance, and he's going to try and initiate a fight here.
Yeah, that's a really good play there. Capson doesn't spot anybody just yet, though. Now Dieter is going to spot one. Kefita goes down. Capson misses his chance. And he's going to fall to safety, a 1-for-1. Obviously, a little bit in favor of the T side. The AWP now has to be just a little bit more mobile as it's made its presence known. Is going to rotate back towards jungle. But GamerLegion, they slow things down, realizing that they have some space going on for them towards connector. And Ima, he's got a bit of a timing. I'm not sure if the CTs realize he can be in there.
Yeah, neither do I, actually.
Dieter just cleared out the middle. Surely they know there's a possibility, and you can see Valencio is cautious about it. Now he's gonna start making a move. The presence towards B is gonna try to open up some space for the connector player to work with, and not only that, Isaac has found the kill.
Snuck through. Daitor's going to get caught out momentarily, and that's the B bomb site completely open. 25 seconds. The time was ticking down. However, GamerLegion, they will pick it up, and it is ECLOT forcing the save here now, Ted.
Yeah, that was a really well played round for GamerLegion. You know, the game plan for them in that scenario doesn't even include Isaac getting that kill, truth be told. It's just, yeah, put some pressure, throw a couple Molotovs, and maybe get into a fight, but don't necessarily commit too heavily. Just try and open up some space for Isaac to work with, and as soon as you're able to do so, just wait for him to get the kill, or rather, wait for Emma to get the kill and open up space for him. Normally you would see, by the way, Isaac in that scenario where he is the lurker, he is the guy looking for the open spaces. He's a really good player in that scenario, but and in that aspect. But this time around, it was Emma, and it works out really well. This is actually the most one-sided round from GamerLegion so far.
Yeah, it's a good time where if you want to have the most one-sided round, do it on your gun rounds.
Yeah.
However, the 2 saved weapons, especially that AWP as well, will be really good for this upcoming round. And this Czech Republic side, they definitely do need to start getting something on the board, especially on the CT side of Mirage. You do want to be getting some favorable rounds, pushing yourself into that second half, which can be more difficult. However, if you want to head over to our partners over at Skin Baron, you can click on the banner below and type in that code you just saw on screen. €2 off, first come, first serve. It's very difficult, but if you think you have the fastest hands in the West, you definitely can go and type it in. And all caps him. He misses a very... Actually, no, he does get a leg onto Rusty. That's the IGL being brought down to low HP, and Daitor will finish him off. Missed window smoke. This is not something you normally see at this type of play, Ted.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Was it really... No one blocked it, right? It was
I think it might have just genuinely missed.
Yeah, that's not fun. Still, it's just the pistols. Well, obviously you need to deal with the AWP and the F4, and they've been good for the first, but Dieter are gonna fall down. And MBQ, if he's not careful, he can follow up soon. But yeah, a bit of a mistake coming in from GamerLegion. Unorthodox pretty much for this team, by the way. Normally, they're a really well-structured side.
Yeah.
But, especially in rounds like that, if you're making mistakes like it, you could get punished, and they did get punished for 1 kill. But now, once again, they're just going to go just a little bit passive, anticipating the aggression. Kefita is going to fall. That's going to open up some space. Now, MBQ might catch a bit of a timing, actually. Okay.
That's very unfortunate. That kill, I think that kill could have swayed it. However, very nice from Valencio here. Is he going to expect Isaac here? I'm not sure he will. And Isaac's just going to claim that scalp. Now just Capsen left alone with the orb. He'd already had some contact onto Rusty earlier on. But I think this could be all she wrote, especially with that flash. Beautiful. Putting him down to 16 HP. He's going to try and save. But the question is, Ted, will they even let him save this orb?
Well, I guess you can send a couple players on the hunt. Ima has got a stable economy, same for Zero. So, yeah, that's not last round. Because of the 4 players remaining in the last one, now you can afford sending 1 or 2. And you can see that still they're just being a little bit passive. That's the thing. They're willing to go for the hunt, but they don't just want to be throwing bodies at him, just feeding him kills and letting it go. Because it's still going to harm them just a little bit. And I like that. Ima, he just waited long enough for Isaac to get up close. Capsen might actually be able to hold on to that.
Ooh, it will come down to just his frag. Will Isaac be able to take on? He's making a lot of noise. And ooh, very nice shot. Getting some kills on the board is also just a bit of a confidence booster as well for this AWPer, because he's had a pretty slow game. So to be able to save that and get 2 kills, you know, like, okay, this is some... I've just muted my mic. That's some frags going his way. That's definitely something getting going. However, they are still 5 rounds on a deficit. They've got the gun round here. They've literally got everything they could want. 4 A1Ss, full utility, and AWP with full utility. 3 kits, actually. Can they finally crack the code? And can they finally put a damper to GamerLegion's streak of just rampage?
Well, it is still CT side. So, yeah, it is about time that he win a round. I like that for Capsen. Last time around, he was towards B-Apps. This time towards round, but he's been missing a couple of those shots, right?
Yeah.
In the first buy round, he missed his refrag chance towards the apartments. Now misses that one. And, you know, this is a bit devastating for him as well, because he's doing the right thing. You know, he's getting the right idea, doing the right play. I don't think Did he realize that there's a player next to him?
Wait.
No way.
It's okay, so he spammed Ima down to 22 HP, but I don't think he's clocked that he is there. He could get caught off guard here because he's going to be so close and ready to just endower them. And wait, hold on a second. This could still get very close because Ima, they don't know he's in towards connector, but that's actually... Oh, wait. Capsen wouldn't be holding that angle if he didn't think there was a presence there.
He's just considering it.
Yeah, he's definitely considering it. And the man advantage for the first time I think we've seen at all is going to be going in favor of ECLOT. The question is, can they hold on to this? I guess only time will tell.
I think it's funny. They don't really know that they had the bomb right now, the CTs. And GamerLegion, they're playing as if the CTs knew that they had the bomb. Now they're gonna start grouping up. Rusty going for a solo play. Ima actually lands a headshot. This is a massive kill. This keeps them in the round just for now. Ima gonna pick up that C4. Capsen needs to be careful. If he goes down, there is a bit of a problem. Valencio continues to strike them down. Capsen with another. A nice shot from Mira, but it's not gonna change a whole lot. That flash, I don't think that was intentional, so he's just gonna hold on to the big green. A really good round from ECLOT overall.
Yeah, this is very nice. And I said that they had to get some rounds on the board. We were both agreeing with it. And they've done it pretty cleanly as well, keeping 3 players alive. They've brought 2 AKs into the next round alongside that orb. Capsen just hasn't been able to die. He's only got 2 deaths. So his economy is looking so fresh. And that's allowed him to drop over to Detour. Valencio has just brought up for himself. And this could be a start of sign for the Czech Republic side. But the real big thing, and I think we see quite a lot in this tier of Counter-Strike, is being able to string 2 rounds in a row. Can GamerLegion have a rebuttal? Will they find it, or will it be ECLOT to just actually break the economy and break the side of GamerLegion? And that's exactly the style they needed. Very nice from both Valencia and Detour. Very okay, straight like that. Capsen as well gets another kill, and it is just dynamism is going their way. Very stylistic play coming out, and oh, I am impressed. That was a beautiful round, and we were bashing Capsen a little bit, being like, okay, it's really cool what you're doing. You're going all over the map. But you've missed all your shots. And it's one of those things where, like, he just has to hit them. And he's done that exactly. Alongside both Detour and Valencia, they just... It could have been very dangerous, because they did just push 3 sides of the map solo. But in this instance, it works out.
Yeah, this is what I was just about to highlight coming in from ECLOT. I mean, that obviously in the first couple rounds it was mainly Capson doing it. That split aggression towards different parts of the map. But Ditter last time around, we saw that ballsy play when he goes through the top connector smoke, gets attack onto him through the smoke, gets another kill through another smoke. Yeah, that was quite fortunate there. But you can see that ECLOT are coming into this matchup being really confident, and they're not giving too much respect to GamerLegion, even though the start might have leaned us just a little bit towards that idea of, okay, GamerLegion are just going to run over them. ECLOT might stop feeling so confident, might start feeling the pressure because of the couple missed shots from Capson. But that's the good stuff, right? Even though he misses a couple shots, he knows that he's not doing anything wrong. He knows that this is the right play to go for. And they realize, okay, yes, we might have gotten just a little bit unfortunate with the final blow, but in the end of the day, they're giving us those chances to go for the early peaks. And sooner or later, we're going to start getting the kills because we know that they're not that much better than us, speaking about pure mechanics and aim. And when we go for those fights and we're feeling confident in them, yes, you pointed out, it's 3-1v1. So they might as well lose a couple of those. It could be a complete disaster, but it's not going to be a complete disaster all the time. And when it works out, it actually gives us the impression of, hey, that CT side is phenomenal. And now they have 4 AKs on it as well.
Yeah, I'm just interested to see if they can like, is this site that is replicable? That's a very replicable. That's a really difficult word to say. I don't know why. Can they do it again? That's what I'm trying to say, because it's like, you know, taking 3-1v1s is that's in terms of CS gameplay, that is not good. that is not how you play CS:GO. Just taking like 1v1s across the board. But it's really nice what you brought up of that, like how in this level of Counter-Strike, there isn't actually that much splitting up these teams like individually. There isn't splitting up these teams much. But I think I was watching a frag movie of Zero recently with some of my friends, and like, this guy has some of the most unreal aim. And we were thinking, we were also in there, we were just like, we would, like, if we came against him, we just wouldn't be able to get anything going because he would just destroy us.
Yeah, I guess a little bit harsh. Like, I actually like this approach as much as it's like a high risk, high reward. If I had to give an example, let's say an Eternal Fire on this level of CS, they're doing that. This is their playstyle. If you had to go tier 1, maybe a BLUEJAYS loves just ruling his teams like that and just going for all of these solo plays, taking all the chances all over the board. And it is risky. I can see why a lot of people are not fans of it, but that just shows pure confidence. And yes, you always need to have the tactical depth of it just to make sure that you support it, unless of course you hit every single shot, because from time to time you're not going to hit all the shots and you're going to start struggling in some matchups. But when you have the tactical depth to go for plays like that, I think it's really good, because you're messing with your opponent's heads as well. And oh, that's messy.
Or Daitor left on a bit of a pedestal there, isn't going to be able to get one. And Era very nice holding that rotation. Not something you normally see with an AWPer, but hold on a second, Teb. I feel like I've said that so many times in this game already, because it is Zero just left alone. He hasn't had much going for himself this game, only 1 kill, and gets tagged down to 19 HP. The clock runs out, and it will be ECLOT to maintain this. And he dies at the time, just about spam through the box. I can't even see who by, but it will be ECLOT 3 in a row. They've broken the economy of GamerLegion. Zero is only sitting on 1,500. They do have a lot of lost players. I think they're going to have 29 next round, if I'm not mistaken. So they're definitely staying comfortable for the 10th. However, on this 9th right now, it is going to allow this Czech Republic side to just build the economy. And while we've got a moment, we can shout out one of our amazing partners over at Extra Free. You can click on the banner below and use code WINTER10 on sign up to get 10% off. And they do some of the most amazing peripherals, from mice to headsets to keyboards. And we were talking about the custom mice tops yesterday, and we were both saying we were both very upset because we thought you could put like your faces on them. So we were both just going to put our like someone's face on our mouse tops, but it is just different colors. Still very cool though. It's like, I would have put
Jax's face.
Honestly, I think I would have as well. The Irish brother, he is a very good-looking man. However, sadly, he is sick today. So if you're watching Jack, what are you thinking?
I was thinking, make a big picture of a lot of faces, like put X Warrior in there, put Peter, put MJ, put Jack, put Retro, Hayes, Antron, people like that. Just
And
put
us too,
everyone.
of course.
Just,
Of course
just
us too.
yeah, just put everyone. No, I wouldn't put myself on my mouse. It would be creepy. But
Oh yeah, okay. So like,
Yeah,
get just
a little
like
bit
all of the
cringe.
boys, just
yeah,
like
all
of
the boys. Yeah, everyone, every single caster out there, just put him on the mouse without myself because it would be really.
Yeah, that'd
cringy.
be quite weird. Just looking down and be like, oh, that's me. But we should do that. But what we should do is like on our green screen, we should put like we should hide in the corners every now and again, just like someone's face. So like, I just have like Deity's face just kind of like
I
in
know
the
how to
corner
get
on the
someone
right.
fired now.
I know how to now lose my job.
Yeah, didn't say that someone wasn't going to be me, but hey, ECLOT have won 4 rounds in a row now. GamerLegion go for a tactical timeout. I think this is a good sign for the Czech players. I think this is something that indicates, all right, okay, we're making them think, we're making them work. We know that the initial game plan is not going to work out because obviously every single team has a game plan that goes, okay, if everything goes perfectly, we just continue following that. We're not going to need any change, no tactical timeouts, no nothing, right? Even if we end up losing a couple rounds, this could still be a part of the game plan. Well, it's not a part of the game plan, lose those rounds, but they don't really put you out. If you've lost a couple anti-ecos or a couple anti-forces, you know, okay, it's a bit of a mistake, but we know what the problem was. We can continue going on. Now, when you go for an attack like that, and it's early on as well, you know that you're making GamerLegion work. You're making Ash work as well, the coach.
Oh wait,
and you're making
what?
Zero just spam people through smokes.
That was just a complete, like, I don't know if there was any sound cue, but on our point of view, that was just a pure spam through the smoke. So,
yeah, he's gonna put that
okay,
one on
Zero.
the highlight.
Yeah, that's just like on the highlight reel of just us in the background going, this guy's a really good mechanically gifted player. I watch his highlight reel and then just bounces into him getting just
And
one
then he
kill
just
through
goes,
the smoke.
oh, I'm not mechanically gifted. I can see through smokes.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, like, because who can't see through smokes? But
Yeah.
it will be Daitor just scouting out middle a little bit. He's probing. I don't think he realizes that there actually is just 3 players here. He's gonna spot out the first, and that is him just taking the gun duel. He is so confident in himself, Ted. Like he has just solo peeked middle with nothing, with an A1S against these AKs, and brought the man advantage back to an even position. 45 seconds now, and that has definitely just broken the momentum of GamerLegion momentarily, and especially with this boost in towards short. NBQ is going to catch out Imma. Oh, it'll actually go the other way. Imma puts it back into their advantage, and it will just be Kafida. The IGL is ECLOT side. It's going to have to step up strong. He has been spotted out, and I think his life will be taken away momentarily, which it will be. The rotations are coming in, but Daitor put down to 16 from earlier interactions, will be getting flanked upon, and I think GamerLegion, 4 rounds, they will finally find a rebuttal.
Yeah, that was a really good play there for GamerLegion. Imma even going full in on the lurk row, just taking down Ditter as well. He's been an absolute nuisance, by the way, so far. I'm loving Imma lurk instead of Imma entry so far. I think it's been really well working for GamerLegion. This is the reason that you can appreciate a team like GamerLegion, by the way, because when you have so many capable riflers, I mean, you can have some diversity in the way that you're approaching your T-side rounds, and this could most of the time make your opponents just a little bit dizzy. Be like, okay, I was anticipating, because normally you look at an example on Inferno, which we're going to follow up later on. You're going to notice how Isaac is going to be in that lurk row instead of Imma, and Imma is going to be going first or second there. So it's really good to see that they have some diversity from map to map and from situation to situation as well. You know, you're just letting Imma hold on to his own devices, go for his solo gimmicky plays, as you're going to go for, oh, I love that buy round. This is the contact out of Palace. This is Kerrigan strat, but
and it's actually going to work because they haven't really done this at all. And it's going to catch them off guard. It's only really Valencio to be the point of contact here. The smoke is going to push off Daitor. And wait, hold on a second, getting a bit ropey. And as I said, Daitor will come and explode onto this bomb site. Now just Rusty and Imma left alone. And this is, we said we love this, but oh my god, it has just crashed and burned. MBQ will probably catch off Imma as he comes into the connector, which he will. And it just leaves the IGL of Rusty not even alive anymore.
Yeah.
And ECLOT, they pick up 5 rounds. They've already done better than EC Bruges yesterday. And this is a GamerLegion where we saw being so dominant on Mirage the day before. But now it's a little bit more tentative. And Ted, we could have an absolute series on our hands. And this is an absolute wonderful storyline from ECLOT. They came from the regionals. They were doing so well last year, peaking at 61st in the world, if I'm not mistaken, but they just haven't done anything this year, and they are back, and they are back to play.
what'd you have to do Bruce so dirty?
I'm okay. You know what? I'm sorry, but it adds to the effect of Daito as well. Hold on a second. This man, new kid on the block, has only been here for 18 days, and Jesus, is he proving his place?
Yeah, he is absolutely. I wanted to speak about him just a little bit because obviously he's replacing Zed, which is one of the really experienced guys, or used to be one of the really experienced
the OGs,
guys
no?
in this lineup. You know what's the thing? Dieter is 19. Like he is fair. I didn't really hear what you said there, by the way. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just agreeing with you. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, okay. But Dieter, he is 19. He's fairly young, no past experience whatsoever. Well, I took a look at it. You said that you haven't seen him play a lot of ESEA as well. He's played, the only tournaments he's been playing are some domestic Czech tournaments where he's been playing with mixes. Obviously, in those mixes, something that actually made me really interested is that he's been playing with some really good players. You know, in the last tournament like it, he played with Forzy, who's now the Opera for Sinners. You remember him from Enterprise, maybe, which are not a Czech team anymore, an international now, but still, he's been playing with some of the really top dogs of that Czech scene, which means that he is regarded in that domestic scene as one of the next big talents, and he's showing it already. I think that a team like ECLOT needed that X factor because you always need a player that's able to kind of break through the ice, go for a couple gimmicky, just crazy plays, and turn the tables in your favor. And we've seen him do that just a couple times already. You know, the confidence that he's putting into the play, even though he's playing against a team that just qualified for the RMR, he's playing against a team that arguably has 5 more experienced and better players than him, or more proven players than him. And he's just not giving them any respect. I love that.
I actually really respect that as well, because
you respect the lack of respect?
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's so cool to see that. Like, a lot of times in this scene, you see because like in this game, I mean, pretty much in every game ECLOT have played in this tournament, they've probably been the underdogs, because they are a bit of the dark horse coming into this year. No one knew quite what to expect them. Will they continue what they were doing last year? And they haven't just yet. But then all of a sudden, in this Pinnacle Winter Series 3, they have, and Dieter, I love it. He's just a mechanically gifted player, and he's giving zero respect to GamerLegion, a team that is 25th in the world. And Dieter's just gone, I don't care. I'm going to play this game like I play any other game, and it's proving pretty well. This 4K ELO Czech Republic Demon is really stamping himself in this scene, 13-9. This man's not doing too bad.
Oh my god, you just said 4K. I remember I played against him recently.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I'm guessing, actually no, Ted, I'm guessing you absolutely destroyed him, right?
No, I didn't. Like, I think I won the game, but I didn't destroy him, no.
Oh, okay.
I had a good game. I had a good game, but that was like something like 2-10 in drills against him. Like,
yes, I was going to say, because I'm pretty sure because he's in FPL as well, so like, he plays... You know, he's a good individual player. And now he's proving it. I
actually didn't click that one in. I didn't click that he was the Dieter from. Oh, that makes so much sense now. By the way, I've actually seen him. I've actually seen him on Faceit a couple times. No, that makes sense why you're calling him a 4K demon, because he actually is. But yeah, that's a really good recovery for me, Claude. You know, we kind of overlooked it just a little bit. Is that 7 CT side rounds in a row? I think it is.
I think. Yeah, I think they lost one.
Yeah, maybe one in the process.
4.
But
yeah,
but that was. That is a really good recovery. It has been a really good recovery. Once again, just the pistols coming in for GamerLegion, and truth be told, ECLOT, they've been struggling just a little bit in those rounds, at least to keep them clean. But because here, no problems, or maybe there is problems, Rusty is going to pick up another. Emma finally goes down, but the smoke towards Kitchen is going to delay them just a little bit, and they have found the rifles. GamerLegion looking to level things up in this now.
Yeah, this could go either way.
Okay.
GamerLegion, they definitely... Oh, I like this. This boost. Ares going to take the fight onto shore. He's going to find that kill, so it's only just Dieter and Capson left alone. Make it just Capson. The Orb is just going to be trying to save this momentarily, I assume. He's got the money, but there's no point in forcing the issue. Time is ticking down. He's just going to hold the rotation, try to do some damage, which I think he will actually do successfully. He gets away just about, and I'm not sure if Russ is going to survive. He's getting away, and I think he will just about. A lot of damage being inflicted, but it will be the 7th going the way of GamerLegion. And we're all tied up now, Ted. 7-7. This is looking very close for both sides.
Yeah, you can see the Pinnacle odds, of course, still in favor of the GamerLegion side. It is their map pick. They're on the T side. Yeah, you were right. They did lose one in the process, but 7 out of 8 rounds won. I mean, that was really good from ECLOT. They managed to kind of come back into that first half, and even if they lose that next round, I think considering how things started with an 0-5 deficit, they're going to be happy with it. But yeah, taking a look at the odds, you can capitalize on them. Click the banner below the stream. Winter 22 is the code to use upon sign up, and Era is the code to use when you're playing the AWP, because he's been phenomenal, or at least he is in this round. But Dieter once again in a really good position. Look at him go.
Man.
He's not giving them a day off.
He's really impressing me right now. Just like no one's been able to shut him down. He's just been running around, doing what he wants. However, this is still winnable for GamerLegion, especially if Zero can find this kill. But he doesn't. He's just losing a little bit of HP, and they know where he is. So they have an idea of where Rusty is because of the kill he got onto Daitor. He's on 9 HP, and this flash is really going to alert them of where he is now. And Captain, with this Deagle, spamming away, chose to use it over the orb. It's just going to leave the IGL of GamerLegion with 8 HP and 6 kills in this 1v1. Last round of the half. He's going to have to go for it. I mean, like, I really don't see him winning this, especially with captains in T-Spawn, and he's going to get spotted out momentarily. Literally tickles away, and the nade out of... Wait, is that the nade? That's from the short player. Very nicely done. I thought it was the player from A for a second, but it will be ECLOT with the advantage going into the second half. And Ted, probably with quite a vast bit of momentum.
Yeah, right. I think we didn't expect them to win the first half after the things.
Neither.
After the start of it, it was a 5-0 lead for GamerLegion. Now it's the other way around. 8-7 in favor of ECLOT going into that second half. Maybe you get the pistol, you get a couple of the conversions. We could be speaking numbers, but they're going to actually go for a tactical timeout before a pistol round. This is not something that you see most of the time, but obviously they realize how great of an importance that one has. Or let me correct myself. I think the second one has a great importance, but you want to have just a slight advantage after winning the pistol as well. But yeah, you get the conversions. That's 3 in a row. We're looking at an 11-7. I think that's quite winnable. And truth be told, Mirage hasn't been a weak map for GamerLegion. No, it's absolutely insane. They've crushed most of the people they've played on it. Actually, the numbers are quite mad because they've played Mirage 17 times. Then they've played Inferno 14 times. What does that give you? That gives you a total of 31. Do you know how many maps ECLOT have played in total in 2022?
If I'm not mistaken, nowhere near as much as that. It's like it's
27.
Only so they actually literally almost played as many maps on Inferno Mirage combined as ECLOT have played in total.
They played
more.
More.
Is it more? Sorry,
yeah, it is
my
more.
maths is really that bad. But it will be ECLOT though. They did actually take down Insta Breach yesterday on Mirage. So, like they're confident on this map. So I think it's a bit of a. I think GamerLegion were just so confident after yesterday's win. They were like, you know what, we're the best Mirage team in the world. However, they're being brought down to reality now, and it will be the man deficit as well going to this pistol round. Yeah, m0NESY with that off. Like I swear on Twitter, every single day I see m0NESY with the most unreal shots on Mirage.
Well, the truth is, everyone's speaking about m0NESY. No one is speaking about who's top ranking in the server right now. Help me out.
Yeah. Is Daitor, if I'm not mistaken? I think anyway.
I'm not sure.
I think it is. He's on 14 kills.
Let's say it's Daitor, yeah. Okay.
I think, and like what I was saying on this T side, I think he's going to be favored so much on this second half because he's just going to run around. No one's going to be able to stop him. And as I've just said, that Emma has stopped him and is stopping everyone in his place. He's already got 2 kills, helped out by Rusty, but the kills are still going back and forth. ECLOT, they do have the man deficit, make it now even, and Emma, who was the thorn in the side of ECLOT, will finally be dropped. The Czech side, they have the bomb in their hands, 25 seconds, and they're going to be able to neutralize these 1v1s as well. And what a shot into Era. Now just leaving Zero with the kit in the smoke. Bomb will be planted. He's going to shift out. They're not going to realize he's up so close and personal. He's going to find the first kill, but not the second. And the Glock of Valencio will reign strong. ECLOT with 9. They get the bomb down, and it will be them continuing their momentum into the second half. And Ted, I had no idea, I had no expectations that would even get this close. What is happening?
Is this starting to feel just a little bit shaky there? I mean, it is the map pick of GamerLegion. I get the fact that they're on the CT side, so we'll probably have to wait for the buy rounds to see their true face in nature. But considering how this round starts, it just goes. You know what? Imma double kill, Rusty another, and they win this one in a what? 2v4? That
Yeah, it was a 2v4.
ECLOT? That was insane. Yeah. It's insane that they have the mental attitude and the mental fortitude to win rounds like that. And surely that's making GamerLegion sweat just a little bit. Now, we shouldn't be writing them off, I think, not just yet, because obviously for them, Mirage has been and will continue being quite a CT-sided map. But can you stop doing that through smokes, please?
Absolutely dirty. And like, this is, we've said it so many times, the best map of GamerLegion by far, highest win rate. They've taken down so many teams, especially in the top 30 as well. So formidable is a understatement. However, this Czech Republic team, somewhat of an unknown entity, is really, really just impressing me right now. And if they make it to playoffs, Ted, that would be unbelievable for them. I would be gobsmacked. And it is going to be them coming up against this force buy of GamerLegion. ECLOT now, they are grouping up towards a bomb site. The smokes will come in. MBQ and Daitor are lurking in towards Connector. The remaining 3 players are coming out from ramp. The question is, what will happen towards Connector? Imma, he finds the first kill, but he's not going to expect a second player. Oh, but these Deagles, they had to sing and they're hitting every single note right. Oh my god, hang on a second. Just Capson left alone this 1v4. And it will be GamerLegion to pick up an 8th. Imma in towards Connector, got 2 kills. That was unbelievable from him. And it will be GamerLegion keeping 4 players alive. That was spectacular. The bomb didn't even get put down. And the Czech side, they're in a state of disarray right now. That round looked like it would have been a done and dusted, but they walked into the stack on the A-bomb site. And it is most unfortunate.
They overthought it just a little bit. They overthinked it. And you know, Imma, we have to give him big props. Because after he gets that kill into Connector, every single other fight is a 1vx for ECLOT, right? GamerLegion is just double peeking, triple peeking with the pistols. Imma was completely alone in Connector, manages to just outmaneuver his opponent, and that's gonna reset ECLOT massively. Now, going for the Deagles and the Scout, you kind of have to because you'd be double ecoing, but surely not ideal, especially considering that you didn't get a lot of kills into that second round, and that's the reason I said the second one is just more important than the pistol. And as good as it is, getting the pistol round, it's not going to give you anything unless you manage to convert it. And now they're just all the way back. This is a massive setback. Now you have only the Deagles and the Scout to kind of prevent reset and prevent letting GamerLegion in the lead again.
Yeah, this could be shipping up to be very close. They have got some map control here, especially with MBQ being put into window. I don't know if GamerLegion are going to expect this. Imma is checking towards jungle, but this Deagle very, very close there. Is going to find the kill, but quickly traded out by Zero. And he really had to stay alive there, especially with a very nice pick onto Valencia. It will be the B-bomb side, which is going to be targeted to. And Rusty, oh, the Galil is going to prove dominant. He's going to get 2, but quickly traded out by Detour. This 1v4, if this youngster could pick this up, I will be gobsmacked. And I'm not sure he will. The close up. Oh, hold on a second. Isaac has been dropped. He's not going to find the hit onto that player jumping through market. And it will be 0-2 in the round, evening up the scoreline for GamerLegion and ECLOT. They're going to be forced onto an eco gun round next round, but it will be GamerLegion most doubtably going themselves onto double digits. And the momentum, it's shifted momentarily. However, you can see on the screen just below, Skin Baron, head over to their website, click on the banner below, €2 off, and type in that voucher.
Yeah, you need to be thankful we're not abusing that one because we're seeing that before you.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
that is
we
actually
can't
true.
steal it away. Yeah, I just realized it, by the way. But
I was going to say, yeah, we could just claim every single one.
Yeah, but we're too good of people to do that.
And I think we'd get fired if we did.
Yeah, that's a good point as well.
Yeah.
Haven't thought of it.
One small problem.
Yeah. Imma is going to farm a couple kills. Obviously, it's a bit of a confidence builder coming in for the side of GamerLegion. So get those kills. Don't lose anyone. That's a nice one. Make sure it's a clean, nice, easy round. You have a lot of rifles as well, so no casualties needed. And that MP9 and Isaac is actually going to enable him to go for something aggressive in the next round if he wants it. But yeah, back to the buy rounds. You know, how are you feeling about this one? Because I think now we're getting into the territory where GamerLegion are actually feeling comfortable. And individually, truth be told, so far there hasn't been a single liability in the server. Well, maybe Kifida is the only one that's just a little bit behind. But speaking about even the CT side, because obviously on the CT side you need everyone to be fragging out and holding on their positions. That's the formula for a good CT side. But GamerLegion, they've been hitting their shots, most of them.
Yeah, and especially their Imma, the star player, is going to be finally picking up some momentum frags, but going into this 20th round and all, Kifida, he is going to actually get that kill through the smoke onto Imma. Rusty, very nice quick trade, and there's so much damage that Imma did early on. I'm not sure, that's really unfortunate, and unfortunate timing for Valencia as well. Just unfortunate left, right, and center for this Czech side, because we can see that Zero is pushed into round. The Palace player gets neutralized. Make it the Apps player, and it is just 2 people left alive. They've only got, how much is that? 68 points of HP left alone, and I think, yeah, this is looking very good for GamerLegion all of a sudden. Kifida, the IGL of ECLOT, you brought him out as being maybe a bit of a liability on this server. He tends to be, like, his stats do show that he normally doesn't pick up the pace as much as some of the other players on this server. And then GamerLegion, Imma, he was someone who has been brought down early on, but those eco frags he got, I feel like that was definitely a momentum booster for him. Definitely like, okay, I'm starting to get some kills on the board. And I think we will see the AWP out coming. We will see the AWP coming out for GamerLegion, put in the hands of Era into this next round because Imma dying. It's almost like a quite nice because you can drop over the AK to him. Era can pick up the big green, and it will be GamerLegion with 2 rounds to the good. They've got, oh wait, no AWP actually. It's going to stick to 5 rifles. The odds going in their favor. You can head over to our partners over at Pinnacle. Click on the banner below and use Winter22 on registration. And you can find all the latest in-play offerings on this game and all the others. Make sure to bet in a fun and safe environment, what you can afford, and when you're over 18. But it will be ECLOT now with this very precarious pie, Ted.
Yeah. I actually love the concept of head over to our Pinnacle's partners. Partner.com.
It's a lot of P's.
A lot of P's. Yeah. A lot of P's for GamerLegion as well. Man,
yeah.
Look at that economy. Well, speaking of it, Ditter, that's a nice headshot. Era out of the equation. It's always gonna be a really tough round though. Even if you find a couple entries, you will need at least a second one to make us believe, because it's still just a couple pistols and only 2 of them have armor, not a single piece of utility as well. You need to kind of group them and hope for the best. Well, the best in that scenario is gonna be Isaac not getting more than 1 kill, and he hasn't gotten more than 1 kill. A lot of damage done though. That's gonna soften them up. Rusty should have a bit of a freebie. But actually, he's going to let them cross. Okay, the HE
that nade should be... Oh, doesn't actually land the mark. It only does a little bit of tickle damage. So the bomb going down is best case scenario right now. They do lose all their players, but 2 kills and bomb down, honestly, could be very worse for ECLOT. So it will be 3 rounds that they are fighting to claw back. However, this up-and-coming round, Ted, I think this could decide how this game gets played out. If ECLOT win it, and they feel like they need to win it in a more of a clean manner as well, it will put themselves on double digits.
Look at Rusty.
He does. Oh, he hits it. Hey!
He's done it.
Who even was it? Who even hit that? Was it the? It was like a Swedish player that hit it first. Though was it like Draken?
I'm not sure.
Oh, but either way, look at the economy now. ECLOT, they do have a buyout. The AWP for Capsum, the AWP for Error, and this is coming down to the wire. Ted, this is a must-win round for ECLOT. Can they convert this 22nd round now?
Yeah, we spoke about momentum in the first half. Now it has been 5 rounds in a row for GamerLegion, and they're looking really hot on their heels. Even the double AWP coming in from Isaac and Era could catch them by surprise just a little bit. And you can see Era, he's being really curious with this one. Valencia needs to be careful on the other side. He's not peeking it. He's going to close out the distance first. Goes for the jig, baits out the shot. That's a really nice bait. Compromises the whereabouts of the O, but this could actually lure them into some false sense of security towards the B-bomb side, and this is what Isaac wants.
Yeah, this is... I mean, ECLOT, they are just playing with time. They've got a minute to run the clock, and they're not doing anything too dynamic. They're just getting this control. They know as a player towards short, and he could actually get caught off guard, which he does. Imma, though, trying to refrag his teammate, is going to find some HP onto Kifida, but won't find the kill. That's a huge man advantage going the way of ECLOT early on. The short player has been dropped. And we were talking about them going back towards the B bomb site, and especially with that kill, I think this could be them prompted to hit this B bomb site where it only will be Isaac. He has got this big green. He's gonna. The question is, yeah, like there's so much utility for ECLOT. So he should be able to flash him off. The question is, can he go Cold Zero style, and can he pick up these frags? They will be momentarily hitting him, and it will be considered to initiate the fight. Missed shot from Isaac, and that is the orb being dropped. The 2-man advantage now, and the bomb site being completely opened. Captain reading Emma like a Harry Potter novel, and it will be ECLOT on double digits. Absolutely spectacular so far, Ted.
You love Harry Potter, don't you?
Oh man, Harry Potter is an unreal. I was actually watching it last night with my girlfriend.
Have you read the books?
Oh, bro, have I read the books? I've read the books. I've read the Lost Child, like that. It's not a book, but it's a play script. Bro, I'm a big Harry Potter novel. I've been to Harry Potter World, bro. Who doesn't love Harry Potter?
Yeah, that's a good point. Everyone does. GamerLegion don't in this round. They don't love your reference about Emma getting red like one. But yeah, GamerLegion finally crumble on the CT side. I think that's a little bit unfortunate coming in from Isaac, because he's like, yeah, it's a 4 versus 5. Now it's around the 40-second mark, so it's about time that they decided to go for a play. And I think I'm the safest going for a play like that, because I can strike one down and they just fall back. But it gets timed really well with the white P coming in from the T, so he can't really go out. Even if he lands that first shot, he's a dead man. So whether he hits the shot or no, it doesn't really make a difference. In that scenario, though, ECLOT are going to be more than happy. Not only they win the round, they managed to do it with 4 people surviving. And you can see that resulting into a really good economy straight away. Emma going to try to be a little bit aggressive. The Flash is going to dispatch him just for now. But Ditter, he's been isolated. He's been sent all alone on a lonely mission towards middle, and needs to be careful. He's going to eat a lot of damage out of that HE.
And the second one as well coming in, 32 HP. And look, as Emma is, man. Yeah, I mean, hold on a second. MVQ is going to save him. Oh, that got very toasty for a second. And that is a very nice kill going the way of ECLOT. They're 2 rounds to the deficit, so exactly what they need. And that nade isn't going to do too much damage. I think he was trying to see if there was a player on balcony. However, Ira, look at this. I like this from him. It's a little bit precarious. He is sitting in the smoke, waiting for it to fade. It is going to fade. He spots out one player, spots out a second, but he's going to just get discombobulated. There were so many targets, and he couldn't hit the first. It's like left alone. He doesn't have the AWP. He has the A1S. Can he find more success here? And honestly, it probably is the more favorable weapon to have. The rotations are going to come in, though. Rusty, the IGL, is going to be going in towards CT. The question is, does he go in towards B? He is. The Molotovs are going to come in, so he's going to be on that fast rotation. But MBQ being blinded by his teammates isn't going to allow him to kill. The rotation comes in.
No
Rusty
way.
helps out his teammate. And Ted, they're falling like flies. Valencia and Captain left alone. They line up, but it is going to be the 1v1 now. 0 versus Captain. Bomb's going to get planted, and Captain, he's going to be holding towards door, and he hits the shot! 1v1 going the way of ECLOT, and it will be them picking it up pick up another round, and it is going to be 11 for them.
Left without words. What a round coming in from ECLOT. I mean, even though that was a really good recovery, don't misunderstand me. Huge props to Rusty there. Feeling the right moment to get closer into jungle, and this is the powerful side of this position. You're not only controlling the T side lurk, potentially, or the boost into jungle, into window, you're really quick to rotate towards both A and the B bomb side. He was really quick to get that kill towards backside, made them just a little bit curious, made them just a little bit maybe not realizing where they were or where the CTs were in that scenario. A little bit disorientated, you might say, but GamerLegion not able to finalize it with the 1 versus 1. And as much as I like that from Zero, I think walking out like that onto an AWP could always be a risk, but he's thinking, okay, surely he doesn't have the confidence after all this chaos to just get the bomb plant and then commit to a fight. He's going to try and get into a comfortable post-plant position because he's stuck mid-side with the AWP. That's the reason Zero goes for that play. In the end of the day, though, that was a really good reaction coming in from Capson. Knew where Zero was coming from. And, well, ECLOT, now they're just 1 round behind. You know, we go into a technical pause, but
it's a loss issue, that's why.
Yeah, it doesn't really change the fact that GamerLegion has something to speak about, because even though they've been making those rounds look close, it feels like the B-bomb side has been a bit of a liability. And so far for ECLOT, the plan has been pretty much the same. Play a default, send Detour all alone out middle early round. Of course, if he needs some help, MBQ is going to be quick to the rescue as he was in that round. But just play the default, wait for the CTs, because GamerLegion, they've been really proactive in the first couple rounds. And the reason it worked out was because ECLOT were trying to fight it. Now they're not trying to fight it, but they're trying to kind of contain it in a way, right? They're just trying to wait it out, punish it when it goes to their doorstep, and then group up and exploit B. And it has been working out. It has been vulnerable.
Yeah, I'm honestly, I'm a little bit in shock, Ted. Like, this is, I sat down this morning and I looked at this game like I looked at yesterday's game, and I just went, yeah, there's no way ECLOT win this. Like, I was like, GamerLegion, they're looking weirdly shaky. Like, I was trying to, I found it really funny. I was trying to explain to my girlfriend this morning, like, about how this tournament. I was
Okay,
like,
can you stop flexing on us that you have a girlfriend
no, okay.
already?
I was talking. Okay, that's not okay. But I was trying to explain. I was like, GamerLegion, like, they're a really good team, but they went 1-2, and they lost to a team like UNGENTIUM, which I feel like isn't as bad now as they like UNGENTIUM made playoffs. So that's phenomenal from them knocking out Trick. So it makes the loss against GamerLegion. Well, no, it makes their win against GamerLegion seem a little less. What was it? A little
Impressive?
less worse for the like less worse for the Swedish side. So
Oh,
I
yeah,
remember
okay.
seeing that at first, and I remember just thinking like, whoa, that is a like really bad loss for them. But it was really close, though, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure every single map either went to 29 rounds or 30 rounds, and it was it went to all 3 games. So really unfortunate for GamerLegion there, but as you said, like we brought up, the fact that this is a team that's been together as a 5 for 10 months now or so after they replaced Dobbo and Adam with these 2 new players. And like the rest of them have been together for ages, almost 2 years now, or over 2 years if I'm not wrong. So they just made the RMR. They're top 25 in the world. They came 4th. They were 3rd and 4th last Pinnacle Winter Series, and like they have been fighting for survival the majority of this main Swiss stage. And
Yeah.
I'm just so like, this is why I love Tier 2 Counter-Strike. Like, because ECLOT, they probably even considered like Tier 3 scene. And this is why I love it, because there's so little between these teams that you can see upsets. Like the EC BLUEJAYS game, as much as Mirage was an absolute wipeout, that first map was so close.
Yeah, it would be the same if now we were to witness a GamerLegion win in the end of the day after a close endeavor on Mirage, and then see them get a one-sided victory on Inferno, which I'm not sure if it's gonna play like that, because this time around the second map is actually the map pick of ECLOT, so that one's gonna be intriguing, even though it's a strong one for GamerLegion again. But yeah, I get your point. I feel like on this level of CS, it's always it's always really close, and it always depends on who's having the better day, who's having the better preparation. And for some of those teams, it's really tough. Now, if you're a GamerLegion and you're going to be playing against the ECLOT, it's really tough to kind of prepare. First of all, they haven't been playing a lot of officials. Second of all, they've been going through some changes. Third of all, you're not used to playing against teams on, I'd say, this level, or rather you are. But in the past couple of days, if you're GamerLegion, you've gained so much confidence playing against better oppositions, and then you walk into the main Swiss, you lose to UNGENTIUM, which I'm not counting the Eternal Fire loss as a massive, let's say, as an event that gets them out of track, because I think that Eternal Fire is a team that could beat GamerLegion, could lose from them, but it's not a shock, right? They're on the same level. But
they did lose quite drastically, though.
Yeah, they did.
It was
in games like that, it really depends who's got a better day, especially against Eternal Fire. They are a team that's notoriously known about either getting destroyed or destroying. So
yeah, actually, that's true.
Yeah, high risk, high reward. The Gamer show and this entire show. But yeah, back to the point. I feel like GamerLegion need to kind of find a way to find that consistency, and this is the thing that makes the difference between the top of the tier 2 and the really good teams of it. Because right now GamerLegion are a good team in the tier 2 scene, but they're not top of it, right? Because the top teams, the top dogs of the tier 2 scene, let's say teams like I guess you can say Skate. You can. I'm trying to actually decide whether I can go Entropiq and Copenhagen Flames tier 2 anymore in teams like ENCE, but I guess yes, but they're the top of it. But let's say teams like Skate, like MOUZ NXT, even like Endpoint, Eternal Fire at this point. These are teams that really rarely, or maybe never are gonna lose to a side like UNGENTIUM or an ECLOT. Of course, adding teams like ENS, like Copenhagen Flames, like K23, Force, Heat to that list. Even a Sprout, a Wisla, Krakow. These are teams that really are they're gonna struggle. Yes, they might struggle, but very rarely you're gonna see them lose. And this is the thing that kind of can make the difference and can make you realize that GamerLegion are actually new to that high echelon of the tier 2 because they're still experiencing troubles. Yes, obviously a lot of these teams that are just I just spoke about, they've had some disappointing results, but that's not because they're new here. That's because of other factors, right? We're not trying to find excuses for everyone's poor performance or their poor results from time to time. But the thing is that GamerLegion are still a team that I don't think we can appreciate as much for always winning against the teams below them. And this is what makes that tier 2, tier 3 scene so hard. This is your point, essentially. Everyone can beat everyone. The competition is just so severe.
Yeah, I mean, like, I honestly completely agree with you. I'm just looking at the world rankings right now because, I mean, it'd be very impressive if I could remember them all off the top of my head.
Well,
but sadly,
I remember some of them, but yeah.
Yeah, like the
and
odd
they've
few.
been changing a lot, by the way.
Yeah, they change so, like I said, they literally change every other day, it feels like. But you've got teams, like, I'm literally looking, I'd say, maybe, like, from Entropiq down, Entropiq go place like 12th in the world, maybe like big. So like at 11th down, I feel like anyone from 11th to 50th can beat each other. That is how close I'd say it is. There are a few teams there, like, so, you know, OG's placed 10th, and I feel like that's where it starts to be like, okay, OG are different gravy. You've got players like Flames who are just better, big as well. Actually, they did because they got invited to the last Pinnacle, and I thought that was like it was like really unfair that they got invited. I was like, that's just so everyone's just gonna lose. And then ENS as well, like. I think you brought up was like, are they tier 2 anymore?
I think you can ask Force about the big question.
Yeah, fours, yeah, fours are, I would say fours are like the absolute top of tier 2 right now. It's like fours, K23, Skade are like those three teams that are just there.
We counting Copenhagen Flames and Entropiq as tier 1 now? I think so.
Entropiq definitely. Copenhagen Flames, and I think
they're
just like
teams.
Yeah, like I mean they're a land team, and like they did well at the major. Like you can't discount. Like they made the major. That is tier 1.
No, they've been doing really well on lance as well.
Yeah.
Like, online they've been struggling, but ooh. Okay, Ditter is not struggling with the refrag. Actually, we're back to the game. Another double AWP setup coming in for GamerLegion. A 1-for-1 trade to kick things off here to begin with. Around number 24. Could be a pivotal point for how things gone onward because, you know, GamerLegion and money, not a really good love story. Not in this one.
No, it isn't at all. Their money is in shambles. If they lose this, they will have... I think they do have quite a bit of loss because if I'm not mistaken, there'll be 3 in a row that they've lost. So they're definitely... They'll have the loss bonus, but they just won't have the guns immediately. Very nice mid-smoke there. Is just going to block out Era. A minute left on the clock. 4 versus 4. ECLOT, they are trying to find some advantage in towards Connector. Emma, though, he could be the thorn in their side. He's pushed ahead of this smoke in towards Connector. And if they don't clear him out effectively, which they are, and he's going to take a lot of damage, actually, so they did that very effectively. Very nice, just fundamentals being brought out from this Czech Republic side right now. They are not losing anything to chance, and they will be flashed over. Connector now just running out. Only these 2 players alone. They will just be trying to duel Zero, and it will be considered with a bomb. Oh, what a lovely shot. Tears the head off Zero. Bomb going down. This round is so nice from ECLOT. They just went, you know what? We're going to play our game. Screw you, GamerLegion, and your guys are going to save. We're going to take this A bomb site, and we're just going to bully you out of it. That was wonderful. That was zero respects. This Czech Republic team, 12-12 now.
And once again, I mean, the success that they find is because they managed to... Yeah, in that scenario, they don't completely deny the opening kill from GamerLegion. They concede it, but they refrag immediately. Once again, they punish the aggression and they get something positive out of the GamerLegion aggression, right? And straight after it, I feel like this is some really good preparations coming in from ECLOT, some really good understanding on how GamerLegion approach situations like that. Obviously, Zero, it's nothing new for him. He's often being left in those positions towards Sandwich, towards Underpalace, towards Default, where he tries to go for multi-kills, and normally he's really good at it. Emma I think at this point they're really used to him just trying to play inside of connector most of the time and just clearing him out with utility, doing so much damage. And you can see that all the utility damage that they make and they deal to him, it just makes him think a second time before going for rephase, because most of the time you would see him just hold on to connector, make sure that he's not letting anyone cross over towards that A bomb side. In that scenario, he just goes like, yeah, I don't want to stay here anymore. I'm gonna rotate all the way through CT towards Ticket because I don't want to be taking no fights.
Yeah, but I think this round equally could dictate how this game goes, because if ECLOT win, they'll break the money of GamerLegion, and Rusty, he is going to spot out Detour there. The nade isn't going to do as much damage as he probably would have wished. The one thing I do want to bring up, Ted, is how effectively ECLOT have been taking mid control in this game. It feels like GamerLegion just haven't really had an answer.
Well, GamerLegion are a team that, like, I don't think they're doing that because they're being forced that much. I think they're quite happy, and a lot of the times they've tried to kind of get an exchange out of it, just let them have middle, but then go aggressive towards ramp or palace or B-apps. This is the game plan, and that scenario Emma gets a kill, which is phenomenal considering he's all alone. But yeah, GamerLegion, they aren't a heavy mid team on the CT side from time to time, and this is what we're seeing right now. I don't think they're just getting forced to it. I think they're willingly doing so. The truth is, it hasn't been working out, but it could in that round.
Yeah, this is looking quite good so far for ECLOT, though. They have got the man deft and they've pulled their rotation away, but all zero. That is a crucial flag. Kafida trying to make some space up towards connector. Isn't going to find anything, and it is just Capson alone in towards middle. And I was about to just bash GamerLegion for, like, okay, if you're going to play the extremities of the map, if you're going to play sites, at least do it effectively. And right here on round 25, when they need it, they keep 5 players alive. They play it perfectly. They win all their duels, and it was just Ira. I think he was in towards Shadow. They just don't clear him. And all caps in a rare miss shot. That is huge, actually, because that AWP isn't. I don't know if it's going to come back out. Detour could throw it. Wait, how do you pronounce it? Because is it Detour or?
I have no clue. I think Detour is nice.
Detour?
Yeah.
Because like it could be Ditour. I don't know.
I don't know. We'll have to ask the Czech fans. You know, normally the Czech fans are really cool. By the way, ahoy to everyone that's watching. Ahoy is like hi in Czech.
Ah, ahoy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I feel like I learn every day with you, Ted.
I've learned it from the fans, by the way. They're the OGs.
The fans are incredible. I
Props
do
to
love
them.
the region. I actually love regional fans. They're always so cool. And like I remember I was doing a Portuguese game once, and all the Portuguese fans started telling me like loads of weird information that like I would never even be able to find out myself about like all these players and how they play. And I was like, cheers, guys. That's going into my notes.
Yeah. So, guys, if someone wants to let us know how his name is being pronounced, make sure to do so. Just tag us, !casters, and you can tell us. But round number 26, we spoke about how important these past couple rounds were. Well, GamerLegion, from a mental point of view, that's going to be a sick round as well, because they deny ECLOT from getting into the lead, but now they need to convert. They need to make it 2 in a row, and that's a really good play coming in from Era. They're not ready for it whatsoever. Goes before the Molotov and opening kill, and now they can just play the retake. But Emma, he doesn't want to play a retake, he wants more.
Oh, what a shot from Capson, though. That was a really nice flick onto Imma. Ditto, though, hold a second. He's going to be having 2 players in front of him. He's going to find the first, find the second. Bit of a ropey one, but oh, what spray control onto Zero. Now it's just a 2v2. Bomb will be planted for Ditto. You've got Rusty, the IGL, in towards CT, and Izak from jungle. They're going to be taking 1v1s, and the first kill will go the way of Izak. This is looking quite dangerous all of a sudden for Ditto. He's going to jump into window, jump into short, actually. Very nice fake, but will they expect it? Spam go through. He doesn't find the mark, but he does, but it's the wrong player. The bomb gets defused. He gets all the kills, 4 kills to his name, but it is the round going the way of GamerLegion and ECLOT. That is such a unfortunate loss.
Oh my god, he's gonna be feeling so much pain after this one. What more can he do? He plays it perfectly, and this is a massive mistake by GamerLegion, by the way. You know? You get the first 2 kills towards the A-bomb side. You know you're in a 5 versus 3. You can't just overlook middle. You can't overlook the possibility of a lurk being there, and Dieter just a little bit unfortunate. He thought he got the right kill as well. Takes down Isaac through the smoke, thinks that is the
Wait, Ted, look at the
diffuser.
money. Wait, sorry, Ted. Look at the money of GamerLegion.
Oh yeah, obviously they lost all 5 players. They're not gonna have anything if they lose this round. So the damage that he does is actually really impactful. And once again, you can see this is what the 3rd time they're going for the Palace Peak. First time, missed shot. Second time, a 1-for-1. Third time, missed shot. GamerLegion haven't been able to find any success with those aggressive double up endeavors of theirs.
Yeah, and that jiggle into Palace, I think it was Isaac that missed the AWP shot. Am I wrong in saying that's like the 3rd time that exact scenario has happened? Where a player's jigging in Palace, Isaac's missed a shot, and she'd be like, well, that's our aggression gone. Look at this, Ted. They will be grouping up towards the B-bomb side. Capson is alone in towards mid, but it will be the first kill from Imma onto Dittor. The 2 Goliaths clashing, and oh, what a spray down. He is shutting down ECLOT single-handedly. Valencio left in his 1v5. He's going to find nothing, and it will be the Swedes putting themselves on the 15. And this is terrible news if you're an ECLOT fan right now, because their money is scarce. GamerLegion has kept 5 players alive. They're going to have all the tricks and the trinkets into this 28th round, possibly the last of Barrage. This is identical to the EC Bruges game yesterday, where it was so close, and then it got to 16-12, and it was just like all of a sudden GamerLegion. It was like, it was actually identical, where like it was so close, and then the GamerLegion just won like 4 in a row, and that was it.
You're not ready to walk in B and just walk into Imma, the connector player, right?
Yeah, like that is so unlucky that Imma, he's on B there, and he just destroys them.
Yeah. A lot of diversity into those CT sides. We spoke about the structure possibilities that GamerLegion have on their T side. Well, apparently, they can go for something interesting on the defense as well. Zero gonna pick up the first kill, and GamerLegion, now they're looking to close things down. They're actually gonna line up for him. Does a lot of damage, but no second kill found. And oh, all right, save time, boys. Someone ring the bell.
Okay, Ted, what is happening? Like, how is this got into a scenario like this? And they are actually not saving, because Imma, he's going for it. They have a little bit of economy, but if they lose this, they're going to have nothing.
Look at
this is very, very ambitious from them. Going in, Capson, he's on the flank as well. There's Mac10. He gets flashed by his teammate, though. That's a team flash by Valencio. He's been allowed to get killed. And oh, hold on a second, though. Dieter is going to be trying to salvage the round alongside Kafida. And it's just a 1v1. The round will go the way of ECLOT. But Valencio almost just threw the round single-handedly and would have thrown the game because he fully flashed Capson.
That was just a little bit awkward there. Now I have actually a lot of questions after this round.
I think we all do.
Yeah, that was quite unfortunate with the flash play there. A little bit of a miscommunication moment. GamerLegion decide to go for this. Okay, I actually understand it now. I guess you're just going for the 2 buys instead of the 1, because yeah, you save in that previous round. You're gonna get a shot in round number 29, and if you lose it as well, then you're gonna have no money for the final one. But then when you go for this retake, you kind of eco now, and then you get another buy. So you're gonna get 2 chances, even though the previous one wasn't that great, but still a lot of damage done. And now you can try and inflict something with the pistols. ECLOT, kind of awkward, but it works out. You know, it's all hype and GG's in the end of the day, and now they're gonna get a free round out of this one. Full 30.
Full 30 round. Wait, okay, hold on a second.
Default knife, nah.
Yeah, default knife. Okay, they have lost. I feel like we need Skin Baron just to come in and like everyone that's got a default knife, just give them something. Like the Navajar vanilla knife. Okay, hear me out. It costs like 50 euros. It's actually quite nice.
What?
It's actually not bad. We did a giveaway. I did a giveaway for it, and I used it, and I was like, I don't know if I want to give this away. I quite like it.
Navajo.
Yeah.
Vanilla.
Yeah. It's nice.
First of all, how can you use that knife?
Okay,
That's not a knife.
You bash me for all my opinions.
Man,
you know, like, you've got the
you
shadow
told
daggers.
me a couple of days ago, you just go, oh man, I have a butterfly crimson whip.
I meant to say shadow daggers.
It's insane. It's so cool. And then I just go, oh, he actually has a nice taste for skins. I'm like, yeah, the butterfly is cool. I agree with you. And then you go, oh no, oh man, wait a second. I meant shadow daggers, not a butterfly. and then this just ruins the entire point.
Okay, you're not
What
wrong.
do you mean? I have an insane Shadow Dagger Crimson.
Bro, they're so clean. They're so nice. I feel like
Of
2015
course they're
Taco.
gonna be clean. They're ugly. If they weren't clean, it would have been.
I feel like
Have you
2015
seen the-
Taco.
You know how people in the community are calling this knife, right? I can't say it on.
Yeah,
on broadcast.
yeah, and like the whole like the Crimson Red also makes it like it kind of proves the point of it as well a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it is like, okay, back to the game, because this round, I feel like this is not a round we want to miss, as it is the 30th round of gameplay right now. This first map, I think we were all surprised. No one expected to be here. ECLOT, they do not have an AWP out. I think that could be an X factor right here, because Captain is going to be out without his gun of his nature, but it's going to be the B fake into this A hit. The bomb is still just down in T-spawn, though. Look at this, Valencio and Dittor. They are behind the smoke on ramp, but so is Zero. All over the map, MBQ's got a kill onto the B player, but they haven't captured his bomb site at all. The rotations haven't moved. And Ted, what is happening in this round? I am so confused.
GamerLegion need to aggress somewhere or rotate. This is the reason that we're seeing that push over towards top middle. They need to find something to work with in Era. He's going to be the one looking for it. That's a really huge kill from Era.
That is a phenomenal kill onto the IGL. Death slam moment, so I don't think Kafida even barely saw him. Imma, though, is alone towards B bomb site. Rusty will help him, and we've seen this being done before, where Rusty goes and supports Imma, and they absolutely just rain havoc. So ECLOT, with a lot of utility left, will be throwing some smokes here and trying to get onto this bomb site. That nade's going to do so much damage, which it does. They're running into the crossfire of Rusty, but Rusty gets that first kill. And hold on a second, Imma has lost his life, and it is Era and Zero left alone, trying to initiate these 1v1s, but I'm not sure they will. And Ted, I think we could be going to overtime, baby.
We could be going out of kitchen. What a shot onto MBQ, though. Keeps them in it. Now he needs to wait for Zero. Zero needs to win that fight. He loses that. This is round over and we're going OT. This kill is everything. He's been spotted now, and Dieter, he's just not gonna peek into him. Instead, he's gonna pick into the AWP. Zero
1v3.
finds one, but Valencia is there on the refrag. We're going to overtime. ECLOT, they don't want to let GamerLegion cement the victory on their own map pick of Mirage. Well, we didn't anticipate that.
Bro, the thing is, the odds are still so, like, quite heavily in favor of GamerLegion. The odds, they do not have any faith in ECLOT, but trust me, I do. I really could see them winning this, and there's so many ECLOT fans in chat. This game is probably one of the most unreal games of Counter-Strike I've seen in a while, and I've been watching a lot of Counter-Strike because it's just such like, I had no expectations for ECLOT coming into this map, especially that Mirage is one of GamerLegion's favorites. They literally beat EC Bruges like 16-4 yesterday, and it wasn't even close. This check side, can they continue? It's like, they're a lot less experienced. I think that's very fair to say. Can their inexperience not falter them? Can they continue right now? And it will be Zero with a very nice off angle. We'll find the first kill onto Kafida. Trying to get for the second. That he will. And this is looking very nice for GamerLegion onto the first round of overtime. Ted, two-man advantage. The Czech Republic side definitely in a bit of fear right now.
Yeah, that's a good start. That's one of those moments. If you're Ash right now, the coach for GamerLegion, you're standing there being like, why didn't you do that in the last round? Why did we have to get into OT? But yeah, obviously, a really good start. Era gonna pick up another. Capson actually fights back with two. A couple of nice peeks over towards middle, but MBQ is still alone with the bomb towards in. He's actually making his way out. Capson could fall here if it wasn't for really fortunate timing, and yeah, fortunate, but for Zero.
Yeah, I was going to say, because all of a sudden this round got very close. I mean, MBQ, he has dropped a Molotov and will get the bomb down. Zero, though, is very close. And that Molotov's going to eliminate a lot of space for him. That smoke is going to get put down in front of him. And he's going to try to find this 1v1, which he does claim, still with a lot of HP. Finds the 1v1 onto Isaac, and all of a sudden, Ted, this is very close, but then Nade, the Kobe, is going to ruin his hopes and dreams. That got very tentative for a second, and I was just holding my breath. I was like, what do I say? Because I have no idea what's going to happen. And Ira, he picks up a lot of utility there as well. Very nice micro play there, but with 1600 loss bonus, it is like 1600 overtime. they do have a lot of money, and ECLOT, they got the bomb down, so they're more than good. That got very, very close. Oh my god, I thought ECLOT were going to take that back on the hands of MBQ, a player that's been just consistently plodding along, getting a kill here and there, no flashy plays, almost gained them a 16th.
Yeah, that was a really good round coming in from GamerLegion. In the end of the day, though, something that has made me realize a part of their struggles, they've been actually denied from getting those openings a lot of the time, and when they actually get the opening, they always struggle to convert it into a round win, right? And another reason is just Capson getting all those entries on the ADBP. Look at that from MBQ, just runs through the Molotov. 0 clues for the GamerLegion side, 0 respect given. As now we walk into the 3 versus 3, but look at him. His position is insane. Now GamerLegion just need to win time for him.
Yes, it's really good. I think that there was no way they expected Russ to be too fast on this rotation. A bit of spam going on to that ramp player, and yeah, as you said, Emma, they don't expect him to be here.
No
Capson,
way.
I just ate my words. Capson, you beautiful man. He is going to get that first kill on this retake. And just beautiful. Trying to find some 1v1s, and Valencio tapping away at those heads. 2 kills on the round for him, and just ending the dreams of GamerLegion. If ECLOT are able to pick up another round here, I think it's going to look ever so good for them. But this game right now, Ted, it's so even. No team is able to pull away. That's both rounds ending on this A bomb site. Will ECLOT change it up a little bit, or will they continue where they are finding success?
Wow. Capson, that was really good for him. I think that maybe the moment of GamerLegion, okay, they threw that lurk smoke going out of CT that a lot of teams use to just get out and get at least 1 kill from in behind it, but they don't really do anything with it, and that makes Capson think, okay, right, they used all that grenades, but no one actually tried to get a kill on the back of that utility, right? So why is this happening? What's going on? Something is missing. There's a missing piece of the puzzle, and well, that was the missing piece. They were just trying to bait them in, and Capson realized it on time. That's a really good read. Great awareness from him, and speaking about Capson, Zero is going to take him down.
That's actually such a huge first pick in favor of GamerLegion. Valencio, he's going to try his team, but it's all going to be 0, putting the enemies onto 0 HP. And 2-man advantage for GamerLegion. They've also got so much map control, and it also eliminates just so much potential for ECLOT. They have no one towards the A bomb site right now. These 2 players in towards middle are going to try to get their work done. MBQ just trying to lurk out in towards B. He does find some contact, but no kill goes his way. And Dittor, he could go huge though here. If he finds a kill onto an overextending Emma, it does make it ever so possible. But Kafida, look at the IGL here. He has not got a kill. He's got 2 kills in, I think, the past 10 rounds. That's just not a scoreline you want to have. It's kind of unacceptable for him to not be able to put up any frags and try and support his team. And I'm not sure if he's got spotted out. I don't think he has. I think he slipped through the cracks. Imma is going to get caught off guard, and that's going to cause the rotation to be scrambled a little bit. Kafida's been caught off guard. He will lose his life. NBQ is going to find a kill on towards his B bomb site, supported by Detour, but it's going to be Isaac holding that strong. He had to find that kill, but it's NBQ. We've seen him in this position before, but it will be the Swedish side picking up the second round in this first overtime. And ECLOT, they're on the round deficit, going into the favorable side of CT. And Ted, do you think there's any chance that they could pull it back now?
Yeah, obviously. If they were able to actually win the first half and able to take us to overtime, of course there is a chance. Dittor, he's been having a phenomenal game. Same for ABQ. And even if I say that you're gonna be all right with Capson fragging a lot, Dittor doing a lot as well, NBQ, he's been outperforming. I'm really impressed with the numbers that he's put in on the board so far. You know, most of them have been high impact as well. It's not like he's just farming some easy kills, some kills that like some exit frags or some save ones or anti-eco ones. Not that anti-eco frags aren't important. We know that no one wants to lose ecos, but you get the point. He's been having a lot of impact. It's not only about the quantity of it, it's about the quality as well. Note that one, kids. Really important for life.
It actually is, yeah. Like, how about do both? How about get high quality and high quantity?
Although it depends. If we're speaking money, well, I'll take quality or
yeah,
rather quantity.
Well, quantity, because I mean there isn't. But the question is, could it be like quality of
and if we're speaking
what
CS
money it is?
as well.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I already have a really high quality skin in the form of Shadow Dagger's Crimson Web, so
Yeah, just shut
I'm
up.
sitting quite good. And it will be, though, ECLOT being played like a fiddle right now, and I think GamerLegion, the experience is just becoming so imminent. Look at it, like, look at this. They've just completely played ECLOT, made them look silly. They've been caught with their pants down, left, right, and center, and it's just Dittor left alone. He is a unreal fragger. He's good for the first, but I feel like this could be all she wrote. And that Molotov, yeah, like he just admits his fate right there. And GamerLegion, GamerLegion, they are one round away from closing out Mirage. A little bit careful. It was very, very close, but they will be closing it out if they win this 5th round of the first overtime. But ECLOT, 2 in a row could allow them. They could allow them a
second overtime.
A second overtime, and that would be unreal if we do see that.
Brain lag is a serious problem, ladies.
Brain lag, yeah. Sometimes, like, it's, you know, it's a Friday. It's been a very long week, and this game is taking it all out of me. I can't lie, Ted.
Yeah, it actually has. I made the maths before the start of it. 7 best of 3 of the week. Let's go.
Oh god, I have not even know what mine would be. Let me check our calendars. I think mine might be somewhat close as well.
Yeah. Well, let's see if GamerLegion are going to be able to close it out in this one. They're going to have 2 chances. After a really hectic Mirage so far, finally they put things under control just a little bit. And they decide to take a bit of a breather in that round. I like it. Something just a little bit more interesting. So far they've been really aggressive. Zero going to re-smoke window. It's a nice smoke for y'all at home. A default one, and Air actually picks up the kill on Dittor. This is a massive frag, not only because it's a man advantage, it doesn't really give them a lot of information on where the Ds are going, right? Now they just need to stick to the 2-2 system. 2 towards the B bomb side, 2 towards A. Kefida has an AWP, but he hasn't been hitting that much so far. That doesn't count for MBQ though.
Yeah, this has all of a sudden got very tentative. 3v3 right now, 40 seconds left on the board, and oh, what a huge kill for Captain. He has all of a sudden kept his team in this game. Kefida with the orb, maybe he was using the wrong gun the whole time. He will neutralize Ira and Zero here, just trying to initiate a 1v1. He could find one on the AWP, but he's just going to walk out this window, making a lot of noise, and it will secure the knowledge of where he is. And Valencio, he picks it up, 17-18, 1 round between these 2 teams. This next round will either dictate if we go to a double overtime, and if we see more Mirage gameplay being pulled out, or will be us going to Inferno. And all, Ted, it's equally been quite a long week for me, because I'm exactly the same as you. 7th best of 3 today, and I've already got 1 tonight as well, so it's going to be 8 in a week for me. Wait, 7th best of 3 in a day? No, 7th of the week, and bro, high quality and high quantity, I think, for both of us.
Freddy has been just flexing all over this broadcast, guys.
Bro, man.
Oh man, I was speaking about the GamerLegion game with my girlfriend earlier today.
That's just not even what I was trying to say. But GamerLegion, they are firstly getting a very nice pick into middle. Emma, he has been a thorn in the side of ECLOT. He's a thorn in the side of every single team he plays against. But the trades, they're just going 1 for 1. But however, I think this favors the T side because because of this now, look at this position. They've got no short player on ECLOT. They have no window player because Captains has to force himself in towards connector. GamerLegion, their momentum has been halted. But Ted, this is going to look such like a precarious round. I have no idea which way it's going to go.
They're yet to recover the bomb as well. GamerLegion have no idea where to go at this point. They're just waiting it out. There's the top cons can smoke. This is going to make them waste even more time in that scenario, but makes the CTs wonder just a little bit. Capstan is going to start moving. Now he's going to get soon enough anxious about the possibility of a player walking through the top con smoke towards stairs, and you can see that already. Valencio is thinking about a possibility. Now the bomb is going to get recovered. I actually love that. No one is going to stick towards middle. And this is surely going to be always towards the back of the minds of ECLOT. They're always going to be thinking, okay, surely they had so much solid mid presence. Someone is going to be lurking. Someone is going to be luring around the shadows of Under Palace, or rather Underpass or Under Window. And that's the reason you see Capstan. He's not really able to assist Valencio in that fight. This is a really good idea from GamerLegion, but the time is running low.
I was going to hear him. He's got all the info. So because that, Captain's been able to help him. Valencio dodges the first flash, gets the bomb down, doesn't get the second kill, but Captain, he has to go huge here. They know where he is. They're holding his position. The rotation from Kefida has come in, and it's going to allow a flashbang Sugi pulled out, but Imma left alone. That nade is going to do so much damage, which it does. Captain Lee brought down to 20 HP. Now a 1v1. This is for the map. Imma, he's got 2 low HP players. They know kind of where he is. That smoke is going to block him out.
Oh,
He's
no!
going to get the first kill and the second. Oh, 1 bullet is all he needs. And he absolutely decapitates Captain. Ted, that was unbelievable.
Wow, they had no idea he's crossed towards Under Palace. That was such a nice play coming in from Imma. Realizing he got a bit of a time window to reposition himself, grants him the first kill. And then the second player on the AWP was low on HP. GamerLegion managed to close it out. We're going to be jumping into a short little break. We're going to be right back with map number 2 to see if ECLOT are going to be able to bring it back on Inferno. Stay tuned. Oh, we're yet to find out. ECLOT on their map pick now of Inferno, going to be starting on the D side, and considering how well they did on map number 1, we're not going to get surprised if they manage to take us to a decider. But GamerLegion, they are a team that knows how to win games like that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an absolute banger of a map. This is both of their teams' stronger maps. It's ECLOT been picking this first against the majority of the teams recently, boasting a 71% win rate. Equally, on the flip side, GamerLegion, they are not too far off. They are only on a 40% win rate, but they've been playing against a higher tier of opponents, and it will be this pissed around going underway and in favor of GamerLegion. Everyone just stepping up when they need, and it's going to be almost a team ace. Zero unable to pick one up, but it will be this Czech Republic side without the bomb going down, already in this second map on a deficit.
Yeah, you spoke about the Inferno of GamerLegion and how they haven't won so many of their games. They've played it 14 times. They've just won it 6. But in 2022, that is. But of course, there has been some really close games, right? Rarely you see them get destroyed on this map. I think the only 2 teams that, or rather the only 3 teams that have beaten them under 10 rounds, so they get a victory where GamerLegion don't even make it up to double digits, have been for Skate and Kiev, but Kiev was really early in the year, so if we were to kind of overlook that one, then Skate and Force, not bad sides, right? One of the best tier 2 sides. We discussed it on map number 1. So GamerLegion are a side on Inferno that most of the time does have really close games. The thing with them is that their D side is actually has resulted in giving them more rounds compared to their CT side, but so far in the Pinnacle Winter 3, they've played it twice, by the way. They did beat UNGENTIUM 16-14 on it, and they lost it 10-16 to the sides of Eternal Fire, which, truth be told, I'm just going to tell you that in that game for Eternal Fire,
it was so much better.
It was just impossible for them to lose it. Yeah, they were just hitting everything.
Yeah, that was actually
Zero,
really...
Zero was on point, by the way.
Oh yeah, because you were watching that, weren't you? So yeah, I haven't looked at the complete statistics of it. I remember from what you told me as well. I just heard it was just a Eternal Fire whitewash. However, this first gun round will be coming out for both sides. ECLOT, they have the AKs, whereas at GamerLegion, they're on a bit of a ropey buy, and what an insane entry from MPQ. However, the crossfire of Zero and Imma has to stand strong. One player in towards long in the cubby and one person tucked in under porch. Alongside them, Rusty is up close and personal. Because they had the control to be towards the B bomb side, they're able to rotate 3 players here. And some interaction coming out, but it will just be a little bit of damage, nothing more. A minute left on the clock, and I think ECLOT, Ted, I think they're looking to run in now.
Oh, they're not going to be ready for 3 players.
Oh,
no. That's going to be just a meat grinder. Welcome in. We're going to be feasting on ECLOT. Actually, they managed to get a couple kills, and now Valencio, if he drops the players war short, this has actually turned out to be quite a good round for ECLOT. Even though it started being really worrying with all the kills going in favor of GamerLegion, the setup was really good, but they were overwhelmed by the numbers, and now Rusty is going to be left in a 1 versus 2. Truth be told, he's got a defuse, get a fair amount of utility as well, but needs to isolate 2 1v1s here.
I was going to say, he has literally everything he could ever want to work with, apart from a smoke, which is in front of him. So you're going to have a full bit of utility. Spot up the first player on site. As an inkling that there is a second in towards Pit, but with the clock running down. And that's actually a very nice time he smokes. However, Valencio, he doesn't care. He will spam straight through that. Smokes are not wills, and it will be the Czech Republic side with a very close round, may I add, but it's still a round going their way. They finally pick something up, and it will be GamerLegion now with the money is so strange. Like, what do they do? Do they buy here? Rusty can buy comfortably. Yeah. But a lot of these players can't, and I guess they are. The AWP is going to be dropped over by Rusty to Era, but the utility apart from Isaac is looking really scarce. However, on the flip side, ECLOT, they are looking very healthy. Mac 10 on MBQ, I think he might just be sent up somewhere, and he might just be the human flashbang of the team in this round.
Ooh,
but
Fnatic.
Very nice boost from Era. He's going to get caught off guard though, but no kill or damage actually goes either way. Speaking about damage now, Ditto in towards Banana could be in a bit of a pickle. 3 players, they want to get him. They want to take a scout. And he's just about going to survive, I think.
Yeah, I don't think they spam him through. The AWP got flashed off the angle in apartments as well. Era, he's trying to be really compulsive with that one, trying to find an opener. Doesn't land the shot in that one as well. And now 3rd player is going to come over. Imma already rotating back towards the A-bomb side. ECLOT have been doing really good at just denying that early aggression coming in from GamerLegion or denying them from an opening kill, because there has been some damage being exchanged between the 2 sides so far. late retake over Banana, making sure that they have that vital part of the map covered, and this could end up just being a B execute straight away. Not a lot of util left for the T's, truth be told, and we can say the same for GamerLegion, but this was supposed to be one of the advantages of ECLOT walking into this round, and now it's just gone.
Oh, I'm looking at the minimap of just how this round has played out. There was no map control at all about 10 seconds ago for GamerLegion. So because of that, Ira has put himself in towards long. He's holding down middle, and it's gone, okay, Imma, you rotate over. And I feel like he's starting to be a little bit scared of this choice right now, because he's going to have 4 players hunting him down. He hits the first shot onto Confida. There is actually no refag potential. And it's going to be Ira just continuing his spree of dominance. Finally will get dropped and will get neutralized. But with 9 seconds left on the board, Zero, he could stop them in their place. This FAMAS is good for 1 already. The rotations have been cut off, however, but the man advantage still is in firmly grasp of GamerLegion. Make it 2 now. Valencia, the bomb is planted for him, but he's going to have 3 players hounding down him, and it will be the IGL of GamerLegion. Rusty is just going to bonk him out of the server, and that round, honestly, I think it's all down to Ira.
Yeah, bonkers. That was a really good round from Zero and Ira as well. The fact that Ira manages to first drop the player trying to head over towards long can then fall back and save Zero's life, because if he doesn't get that kill, Zero is just going down. And if Zero goes down in that round, this is the round done, because they get complete control of the bomb side ECLOT. In that scenario, though, that second peek from the AWP allows Zero to stay alive, allows him to get a kill as well. And the fact that he doesn't get refrag, he just stays alive for so long towards the back of the side, makes the retake a little bit easier. ECLOT never stood a chance in that round. Or, well, they did for the biggest part of it, but never stood a chance in the later part of it. And now they're downgraded to just the pistols, which is not fun. Well, it could be. Surprise middle, jump out the smoke. Yeah, they're gonna go back apps.
Ooh. Honestly, it wasn't even the kills that was so good from Ira. It was his repositioning and the aggression he took with the AWP. Like everything he did that round was perfect. He is looking to continue it on in this 5th, because he's going to get tested in towards his A bomb site. Smokes are flying down in a frenzy. And it will be Confida actually with this opening frag. But Imma through the smoke is going to get a kill and loads of damage. And Ira yet again, oh my god, Confida, the IGL, he had such a slow Mirage. And I think he's looking to get more kills in Inferno on the first half than he is even on the whole of Mirage on an overtime game. But the bomb will go down. They've got the man advantage. 3 players rotating in from long. The utility is going to be raining down upon the feet of ECLOT. Not finding anything just yet.
It's safe?
And it's a save, yeah, Ted. The Czech side standing strong on the force buy.
Oh, GamerLegion are going to be feeling really, really devastated after this one. That's pain. You need to save against the pistols. That was just a half buy. That had to be the free conversion. It has to be a round where you strengthen up your economy rather than just flushing it in the toilet, right? But it just doesn't work out. I'm wondering, is Zero staying under short a good idea in that scenario, especially considering, okay, you're gonna get smoked up. They are pistols. You know that they have the pistols. So you've left Ira to be responsible of apartments towards the middle of the site when you know it's a pistol buy. What happens if they decide to explode out of apps? Ira gets 1, then he gets fully flashed. Considering even if he gets a second, best case scenario, Zero just goes down, because there is no way for Ira to completely deny them from exploding out of apps. I'm just going ifs, buts, and maybes right now. It's a lost round again. So I don't really like this setup for an anti-eco coming in there for GamerLegion. I think in a round like that, yes, you want to farm them. You don't want to be giving them a lot of freedom as well. It's a standard one. A lot of teams do it, but still, when you have an AWP as well, I think they're just taking too many chances. And Zero getting left all alone towards short and not even being able to get 1 kill. This is a really big problem in that round for GamerLegion. And, well, ECLOT, well, they continue the pattern, 1 for 1. Not a single team able to put on consecutive rounds after, of course, GamerLegion goes the pistol in the anti-eco.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to Confida as well. He did just open it up. Like, that was so impressive from him. And, I mean, this is the best map of the Czech side, so there could be... And, like, we were talking about how, you know, like, ECLOT, they're definitely a lower-tier team. GamerLegion, they are going to be not used to playing these lower-tier level teams that don't actually have as many HLTV games. Do you think ECLOT have a bit of an anti-stratting going on right now? Because they'll have so much more to look at than GamerLegion.
Well, surely you've prepared. I mean, for a team like ECLOT, even being in that stage of the main Swiss is relative success, but
Yeah.
Imagine making it into the playoffs. It's gonna be the same story as for an UNGENTIUM, let's say. It's massive success. So I guess they have put some thought into it. Oh, Era's position is really good. Yeah, it's gonna get pretty
what a
far.
shot!
No way. Oh, and look at Isaac. He's gonna finish it off.
Oh man.
Era, he was just flicking his crosshair off that angle as well. You know, he was just writing it off as a possibility, and then just goes, oh, flick back, oh, headshot, easy.
Ted, I think we can do that. Don't worry. Like we're equally as good as Era in that scenario, but like that was actually all jokes aside, that was actually unbelievable from Era. What a nice shot from him. Just absolutely tears it. And that is the shot that kind of wins the round as well. Because if MBQ was, yeah, look, he was literally flicking off them, bam, and then because of that, it just kind of. It gives Isaac the momentum as well, and it gives him kind of the confidence to push Banana, and it's just going to be the 6th round going the way of GamerLegion and ECLOT now. They've got the hero AK on Confida, which is actually very interesting, a player that I would have really not thought would be wielding it. He's had a very... He's had a decent start. I wouldn't say very good, it's not been very good, but he's had a somewhat better start to Inferno than he did on Mirage.
Now.
Hit me with the question.
Does Detour... I think he did. Did Detour just purchase the AK and drop it over to Confida? Or Confida had the money for it initially, because if he did, it would have been insane. But maybe he just didn't have the money for an eco. Maybe he was just left with 1900.
No, it wouldn't be 1900 because the loss bonus wouldn't be... I don't think it would be 1900. So that's actually... I think Ditour has actually dropped the AK over. So that's huge from him. And it is going to be this AK being passed around left, right, and center, but no one's going to be finding any success with it. And it's only going to be GamerLegion in the kill feed, all blue. And it's going to be continuing their reign of dominance. Everyone just initiating fights left, right, and center and winning them.
You know, that's the setup that I want to see against Pistols, normally from a team. Just play it from the back of the side. You know they're not going to have plenty of utility to flush you out with, so you can just take favorable fights for yourself. And now, GamerLegion, they've recovered just a little bit after losing that round against the Pistols. The Tech 9 is not going to hurt that much anymore, as now ECLOT are going to go for another reinvestment. 2 AKs in the mix, 1 MAC-10, a Deagle, and the AWP coming in for Caps. And, you know, I wanted to bring up the huge difference between Caps and Era in the style of the Opers that they are on the T side, because obviously CT side is not that easy to spot the differences between Opers, especially in modern CS. But yeah, utility damage has been insane. I'm going to speak about the Opers later on. That immense.
It was one of the Inferno games.
Ooh.
I was, oh, what a nice shot from BLUEJAYS. I'll come back to that because it is now actually just it is GamerLegion with some advantage. This was to be bomb site. Rusty, beautiful flash and support from Isaac. It's gonna get himself a kill on a pretty huge scout. Ditour is going 1-8. He has had no impact at all on this Inferno map, and honestly, that's really unfortunate because the one player I feel like you'd want to step up if you want to take a win is Ditour, and he's just being the opposite.
Yeah, it's a bit problematic as well, because Kifida was the one to kind of be considered like a liability on Mirage, and now he's been actually putting up numbers, but the star players are just not able to kind of get up to him or to his level. ECLOT, though, with a pretty winnable round, I'd say. You're walking onto that B bomb side in 3 versus 2. The CTs have no utility despite of those 2 flashes in the hands of Zero, which are on the other part of the map. So unless they find the kills, this could actually be a T-side round.
Yeah, I think it's very, very possible. And I think it is actually going to be a little bit more possible now with the build bomb site being completely relinquished. Era is the only player that's anywhere close. He's glaive that smoke in towards CT. It is going to dissipate.
Whoa.
Words are hard sometimes, but it will be Zero and Era left
You
alone
can
now,
do it.
running on here. Zero is going to find first contact and is going to lose his life. Era trying to trade his teammate, but onto the wrong player. They know where he is. As player in towards Banana, player in towards the coffins, and it will be ECLOT with a very nice rebuttal. It was a very ropey buy for them, because I think Ditour was literally on a deagle. But speaking of utility damage, I was watching when I was commentating the game of Insta Breach versus Alternate aTTaX. I think it was Alternate aTTaX that had something like 500 plus utility damage on 3 players.
Yeah. By the way, earlier today I watched the first game that was casted by Pavlos and Wildeti. They were struggling with words as well. So I think there is a curse. I think there is a curse amongst the casters today. I think there is a bit of a problem. No one has any voice left, and everyone's just bamboozled by words. And it's people that normally don't as well. Like I can do the fast part of Rap God. I'm getting bamboozled. That's not, that's not normal. But hey, what's not normal is that the teams from the regional Swiss are putting up such a fight as well, and ECLOT, they continue with it. A really crucial round now, gonna put the economy of GamerLegion in what do you like calling a bit of a funky situation, so they will need to convert that round. I believe Dieter was just spotted. I think they know. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, he's going to have his, not even head, just body taken clean off. He's only still on 1 kill. And what a shot onto Capson. That is a very nice little bit of damage gone onto the AWPer. Willing the Mac 10 on this round. And the flash will come in. Era's not going to be affected by it, but he does see the player running across his screen. The IGL... Yeah, I don't actually quite know what happened there, but it will be the IGL of ECLOT falling. The 2-man advantage in favor of GamerLegion. There's 3 players on this A bomb site, all of them up and around the site as well. And there isn't a huge amount of utility left. There is literally only a single... The last flash got used, so there's no utility to hold these ECLOT players off. But I think with just the 3v3 play, I think GamerLegion are going to be able to hold it down, especially with that first kill going the way of Zero. However, good trade from Valencia just does leave Imma alone on this bomb site. Era has been smoked out. He does get a little bit of tap damage through with that Mac 10, and he actually does get killed. And it's just now Valencia, though, left in this 1v3. He knows where one player is, just spot him out, and doesn't able to get the kill. Imma, he holds down, he holds strong, and extinguishes any threat from Valencia.
Yeah, you pointed it out. Not a lot of utility on the CT side for that hold, but just the bodies were enough. In that scenario, you have 3 players. They were playing it really well, even though 2 of them fall back. I mean, Imma is able to stay alive for long enough, does find a couple of kills, rotations arrive in time, everything's Gucci. The CT is now starting to feel just a little bit better, slowly but surely. And a force buy coming through for ECLOT. This could actually be massive for GamerLegion if they're able to convert that one. It would grant them at least 1 more round, and we could be looking at an 8-3, which is the start that you want on your opponent's map pick, especially when you're starting on the CT side, especially after all the struggles that you had on map number 1. Just getting a little bit of a dominant lead is going to help you out massively in the mentality department.
I think, yeah, because CS is a game of 2 battles. It's a game of... Oh, right. Okay, Imma. That's just not fair. So it's a game of mentality. And it's also a game of just, like, your ability in the game. And I feel like it's... Yeah. Sometimes the mental game is just more important.
And sometimes there's the Forsaken factor as well. But
the Forsaken?
Yeah.
The word.exe factor?
Yeah.
Oh, you know, sometimes it does come in play, but hopefully not in any of these games. And it will be the B bomb site, which is the point of attack. All the utility has been used by ECLOT, and it is just them running into the crosshairs of these rifles. Very nicely done. They lose 1 player, but I feel like it could just be that. The flashes are bombarding Kafida with this deagle. He's going to get knocked down by the USP. 3 kills for Izak, and that's a wonderful hold from him.
Yeah, clean round coming in for GamerLegion. Gonna be happy with the money that you make after this one. Obviously, still not as stable on some of those members. Rusty on 800, just about. Lost bonus is gonna be the minimum one. So GamerLegion, even though they did win that round, they can't really afford to lose one in the next couple. But now it's an anti-eco, so they're gonna be able to farm that cash. 8-3, things are looking really well.
Yeah, this is looking really good for GamerLegion. They just have to try and keep as many players alive here. Era is going to miss that first AWP shot. He's just going to string through the sky. And Zero, though, oh, he's not missing at all. He hits every single mark. He was going to go for the ace, but Era does steal it off him. Highlight frag. That's into Raya. That's into the highlight movies. Ecos, it doesn't matter because it's still a kill. And that is going to be 4 extra frags going onto his HLTV profile.
Yeah, taking a look at the Pinnacle odds, of course, ladies and gents. If you want to take advantage of those, make sure you head over to Pinnacle, click the banner below the stream, use our code WINTER22, and take advantage of the best odds in the game. Obviously, you need to be at least 18 years of age to do that. You need to be at least 18 to be looking at what Zero just did to them. And if you're wondering why we're just screaming highlight for a couple anti-eco kills, because that's because Zero is our favorite YouTuber, and the highlights that he's doing are really good.
Let me check if it's actually Zero, because I knew it was a GamerLegion player.
Yeah, I've seen it as well. I've seen it as well, so it's Zero. Yeah, it is him.
Yeah,
I've seen
and like
him as well.
some of those clips, I remember genuinely sitting there and just being like, yeah, he's
You know
unreal.
what? His crosshair is actually mad. Like, I think he was playing with a really big green crosshair last time I saw it.
Oh yeah, it's a huge so he is the right but he actually like
60 by 9.
I don't know, but I know he like low key recycles his clips though. That's me outing Zero live on stream. You hit it her first. You hit it. HLTV confirmed. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. And it will be GamerLegion though with 5-round advantage.
Look at the early damage though.
5 round advantage,
Yeah,
and the
look at
damage
MBQ
that
and
has been
Kefida.
done. Oh my god, I doubt they've even seen anyone yet, and they have got 38 points of HP combined. Dittor, he only has 2 kills in this game. This is not what you'd want to be seeing from one of your star players. He's a youngster on the block, and bam, just like that, the IGL denies anything from him.
You know what's
And
the
it is
thing, though?
ECLOT just in. What is the thing, Ted?
The thing is, Dittor sees Rusty spotting him. He sees him juggle peeking, and then he's ready for the peek. But then Rusty doesn't peek for a good like 2-3 seconds, and Dittor just goes, okay, he's not gonna peek. He's not an idiot. He's just not gonna go for a wild swing because there could be more. And if he goes down, the round is lost. But no, Rusty just is waiting for that perfect timing of Dittor clicking and being like, okay, I'm not gonna get peeked. And then boom, he just goes for it.
Yeah, that was really well played from the IGL, and it could be just experience showing a little bit. I did mention it a little bit towards the end of that first map of, like, in the end, ECLOT, they are a less experienced team. A lot of these players don't have much experience outside of this roster, and especially a player like Detour, this is his first proper team on HLTV, and I think proper team full stop maybe, but it will be actually, though, we're going to leave that opinion to the side for a second, because it is going to be the A bomb site actually being opened up momentarily. However, look at this from Era, he catches off Capsum, put into a 3-2 in favor of this Swedish side. The bomb has been planted and the rotations are coming in imminently now.
He's done enough now. He needs to wait for his teammates. A lovely shot onto Isaac. This is a bit of a mistake. MBQ getting that kill. And now they know no one else is coming in from long. They're going to clear out apartments. But Valencio has a really good angle on that fight Era. If he gets the kill through the wall, this could actually give his teammate a bit of a chance. The bait is perfect. And Rusty is going to finalize on it. MBQ low on HP. Only 14 to work with. Stuck towards the back of the site. Needs to try and win enough time. Now he's going to spot the first lands, the headshot. He's going to isolate another one. Rusty, he's going to run him down. Does he have the time for it? I think he does. Just enough.
Oh my god, it's going to be so close. I think he does just in time. Oh, no, he doesn't! Literally milliseconds on it! And it will be ECLOT in a very, very tentative manner, picking up a 4th. But literally 0 players surviving across the server. And I'm going to be honest, I think that favors the CT side, because look at the economy of the T side. They've literally got 2 Mac 10s!
Oh, that's going to be really devastating as well for the CTs. I mean, they felt like they had this run around in the back, right? After Era gets the kill, it's a 3 versus 2 retake. It feels like they have it well under control. I don't like that play from Isaac there. I would prefer see him just fast cross towards the left side, spot a player. But ECLOT, they managed to get the best out of it. And now there's the fast play towards the B-bomb side, but Isaac is ready.
It's beautiful. He's supported by his teammates so effectively. They just take every single battle and they win every single one. Capson hasn't even seen a man and he's on 4 HP. And it's going to be Valencio trying to get something going for his side. I assume he's just going to meet the same demise as the rest of his team. Oh, hold on a second. Hold my beer. He spots out Era. And wait! Ted, what is happening? 2v2 now. This game, and it will be ECLOT now. Trying to pick it up. The bomb is so far away. Imma and Rusty, though, they are here on the rotation, Ted. They are so close. And look at the HP of Capsum. He's on 4. I don't think they realize it, but Vento, he just did spot out the player in towards long. He knows where Imma is. They don't know where Rusty is. The bomb shall shortly be pulling out. And what timing! Valencio, that's the most unbelievable pick onto Rusty. Imma now, though, looking up, is going to find the first low HP player of Captain. 1v1 now. 3 kills in favor of Valencio. But the HP gets dwindled even further. And he has a Molotov. It's going to be placed. And I think that's the round there. And dusted Valencio. Wait, hold on a second. Imma's chosen to tap it. He's heard the players going in towards the apartment. He's going to meet them head on. And that's the 1v2 going in the favor of GamerLegion. And it will be Imma, the star player of the Swedish roster, proving us once again why he's here.
He's played it perfectly. What a nice play coming in from Imma. But again, that shouldn't distract us for the fact that Valencio shouldn't even be getting that close to winning the round in that scenario, right? Just walking out of apartments all alone, getting both kills onto 0 and onto Era. They shouldn't be allowing him that. 0 with a couple missed shots there. Era there. I'm not sure about how I feel with Era going for that fight. I mean, you see, after 0 falls down, Era has a choice. He can actually fall back to a short, focus on middle. Not really forced to take that one, but he decides to go for it, misses the shot. A bit of a problem, but in the end of the day, GamerLegion, they managed to convert. 9 for a lead now, looking to make it up to double digits. And Kefida, he's just a little bit stuck. Never
Ooh,
mind.
stuck though. Hold on. He does get the first kill. Looking for the
Never mind.
second. The
Oh.
Tech 9 does run out of bullets. He's picked up the A1S and he will get neutralized finally by the supporting player of Isaac. Dittor has reclaimed that rifle and there's 2 players now towards bracket. And all very nicely played. The beautiful teamwork from GamerLegion. They've maintained the whole of banana control and the whole of brackets control. But MPQ slipping through the net is going to find that first kill. The bomb should go down, but the question is, can ECLOT hold on to this? GamerLegion, they're looking to get double digits, and I feel like they probably will, Ted.
They've been so good in those scenarios that we ECLOT. And look at that move. Look at that from MPQ. He's gonna get one. At least one. Oh no, they spot him. Falls back, but now they need to find the second player. Capson stuck towards back default. He's gonna be hiding. MPQ already up close. Tech 9 finds one, looking for a second, but Isaac is gonna double up and double down, giving GamerLegion their 10th round. A lot of these rounds have been so close. Too close for comfort for GamerLegion.
Okay, so 2 goes for comfort, but it's the last round of the halves. The economy has been sustained just enough to afford a full buy. And look at those Pinnacle odds. You can head over to our partners and click on the banner below. 1 to 15. They've been so in favor of GamerLegion every single time. And even when ECLOT were in the lead, I still think it was in favor for them. So feel bad for ECLOT a little bit there, but it looks like this game could be getting a bit ribby for them, and it could be their series life being put into a very handling state of nature. However, even if they do lose here, I feel like they should be proud of what they've achieved. And Daito, good for the first, but 1G burns himself, and that is really not what you want, Ted. Wait, Ted, look at me, man. Valencia, Era, what just happened? They've all gone past each other, and Era's not going to see anyone because everyone's gone around through brackets. Ted, what just happened?
Does Era realize what's going on? I don't think he does.
I think he will now because he's just seen like on the minimap, and it will be comped A. But he's going to be coming in through apps. The question is, Valencia, I doubt he expects him, and that's such...
They're furious at Era right now.
Yeah. Era could have stopped this round in their place. He's going to get spotted out now, and I doubt he's going to actually get a kill. And it should be ECLOT picking up a 5th now, Ted. Decent round, all things considered. Decent half, all things considered, for the Czech side.
Yeah, 5T side on Inferno is going to be doable at least. Especially if you win the pistol round, you're pretty much back in the game. But
no scope.
Yeah, a nice shot. I think that A side defense is the thing that let them down. I think GamerLegion could have easily went for 12 or 13 rounds in that first half if it wasn't for all these really awkward rounds that they lost towards A. I mean, Ditter, that absolutely obliterated you on map number 1, is now 2 and 15. And you're not...
Capson.
What?
Capson's on 3 kills as well.
Yeah, Capstone is 3 and 13 as well. I mean, these are the 2 people that you're anticipating to be top of the server for ECLOT. They still end up with 5 T-side rounds. I have no idea how. That just sums up how many mistakes GamerLegion have been doing, because obviously, map number 1, you look at it, Capstone 25-19, Ditter 30-28. Right now, after 15 rounds, they have a combined of 5 kills. And you're not able to dominantly just win it. Like, they needed more than 10 rounds. This is what I'm implying. This is what I'm trying to say. Obviously, 10-5 is not a bad score for them either, right? It's still doable. You get the pistol, you get a convergence, you're 13-5 up. It's absolutely perfect. But the thing is that they realize how many rounds they actually gave away.
Yeah, 100%. And that was like that one round where like the bomb literally went off a millisecond before it got defused. There's going to be some A content being faked out by Isaac now, but nothing more than just a fake. And ECLOT, they seem to have read this as well. Casper is still in towards this A bomb site. He is on long, so the rotation could... he's going to see the smoke and have to rotate on the site as quickly as possible, because Valencia, alongside a teammate, is going to have to step up, and it's going to be the first kill going the way of GamerLegion. The USP shots are just not simply hitting, and it's going to be GamerLegion all in chat. And ECLOT, they had to pick up the pistol round, but they don't even get a single kill.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling really disappointed after this one. For Ditter and Capson, things are not going any better. 2 and 16, 3 and 14. And you know what's the devastating part? Everyone has off games. It's really devastating to have your off map, and one of your first off maps, especially if you're Ditter, in the most important, arguably so far, map that you've played in the tournament. You lose this one, you're eliminated, and now you're having an off day. And you know, you can't really blame him for it, because he is the newest addition, save for... maybe you can blame Capson a little bit more, but the thing is, both of them have been so good throughout this tournament, consistently. and now they're just having their worst day in the worst possible moment. But they will have to wake up on that CT side. They will be needed, because if on T side Valencio can compensate, Kefida can compensate, MBQ from time to time, CT side, if you have 2 players and these are your oper and your heavy hitter that are not performing, well, you're going to be feeling like you have a massive liability on your side, and GamerLegion are going to be capitalizing on it.
Completely, and it's going to look very dangerous. That nade on Dittor just doing so much damage, going bad to worse, and all the B bomb site's been open. That is the round done and dusted, and I think GamerLegion, they could be just running away with this map a little bit now. 12 rounds will be in their will be on their name, and it's 6 rounds. Wait, no, how many? 5, but 7 rounds favor. God, like simple
Quick
maths.
maths.
Actually, I actually struggle with simple maths so much. There's a reason why I do history at university, just 'cause I genuinely do just struggle so much with simple maths.
You know what's the thing? I used to. I told you. I used to
you
study
did maths at uni.
informatics, but yeah, informatics in like one of the best, or rather the best university in Bulgaria. But that's the thing. Informatics first year has 3 subjects that are high-end maths.
Oh Jesus!
And I'm normally good at math, so I drop out. Some time passes, and some time ago we had to get a birthday gift for a friend of mine, and I'm getting with another friend of his, a girl that used to be in my class in high school, and she's like, okay, so we're getting him that costs, for example, let's say I'm gonna say an imaginary number. Let's say it costed 50, and I'm like, okay, so I need to give you like 23, and she's like, high-end mathematics. Those weren't the numbers, but you get the idea. So yeah,
like you just completely messed up. Yeah.
When you're not doing maths regularly, you get out of shape. That's why we're doing maths with the money in CS, just to stay in shape.
It keeps our mind on it, but look at this. Oh, it's just, okay, just looking bad. So like, it's just so not good for them. And it's like we were talking about how Dittor and Caspian, they're just not performing right now. Like on Mirage, the reason why it was probably so close was because the 2 top fraggers, or like the 2 highest rated players, were Dittor and Capsum. And I think that's probably why they did so well, because the players that should step up did. And right now it's on a flip side.
Yeah,
we've got Valencio, who did the worst, and equally on Confida, who did the worst, now doing this best and the second best. That's probably not the 2 players you want to be doing so well. Valencio's, like, fair play to him. He's having so much impact, and a lot of these rounds have actually, I think pretty much majority of these 5 rounds have been single-handedly because of him.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, it's good, but he shouldn't be the one that should be doing it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Valencio, normally, I appreciate him. That's a sick double kill from Capson, but I appreciate Valencio because in the few games that I've watched of ECLOT, in the couple games that I've casted of them, he's been always, when they have a struggle, he's been always there to perform. He's never going to be the hyper carry. He's never going to be dropping 35, 40 kills, right? He's never going to have a monstrosity of a showing, but he's always there putting up numbers when his team needs him to. Even though it could be an easy win, he's going to drop 14 kills. If it's a tough loss, he's still going to be dropping 14 kills. You know what I mean? He is the constant. And every team needs a player like that. I would say... maybe if you're looking at GamerLegion, a player like that could be a Zero or an Isaac, something like that. Just the guy that's able to deliver every single time, no matter what, even though they've been more inconsistent, but that's an entirely different story. But yeah, he's been spectacular. So has Isaac, truth be told, speaking of the devil.
Yeah, he has been so good. But Dittor finally coming alive. Oh, he's just completely on his own, running down Banana there.
Yeah,
that's
he
quite
was thinking
ropey, I can't lie. Yeah, he thought it was a Captain though. It was like the dynamic duo, the 2 Chuckle brothers, only good for 1, and it's just going to be ECLOT now with a man deficit, trying to attempt a retake here. They've got 1 kit, a single flash, and like less than 100 HP across 2 players. Oh! I was like, how could Confida just get that kill? I was like, how has Confida just got that kill? Because he wasn't even looking at him. But it will be Zero with the TK. I mean, he's just trying to help out Valencio.
That was actually hilarious from our point.
Yeah, he's just trying to.
Yeah.
He's just trying to help out Valencio.
Nice
However,
headshots. Nice headshots from Zero.
Yeah, Zero. Crisp, clean 4K in this round.
Yeah.
Really nice from him. He's just like, guys, he's like, I don't want you getting the kill, so I'm just going to kill you so I can get more.
Yeah. No, in that scenario, we understand it. He doesn't want to get lined up with his teammate, and they end up winning the round. 14-5, of course. If you want to be winning a lot of rounds on your pucks, ladies and gents, and in your games, make sure you get hooked up with the best peripherals out there in the game. Make sure you head over to extrafy.com, use our code WINTER10. You're going to get 10% off on top quality mice, headsets, mouse pads, mouse bungees, what else? Everything.
I think you could literally get anything you'd ever want. It's like an Unreal peripheral store.
You can even buy love.
Yeah, sure, let's go with that.
Yeah. So yeah, make sure you head over to Extrafy as ECLOT. They would be really happy to buy a couple rounds at this point because they're going to be down 15-5 miserably after this round. And truth be told, this is what I was scared about, because when I was looking at Mirage, I was hoping that ECLOT just managed to produce something similar on Inferno, because we know how good the Inferno of GamerLegion is, and we know that they've been playing against really good oppositions on it. And I was thinking, okay, can actually ECLOT mentally recover from that loss on Mirage? Because it's really tough to be so close yet so far to coming back into a game like it, you know? And sadly, it feels like they were just unable to come back mentally and just walk into that game. It just gives us the vibe of them never being into Inferno. It's just GamerLegion giving them chances from time to time, but truth be told, most of the rounds that ECLOT have been able to convert so far on that map have been because GamerLegion just allowed them to get those rounds.
Yeah, and if you have got any of these GamerLegion players in your world of esports fancy team, you're definitely quite happy. And if you don't know who they are one of our Unreal partners that are able to sustain this tournament. They host a fancy team, a fancy league with all these players in. So if you have any of these GamerLegion players, you are very happy because they are playing very well right now. If you have any ECLOT players, you are not too happy. However, ECLOT, they do actually find that first kill. MBQ is dancing with the devil right now, doing a little bit of damage with that nade. And oh, the Molotov gets a kill to 0, so nicely done there. But can they sustain this two-man advantage? I'm not sure if they'll be able to.
Yeah, it's a high mountain to climb right now. Even if you get a couple rounds on the board, it's never going to be easy to bring it back from a 15-5 deficit. They would love to have a Fallen in the team right now, just to get a bit of a tactical timeout. Go, guys, you think we're the best in the world? Now we need to prove it, and then lose it 16-5.
Well, you know the classic shocks motivational team. It's like, we got 5 fingers on our hand.
Yeah.
Okay,
let's get more rounds than our fingers, guys.
Yeah, let's get more rounds than our fingers. Well, I mean, it depends how many you're counting, but it will be Ditto. Flash is going to go overhead, actually blinds him, that allows him to get another kill. And a second! 3 kills in his name in this round. He actually doubles his scoreline in a blink of the eye.
Did you have to do him like it?
Well, I'm very sorry, but like, you know, it's just the facts, really, isn't it, at this stage?
Yeah, true. Still, it's going to be a 6th round for ECLOT. A lot better. I like the banana presence. I like the fight. Era has been left with the only task of trying to do some damage, but Capstan has his number written down and remembered as well, as that's going to be a 6th round. GamerLegion now are going to be able to go for another reinvestment, so no break, no rest so far for ECLOT as they pick up their first CT side round. You know, that was the thing. I don't doubt the fact that ECLOT can actually put up a pretty decent CT side on Inferno, right? Let's get that out of the way. But what I doubt is that they're going to be able to bring it back from a 15-5. I think this is what GamerLegion wanted. They just wanted to get a good enough first half to make sure that with the pistol and the conversions and potentially a first buy, they get themselves in touching distance of victory, so that ECLOT don't really have the chance to get things going on the CT side, or even if they do, one little mistake or one just hyper play from GamerLegion player, one individual moment of brilliance is going to be able to get them over the line. And it has worked out pretty much perfectly. It's 15-6. Now you just need one slight mistake and you're going to be in the playoffs.
Yeah, and that's very, actually, not even a mistake. It's very nice from ECLOT. They get the first 2 kills. One gets traded out, but it still is the man advantage in their favor. And look at the minimap. The B push has come in, but Ira, he reads it momentarily, but it does not matter. It accumulates to just death. 0 left alone. He's going to be brought down to 0 HP, and ECLOT, all of a sudden, it's somewhat closer. And honestly, what they need right now is just take a pause. Just go, okay, guys, like, this is possible. It's going to be hard. It's going to be possible. Gafida gets a little, like, rundown. He's the leader of men in the end. He's not also just, like, the IGL, the tactical man. He's also the player who's going to be trying to boost up the morale. Because a player like Dittor, we were bringing up, he's 19 years old. He's never really played out of the Czech Republic scene, and even then, like he hasn't played in a proper team on HLTV. So he definitely would maybe just need a pause. And I think the best like inspirational speech I've ever had in a game was in a UK Cup. It was like a semi-finals. I remember our IGL took a technical pause and just went headset broke, and he's like, okay guys, my headset's working fine, but everyone pick up your mouse and just feel your mouse. Have it one in your hand. Make your mouse in your hand one. And he was like properly just going, like, it was a bit of a joke. And then we went on and came back on a 10-map win streak. A 10-map? A 10-round win streak and won the map. 10-round win streak.
Best of 30.
Best of 30. 10-round win streak, and we brought the map home.
Easy.
Wait.
Yeah, he just fell asleep for a second.
Yeah, I was going to say, he definitely wasn't looking at his monitor there for a second.
Yeah. It's just like, oh man. All those chicks in the DMs, I gotta reply even though I'm playing an official.
Oh, yeah. That's why he's not doing so well. He's got all the, like, after that Mirage performance, everyone's like hunting him down.
Cloud chasers.
Cloud chasers, but now on Inferno, he's trying to drag them back. But hold on, looking to get some more kills, and very tasty aimbot style. Yeah. We'll just leave Isaac left alone with this bomb in towards second mid. He's got really nothing going his way. So very nicely done. And Dittor, he's on double digits at least now.
Yeah, confidence builders. I guess it's 15-8, so maybe if they get maybe 2 more buy rounds, we could be considering it. Obviously, we're taking a look at the Pinnacle walls once again. I would advise you to maybe wait a little bit, and I'm not sure if... Well, I guess if you're a massive ECLOT fan and you did bet something on him, you would get the craziest odds you could wish for. But still, ladies and gents, make sure you head over to Pinnacle. You can bet on pretty much every single other game that you want as well, including that one if you're feeling adventurous. Using code winter22 upon sign up, and make sure you're at least over 18 years of age. As GamerLegion, they're going to be trying to close this one before the big fat lady starts singing, as ECLOT are slowly crawling their way back. But hey, that's a nice start for Rust.
Yeah, it's actually such a nice kill from the IGL, and the flash actually does blind Kafida there. He's going to get away with his life just about. Does take quite a bit of HP with that nade. Brought us a 61 HP, so it's the man advantage and the HP advantage in favor of GamerLegion. There's not much utility actually across the board, really. Like if you look, NBQ has a fair bit. Zero has just dropped a smoke to Era, so they have like literally 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov, and it's very similar on ECLOT. 2 flashes, 2 Molotovs, and a smoke. It's going to honestly just be a absolute scrimmage on towards anywhere they go, and I think it will be this A bomb site, and maybe Ted, I think an Apps pop could be what is deciding this map and series right now.
And it's gonna be really good. If they take down Valencio, this is round over. The AWP is all alone towards Valencio is gonna pick up 2. Now going for the reload. And the third player, he can't really go for the refrag. He needs to wait for his teammates. Isaac, if he drops the bomb there, the round is over. But Ima is going to drop capstone. Era gets another. Ima is going to double up and double down onto Valencio. 25 seconds. Kipida already making his way towards back default. A really powerful wall. Vango. Ima not going to be ready for it. 15 seconds now. 1-for-1. And a 1 versus 1. Kipida taking on Era. He's been spotted. Now walking out of apartment.
That's it.
He's gonna Molotov him out, and Era is gonna seal the deal. 16-8. GamerLegion, they make it into the playoffs, taking down ECLOT 2-0, 16-8 on Inferno as they qualify for the next stage, and they eliminate the Czech side.
That was actually so close, and if you saw at the end there, Kafida, he actually had time to hit that last bullet, but it was not a headshot. He had to land it on the head, and it didn't come out. And Ted, what an unreal... Also, this is very reminiscent of what we saw yesterday. GamerLegion on their first map against both EC Bruges and ECLOT were very close, and it was very tight. Go on to the second map and then just absolutely give a whitewash. It got a little bit closer this time, but I feel like it was always going to go in the favor of the Swedish side. And we will see, sadly, the Czech Republic side of ECLOT being knocked out. However, if you're a Swedish fan or a GamerLegion fan, you will be very happy to see them going into the playoffs, joining the likes of, you see that, like Apeks, UNGENTIUM, Eternal Fire, Endpoint, Skade, and MOUZ NXT. And the last remaining team to playoffs will be either Wisla, Krakow, or Astralis Talent.
Yeah, 1 more game to go. Of course, props to ECLOT, man. I mean, they played a really good best of 3. I'm not gonna lie, they impressed me. Map number 1 was really
Yes,
good. Map number 2, I think mentally there was a bit of a problem there. I think they couldn't recover after the really short loss that they had on Mirage, so I'm gonna give that to Mirage. I don't think that this was the best that we could have seen out of them on Inferno. I think they can do a lot better, and I really hope that they continue with the grind, because I think this is a team that's on the right path to success. I think we're seeing that slowly but surely progress is being made. I'm not saying that they're gonna be a Sinners from 2021 in just 2 months time. I don't think so, but I think that with time and with the right work ethic, they're gonna start slowly but surely getting into the main Swiss, getting some victories, potentially making it to playoffs from time to time. And well, who knows, maybe towards the end of the year being one of the really good Czech sides. But in the end of the day, GamerLegion, one of the invited teams, the team that made it to the semifinals last time around, team that just qualified for the RMR, is going to be able to make it into the playoffs, which pretty much all of us anticipate.
Yeah, I feel like I don't think any of us anticipated to be in this fashion. They have been fighting for their existence for these last 2 days. However, they will push it through, and I think, Ted, we are going to be looking to wrap up today, unless you have anything else to say. It's been an absolute wonderful time having us. It's going to be one more game, as you just said, on this main Swiss, so don't go too far. Probably starting about an hour, I'd say, I think. So very much looking forward to it. I know I'm going to be watching it. And Ted, you got any final remarks?
Well, Freddy, thank you for casting with me. It has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for everybody for watching. I hope you enjoyed the cast. And as Freddy just told you, there is another game going on. Wisla Krakow taking on Astralis Talent. Both these teams have been really impressive, and I think we might have a bit of an underdog story happening towards that last best of 3 of the day, so make sure you don't miss it out. We're going to be heading into a short break. Tune in for the last best.